Hey now, it's your boy PSA Sitch here with another Tuesday with everyone's favorites, the man who personally indicted Donald Trump.
Oh man,
Adam Friended.
what would I indict Donald Trump for? I think the strongest case against Donald Trump is
Perfect
obviously the fake electors. But now right wingers are they don't even like the term fake electors. They're like, look, this happens all the time. The Democrats did the same thing with their
They're
fake
alternative electors, Adam.
Okay, alternative electors. There we go.
I'm sure we'll talk about that at some point.
Yeah. So obviously, look, I see people getting their hopes up with Donald Trump going to jail, specifically people on the left. I don't think that's a good idea. I don't think Donald Trump is going to end up in a jail cell anytime soon. So don't get your hopes up, guys.
So we were supposed to talk to Dev.
Right. Dev is
I don't know where Dev is
now after he dropped this video. This piece I didn't watch DM. Doesn't address our central argument.
Wow.
Doesn't address the I guess we should have sent him the comment that we read on the Sunday stream before he started making this video, right?
Well, we read it to him, didn't we?
Yeah, but look, that comment was in our comment section. Right, that comment is in the comment section of the video he clipped for his video. So, I mean, he could have read it in the comments, but my ultimate claim is that aristocracy is corruption to meritocracy. And I don't feel like he addressed that claim.
Right. I agree.
Yeah. We're just playing word games. We're Sitch's law all the way. Definitions. We're arguing over definitions here. Oh, it's going to be one of those.
I see that darn Kenneth in the chat saying short, fat, no show. Wow.
Oh, yeah. He's running. Look, after the pouncing we gave him on Sunday, I'm not surprised.
So somebody who will remain nameless sent me a clip of Kidda renouncing A-Team. Wow. Did you see this?
Kidda, you break my heart.
See, she officially on her channel renounced A-Team forever. She said, I'm done with A-Team. A-Team sucks. I renounce Adam and everything he stands for. This
sounds like a deep fake to me, to be honest with you. This has to be some AI tomfoolery.
It was real. Look, she's in the chat. She can defend herself. Was this real? Someone sent me a deep
fake?
I think it looked real. Sounded real. I mean, it was like 240p potato quality, but
okay, obviously
it looked real to me. Sounded real to me.
Did her mouth move like an animated GIF?
No, it's real. It's a real video. It's super real.
Heartbreaking. Yes. Kidda, we're gonna have to take your wrench away. I hate to say this, but
no, no, she gets it. She definitely gets like 2 wrenches now. She gets an extra wrench.
Okay. Look, that was a joke. I wouldn't take someone's wrench away.
She's not denying it in chat.
Just because they're disloyal, just because their disloyalty is apparent. Everyone in our chat is allowed to be wrong. That's the way we run things.
That's right. Sammy says, welcome to the better side. S-classes.
Oh, no.
Yeah.
Oh, no.
So apparently the reason she renounced you was because she's a big fan of puns and didn't like your anti-pun take.
Oh, okay. Well, good. I'm glad she's out of here then.
Wow.
Good riddance.
All right. Look at this. So I guess while we're waiting for Dev, I've decided something, Mass. Oh, wait. I just see Dev is now typing in the Discord.
Oh, he is?
Yes.
Oh, he is, yeah. Well, should we save the big announcement for later? I mean, this is huge. This is giant, Sitch.
Is it giant?
It is.
I feel like it is not giant. I feel like no one's going to care.
Sitch has no sense of theatrics. Zero. True. Zip. It's nada. True. Zilch.
Yeah, I know. I just like to say things.
Right. When I saw it, I was like, first of all, let me set the stage here. This announcement begins with Sitch admitting defeat.
So wait. Before we get into that, here's
Admitting that Adam is correct about the
what an
world.
a-hole. Okay, I was gonna be like, Adam's gonna be very happy because I'm gonna say he's correct, and he just frames it in the most a-hole way possible.
Look, I'm trying to work. After the last stream, everyone was saying that I'm like a giant. I was a giant dick to Dev, which I mean I don't understand.
I mean,
We're
you
all
were,
collect.
but
We're all collectively giant a holes to Doomer, and everyone loves it. All of a sudden, I'm like a giant a hole
yeah,
to.
but he deserves it though.
I don't think. I don't think anyone. I don't think anyone really deserves it, but I
But
look. I'm
didn't
gonna.
Hitler deserve it, Adam?
I'm gonna try to be nicer, but
Okay.
well, no, actually, I'm working on my dick cred. That's why I framed it that
There
way.
you go. You're not trying to be nicer at all. Look at
Okay,
this.
okay. Let me readjust here. I need to be a little more humble, a little more magnanimous here. Sitch came to the realization after much consternation that I was actually correct about something.
Okay. Yeah, look at this guy. I will say, I have to say it, Adam was correct. Adam was correct. It pains me to say this. Okay.
I've been saying it for a long
He
time
has
too.
been saying it. Yeah.
I'm way ahead of you. I'm like halfway down the field already.
Yep. Yep. Adam has finally convinced me to not like Weird Al. I'm so sorry. Of
Oh,
course not. That's just a joke. I would never turn my back on Weird
that
Al.
would be too epic.
That was too far.
This is not that big.
Disgusting. Okay, so
Okay, hold on. Let's see if people can guess it in the chat. You guys got any guesses what he's talking
okay.
about here?
Okay.
What do you think what kind of announcement do you think Sitch is going to make?
No
That
one's
he's
gonna
gay?
guess this. No one is gonna guess this.
That he's gay, that he's trans? Let's see.
When did you guess that I was either gay or trans?
No, I'm just look, I'm priming the audience. Oh, look, face reveal.
Face for what was the there's what does that have to do with you being right?
Weird Al is the greatest of all time. Oh yeah, it has to do with Adam being correct.
Yes, has to do with something Adam has said publicly on stream that we've
Right.
disagreed with.
I
Recently.
Have we really
Recently.
disagreed with? I don't know that we have.
Of course.
What
You would
was the
say it and I would say, "No, you're wrong."
Right. Oh, I
That's a
guess you're right.
disagreement. Yeah.
Yeah.
Starting
I
an
think we-
OnlyFans dating Katie. Secret
All right.
Trump supporter. The Trump bet. Well, we're all pretty much know that Adam's gonna win the Trump bet. So
Oh yeah,
that's not a new thing, right? It's
yeah.
not a new thing.
That one's in the bag.
Yeah.
Adam is Look, you have
Chopsticks.
a you have a
That'd been a good one.
reputation for being the smarty pants on the stream.
Yeah, but that's just a lie. Everyone knows
But
I'm an idiot.
But I do have a reputation for being correct.
Mm-hmm. The answer is covalent bonds. It's covalent bonds. Adam finally convinced me about physics. Okay,
Right.
no one's guessing, so it's fine. I'll just say it. This is gonna break some. I apologize. This is gonna break some hearts.
Yeah,
There
you
in the
look.
chat. Okay.
All of you enlightened centrists out there, I want you
Yes.
to plug your ears. I want you to put both hands over your ears like this.
Yeah. You guys got to prepare yourselves emotionally,
Yeah.
physically. Okay, this is
Get ready. This is going to
This
be like
is-
a kick in the nuts.
this is gonna be
straight from Sitch.
It's gonna be painful. It's gonna be painful
your-
for some of you. Okay.
Get your cups on.
Right.
Get your ball protectors.
Right. So I don't know. I'm trying to think. Should we just keep in? Should we just keep aiming up like 5 minutes?
Look, I am amazed how long we can drag things out sometimes. Sitch. It seems to be the one thing that you and I are both good at.
Oh, so let me interrupt this to further the anticipation.
Uh-huh.
So we got a message from Dev's editor, Dave, saying, "ShortFatOtaku is Dev is currently tied up buying a car."
No way. Hilarious. He told us he was having car problems.
It went way longer than he expected. He's been gone since 9 a.m. No ETA at the moment. He didn't really think it'd take this long. Wow. Look at that.
Well, I guess Canada has some things in common with America then. Look, Dev, you can't buy a car in an hour? That's like a day-long endeavor.
I know. Have you never bought a car before? It's like however long you think it's going to take, it takes like 300 times longer.
It's true. It
It's
does.
just ridiculous. Bring Dave in instead. We never talked to Dave, so.
Right.
PC for $2 says Sitch is actually Kimberly Crenshaw. That's true. That is true.
Wow.
You got me there.
That'd be a huge announcement.
So that's what Adam was right about. He was right that Dev would run away from the stream and pretend like he was buying a car. So that was the thing.
I mean, this might be a short stream if Dev is not even really able to participate, right?
Yeah, we'll see. Well, there's things to talk about.
Oh, I have some videos we could
Sure.
react to. So,
but okay. So the big reveal, the big thing that Adam was right about, that Sitch was wrong about. Oh my God, what is it? What could it be? No one guessed. Prepare yourselves emotionally. This is going to be gut wrenching. Okay. I've decided officially to drop the label of centrist. Just let that sink in. I'm so sorry. I'm so sorry. I've decided that the label of centrist and enlightened centrist is no more. At least for me. You guys can still use it, but not for me. And I'll tell you why. I'll tell you why. It is too easy. It is far too easy for bad faith leftists and lefties to completely misrepresent me and Adam and everything that the show stands for again and again and again, using this label of centrist, because this is what they do. And you guys were privy to this. You heard this conversation. This happened a lot in the Destiny conversation recently. Happens a lot on Twitter, where some idiot lefty says, "You guys say you're centrist, but you spend so much time just criticizing the left. Why don't you spend more time criticizing the right? You're centrist. Doesn't that mean you have to be in the exact middle point of every issue? Doesn't that mean you have to be in the exact middle point of time spent criticizing the left and the right? Oh my God, you guys are secret Republicans. Why do you care about wokeness so much? Don't you know about Donald Trump? You don't talk about Donald Trump enough for my liking. Person who I never watched your show."
I know someone who never watches the show ever.
I know. So I've decided that I'm kind of sick of that like dynamic. And I've decided, now we can workshop this because we need a new label, or I need a new label. The label I'm leaning towards right now to kind of just tell all those people to fuck off is anti-woke liberal. That's kind of that's what I'm leaning towards. So when someone says, "Why do you guys cover so much?" See, Adam doesn't like that label. Adam really doesn't like that
woke.
label.
I don't even like to say the word woke anymore. I try not to say it. I think
I know that. I know that.
The days of the word that will not be mentioned are waning. We're on the downward slope of that word. That word is on the way out.
Well, then give me a new word.
The new word has not yet been determined.
Well, that's the problem. Because here's my thought process for the anti-woke liberal. Okay. So when some whiny lefty who doesn't actually watch us at all, and they go, "Oh, how do you guys define yourselves?" And I say, "Well, I'm an anti-woke liberal." Then that answers the question. Why do you spend so much time talking about anti-wokeness? Or why do you spend so much time talking about wokeness? Because I'm anti-woke. It's in my name. That's literally how I'm defining myself as a category, bitch. It's right there. That's what I'm interested in.
People hear anti-woke, though, and they think right-wing.
But that's what's confusing, because I say anti-woke liberal. It's like, they're like, "What? I don't understand."
Right-wing liberal?
What?
How is that possible?
Exactly. So that's where my thought process currently is to just kind of avoid this whole stupid straw man, this whole stupid debate with the anti-woke liberal label. Now, I kind of agree that woke is on the trending term downward. But as you said, there's no replacement word yet, so I don't know what else to use. Classical liberal? No. Enlightened liberal? No.
The charge that you will get from our audience is that, "Sitch, why are you bending over to these leftists who don't even watch the show?" Oh, okay. Well, good. If they're not saying that, then that's good. Don't say that, guys.
Because I'm just tired. I'm tired of the straw man, and it's too
The
easy for people to.
obfuscation.
It's
That's
too easy for
what's
people to dishonestly
annoying.
twist the label, and it's not real. And you're right that like part of the problem too is that the label, the centrist label, has been so maligned far before we ever picked it up.
Of course,
So
yeah. We were trying to rehabilitate it.
right,
Right
right.
now, Sitch is like there's a man lying unconscious in the street, and Sitch has been doing
CPR.
CPR
Yes,
on
I
him
I've been doing
for
CPR
for
on the
three
corpse
years,
of
and I'm
centrism for
going,
3 years.
Sitch, he's dead. He's dead.
And I was like, God damn it, Adam, I will go into very heaven itself and rip this man back and put him back in his body. Don't you tell me he's dead. I'm
He's
never giving up.
he's dead. I'm telling you. We have to get out of here. It's not safe. There's commies everywhere.
And finally, I've been convinced. I'm like, maybe you're right, Adam. Maybe he is
The
dead.
commies are closing in on us.
No.
We have to escape.
Adam drags me away as I'm crying from the body of centrism. No.
I'm still going to use
And then
all
I
of our
pull out my
centers.
giant magnum that says anti-woke liberal and I start blasting the commies away.
Oh, that would be so good.
There
Oh,
you
that's
go.
so good.
Yep.
Yeah.
J-Mac,
Can
our
we
surrogate
look?
father. Yeah.
I'm getting enlightened centrist stamped on my AK though.
That's pretty badass.
I hate to tell you.
That's pretty badass. J-Mac, our surrogate father for $20. Thank you so much. Says, why not just be normal and call yourselves liberal moderates? I mean, I guess we could.
I like
But
independent myself. I think independent is more, and independent is kind of. I've got independent from you guys in the
right.
comments because a lot of people say, Adam, you're just an independent.
Yeah,
The
but
the
usually if
problem
you
I have with centrist is that people do, they think it means neutral,
right.
and I'm like, no, fuck you. Like I'm so not neutral on anything.
Right.
Yeah.
I mean, independence is definitely I mean, it's definitely a good one. But it's gonna be Enlightened Centrist in the chat says, Sitch, I can't change my name to anti-woke liberal. No, Enlightened Centrist. Enlightened Centrist will pick up, he will be the torchbearer for Enlightened Centrism.
Yes.
Just call yourself normal. I mean, we could just say, well, we're independent, we're normal. So I guess we could do that. We'll see. We'll see. I'm open to all suggestions. Leave all suggestions in the comment section. J Mac, our circuit follow for another $50. Thank you, Jay. Says it doesn't matter what label you adopt. The people that want to disingenuously malign you will do so no matter what. It doesn't matter because people are tribally possessed. Regardless, whatever you guys call yourselves, you're a-okay in my book. Well, thank you. Wise words from my father, J Mac.
J Mac is always the best.
Right. And you are correct. People will malign us regardless. I just would prefer them to not malign us on this avenue, which I'm just tired of talking about because I think it's stupid. I just think it's stupid. But
right. Yeah, no, I agree.
Twitter sucks for $20 says, quote, anti-illiberalate. You're against illiterate illiberalism. I mean, I like that. So it might be a little confusing, but I like that. So kind of what made me think about this too was not just the stream with Destiny, but I'm sure a lot of you guys who follow me on Twitter saw that I tweeted out something. This person who's a big Destiny simp, made this meme, and they're like, centrists be like, and it's like the buff doge, and it's like, when someone angrily rants about the left, haha, yes, go off, king. Tell these lunatic extremists how insane they are. And then when someone angrily rants about the right, it's the crying doge saying, whoa, this is really uncalled for. We don't want to further radicalize them. This will just create more Trump voters. Okay. And so I said this, I'm not going to read my whole tweet, but I said essentially this is that the problem, the reason that like lefties in the bubble think this is because they don't actually understand, at least regards to me, because obviously there are other people that call themselves centrists that have their own problems. At least in regards to me and Adam, they don't really understand what our position is, or my position, because I don't necessarily want to speak for Adam here, is that when we...
Speak for me, baby.
Okay,
speak for me.
I will speak for you. I'll speak for you, my work wife.
We have one brain now.
Okay.
We've been
Um,
merged into one.
my position on this is that, and you guys who listen, this is what annoys me. You guys who listen to this know this, right? This is what that's why you guys, not everyone, but I get thrown the accusation of like Sitch is always defending the FBI. He's always defending institutions. Boo 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 boo. Right? All these shithead lefties who attack us that don't actually watch the show, they're not familiar with any of this stuff whatsoever.
No, of course not. They
Right?
don't know that 99.9% of our positions are the same as Destiny.
Well,
We're just
I wouldn't say 99.9%, but
really
yeah, I would not say that. But
look. Destiny literally stopped talking about trans stuff because he just doesn't want to deal with it. His
right,
positions are basically the same as ours.
right.
Yeah.
But
So I mean, I struggle to see where our positions differ. But anyway, continue.
but when we like when we criticize the left on this show, it's almost exclusively aimed, not always, but almost exclusively aimed at anti-liberal leftism.
Yes, authoritarians bug us.
Yes, and not just authoritarian, but like like people that are against the concept of liberalism. I'm talking about socialists, okay? And it's not my thought process, and you can criticize me for this, but it's not my thought process that we're trying to win any socialist over, right? That's not the point of the show. That's not anything we're doing. My thought process is I would like the mainstream liberal left to wake the fuck up and realize that there's this anti-liberal socialist uh, subversion that's happening on the left, and to exercise these people from power and from cultural norms and from everything, right? That's my thought process. This is why I don't, this is why I will do the buff Doge when someone angrily rants about the left, because it's not the left, like broadly, it's anti-liberal left. It's socialism. It's cultural Marxism. When we're talking about and this is the problem that this person doesn't understand. When they're talking about the right, they just mean conservatives, right? But from my
Yes.
perspective, conservatives are still operating within the framework of liberalism. They're just right-wing liberals. They're right-wing people that believe in liberalism. They still believe in existing in a liberal democracy. Okay.
Sometimes the only ones because they're upholding it via tradition.
Right, right,
We have a
right,
tradition of tolerance and acceptance
right.
that the left has often forgot about.
Exactly. Now, these people that criticize us, they don't watch the show, so they don't know that we go pretty hard, if not just as hard, against the anti-liberal left as we do the anti-liberal right. We've gone pretty hard after the ethno-nationalists. We've gone pretty hard after the dissident right. We've done, multiple streams with Dev where we rip into the NRX with Mencius Moldbug stuff, just as much as with the same energy that we've ripped into the anti-liberal left. But since they don't see that, since they're in their trapped in this left-wing bubble, they like come up with this completely fake image of us as like, oh, all we do is sit around and we put all the left in one big barrel and we just attack them all day, and then we just constantly try to defend the right from anything. And I just kind of like sick of this picture, that this completely bullshit picture that Destiny essentially helped paint of us when we talk to him, and that these other people painted when they talk about and think about us. So that's why I'm getting rid of the centrist label, at least for myself. And currently I am leaning towards independent or just anti-woke liberal.
Independent, that's kind of what I've been calling myself, but
Yeah, I mean,
I'm still going to throw around enlightened centrist just to fuck with people
sure. I'm not saying that
because
we have to forget the term ever existed, right? I'm just,
right.
if someone asks us in this conversation, how do you identify? I'm no longer going to say enlightened centrist because it puts
Well,
too many negative associations in their mind.
I've been saying center left for a while now because I think it also, obviously that guy lying in the road, he might snap out of it someday. And I think center left kind of helps the metaphor a bit because it makes people realize the, more positions on the left than the right kind of framing as opposed to being neutral. Like as soon as
Mm,
you say center left or center right, they're like, okay, well, this person's not neutral. They obviously lean one way.
right.
So I think that's helpful.
Yep. So
So
there it
I've been
is.
saying like center left independent.
Mm,
Yeah. That's kind of where I've been my headspace is kind of at.
Dr.
So, but
Logan, oh, what are you saying?
the centrist thing also has the Tim Pool Association. They've managed to paint
Yeah.
centrist as someone who's just grifting off of a right wing audience, and they're
Right. Well,
rubber
unfortunately,
stamping everything the right wing does.
right. Well, unfortunately, I mean, and that is a big problem too, is that the biggest person, I don't know if Tim identifies as a centrist anymore, or I don't know if he ever
He
officially did.
does, yeah.
Oh, okay.
I'm sure
I
he
mean,
does.
unfortunately, the biggest person in the space that either used that label or was perceived to use that label, I think Tim has basically run it into the ground through his own actions. Obviously, Tim does a lot of stuff I don't agree with, and so it's like if we like, because the bet like that's essentially the straw man that always gets thrown at us is that they think that we're just Tim Pool 2.0,
Hmm.
which I don't, which is not accurate, and I don't want to be associated with that. So, Dr.
Yeah.
Logan for 9 months says maybe use truth seeking liberal independent truth seeking. That's not bad. That's not bad.
Yeah, I like the truth seeking label. Somebody said that that was cringe when I said we were Team Truth, and I'm like,
Mm-hmm.
so, like, just because you cringed.
Right.
Yeah,
So,
it's
yeah.
I don't I look. I've heard people have come to me and seem to imply that there is a big hubbub about the stream that we did with Destiny. I have
Mm-hmm.
followed none of it really. So
Right.
I mean, I don't know the situation as much as other people might know. It
What
sounds
is
like
the
you might know more than me.
Well, no,
So
I don't actually, because I don't follow any of this stuff. I mean, when it happened, we speculated that there would be some kind of fallout in his community, among the more right-leaning people in his community that he'd been kind of like building up. I don't know if that's actually true or not, because I don't follow any of this stuff. So,
right,
but
yeah,
I'm assuming that's what you're talking about when people are talking about the hubbub.
yeah. I mean, our goal on our show, it is good when these kind of crossroads come up because they do allow us to kind of think about what we're trying to achieve.
Mm-hmm.
And I do think one of the realizations I've come to is that we are really about kind of the truth in media space. So we really are trying to look at various stories, whether they be on the left or the right, and kind of determine who's bullshitting. What of this is propaganda? What of this is real? So I think that's why the Team Truth label is useful for us. I mean I perceived Destiny as kind of being in that space as well, but obviously he's much more of an activist than us. Like I think he actually canvassed for Democrats and stuff like that, which I can't like I can't imagine me doing that in a million years.
Right, right.
So, but I do want to know what the reality is, and I'm obviously fascinated by politics and what is possible. So, anyway, what were you gonna
Well,
say?
well, I was to say in other news, unless because I'm. Is there anything else you want to say on this topic?
No, I'm tempted to watch this video from the Young Turks. I watched it yesterday. I've been watching Young Turks, I guess, kind of Monday through Thursday because Anna's on and they. I'm super interested in the Anna story because Anna does seem to be trying to drive sort of to the team truth and away from the identity politics realm with Young Turks. And there's obviously like massive resistance because they've built up an audience over time that is
Mm-hmm.
very identity politics related. So it's just like a fascinating story to me. But I am willing to just at times in my life accept that maybe I've held some cherished belief that I've been wrong about for a long time, which most people are just not able to do. Maybe it's because of my artist nature, because I'm open to new experience, because I get bored with
Was that always
things.
true, or is that recent?
I mean, it's pretty much always been true.
Interesting.
Yeah. So I'm people in this latest exchange have been saying, look, you are in a right wing bubble. You don't know anything that the left is. Like, you never criticize the right for anything. So I'm starting to look at things that are potentially things that we could criticize the right for that fit in with the narrative that we just talked about, this like misinformation thing.
Hmm.
Because I feel like we've hit pretty much every single place where we felt the right was spreading misinformation. Like the
I mean, I'm
Newland
sure there's always
phone
going to
call
be
stuff
there's
is
always going to be more stuff, right? Like, it's impossible to get to everything.
sure, sure, sure. So I saw this story by the Young Turks. Award-winning teacher quits after right-wing harassment runs her out of state. And I was like,
Mm,
oh, that sounds salacious, right?
right.
Right-wing harassment runs her out of state. Is that true? Well, also, I noticed, and this, I mean, I'm going to have to pitch Sitch on this, because I noticed a lot of the Young Turks' style is Anna Kasparian plays the straight man, comes in with the stories and whatnot, does the producing of the show, and Jank's role is really just to get as angry as humanly possible and like put on a performance. And I mean, I got to admit,
Uh-huh.
I think Tim Pool and Cenk Uygur might go to the same anger management classes, because I mean the performances are very very similar. So I think it's fascinating. But Sitch, I mean, look, I want to get to 100,000 subscribers. What do you
Hmm.
say? You like you get a little more angry. People
Oh,
love it when you get angry.
I'm gonna be Chank. I thought I was more
Yeah.
Anna. I thought you were more Chank.
No, I'm gonna be the Anna. You're gonna
Oh,
be the.
okay. Okay.
Look, it's a little embarrassing. Let's be honest. So I feel like, I feel like I would be better suited in the Anna role.
Really? I mean, usually you're the one that's like more elephant
Yeah,
driven.
but I know, but I'm trying to dial it back.
I
Look,
see.
and
I see.
I'm like I'm look. I try to be mellow.
Okay. 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 Look at this. Okay.
I don't know. We could
Um,
watch a little bit of this video if you
we
want.
could,
Or
but
what do you?
well, the thing I wanted to talk about, that wasn't this, was the. Can we talk about it? What we were trying to set up on Twitter? I mean, I don't know if it's gonna actually happen, but we could
With
tease everyone with it.
Glenn Greenwald?
Yes.
Yeah, go ahead. Of course.
So on Twitter, Glenn Greenwald, he tweeted out something, throwing the classic Victoria Newland phone call. Victoria Newland's on a secret phone call planning to coup the Ukrainian government in 2014. That old chestnut, that tale that you guys are probably sick of me hearing about, because I've literally debated that point to death a million times with a million different people. Okay.
Yeah, it never gets
Include
old for me. I love it.
Well, it's just funny because, like, usually in these debates, where you're debating something that's kind of like opinionated, and this is just a fact claim, and they're just wrong. And it's pretty simple to point to that it's just wrong. But anyway, this is obviously what, we spent 2 hours talking to Dave Smith about, even though he tried to weasel his way out of it and say, well, you don't technically know this because you don't have it on recording that she specifically said this was the point of the phone call. So.
Oh my
But so
goodness.
anyway, Glenn brought this up on Twitter. He brought up the Newland phone call thing. I replied, sort of calling this out as fake news in a somewhat dismissive way, not too insulting, but somewhat dismissive. Glenn responded to my reply with the whole, well, you can just read the transcript. Here's, articles, blah, 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 blah. So which I replied saying, you have misinterpreted what the phone call is about and the article that you even cited. And I explained what the phone call was actually about, which was about how Victoria Nuland was not planning a coup, was not planning the future government of Ukraine after the Ukrainian president was gone. She was just saying that the U.S. should support, essentially, what the current president wanted to, the people the current president wanted to assign to the prime minister and assistant prime minister position. And that's all the phone call was. You kind of misinterpreted it. To which Glenn replied to that, not by addressing what I said, but just by literally repeating himself again. So I heard in my head the voice of Adam Friended,
Yes, the producer
the
Adam
producer,
Friended.
right?
Yeah.
Because Sitch would have just been like, no, here's why you're wrong, and here's a bunch of like evidence, right? But then I heard the voice of Adam saying, Sitch, Sitch. Get him to come on the show. Think about the show, Sitch. Don't tell him anything now, because then he won't come on. Get him to come on the show.
I hope nobody sends in this clip.
Right. And so I was like, okay, I'm gonna listen to this hypothetical voice of Adam Friended that's in my mind. And so instead, I just said, well, I think we're kind of repeating ourselves, which is true. Why don't we come on the show and talk about it? To which he agreed that he would come on the show and talk about it. And I told him to DM Adam because Adam is the maintainer of our schedule, and he gave a thumbs up. So we shall see. He hasn't DM'd Adam yet, but we shall see if Glenn will come on, and we will get to have another Newland phone call conversation.
But with Glenn Greenwald. Oh man,
Greenwald. Yes.
I'm actually a Glenn Greenwald fan, even though he's getting the Newland phone call incorrect.
Mm-hmm.
You got to admit, Glenn Greenwald is like a legend.
Of course.
Yes.
Of course. And well, the thing is, I do think that if any of the people who have wrongly pushed the Newland phone call story were to acknowledge that they were wrong about it, it would be him, that he would acknowledge that he was mistaken about that. And I think that would be a good conversation. I'm not going to be an a-hole about it, obviously. And I think it's an important piece of misinformation that has continually passed around. Literally, someone showed me today that RFK was interviewed by Tucker Carlson. And he, of course, brought up the Newland phone call conspiracy. And it's just, this is a piece of misinformation that just personally bugs me to no extent. And I would like to see that misinformation corrected. And if Glenn acknowledges that that he was mistaken, I think that could go a long ways to kind of correcting this zombie lie that keeps getting passed down through the various circles.
Can you imagine Glenn Greenwald, breaker of the Edward Snowden story? You convince him that he's sharing a piece of misinformation.
Well, when you say it like that,
doing it. That's so epic. That's like so epic.
Well, that's not listen, I'm not doing this for ego. I'm not doing this for glory, Adam. I'm just annoyed that people push this story that's just not true. And it's pretty easily verifiable.
Spartans! For glory!
It's pretty verifiable as not true information. So
this is Sparta.
So hopefully,
why won't you do it for glory, man? Why not? Why not?
I'm a very humble Sitch.
Where's the meme?
Despite what you all say.
Look, I gotta bring up the glory meme.
Okay. Despite what you all say, you all think I'm so egotistical, and by you all I mean Adam. Adam thinks I'm so egotistical, and I'm like, no, I just want this misinformation corrected. That's my primary goal here. I don't care who it is that would convince Glenn Greenwald. So hopefully he'll have the conversation with us. Hopefully we'll convince him. Now, I would imagine that even if we convince him on this, he'll still believe that the United States couped Ukraine, but that's obviously a whole bag of worms that I don't think that will ever be untangled. So anyway, who snuck in here.
Oh, did Dev finally show up?
Hey guys, how's it going?
Hey!
Listen, I didn't know if we were starting at 4. I'm sorry about that. Also, I thought it'd be done way before this anyway. I thought it'd be done around 1.
Right. That's okay. Okay. We still love you with all our heart.
I know Dave contacted you. Did you tell the chat what's going on?
I told the chat that you were buying a car. And
yes. Right. And we all laughed in unison.
Yes, in terms of saying, obviously buying a car takes forever, Dev. Have you never bought a car before?
Okay, listen, I've bought cars before.
Yes.
But they don't usually take 8 hours. They might take 3.
I mean, 8 is pretty long.
8?
Yeah.
Man.
8 hours is pretty long. So why did it take so long?
Well, it's a long story.
Was there a dead hooker in the back? I mean, that's a classic problem. You're buying a car, you open the trunk, there's a dead hooker in the trunk. You're like, what? Wait a minute.
Oh my God.
And then the negotiations begin again. You're like, listen, I'm not saying I'm not going to buy the car, but I definitely need to get it for a lower price now.
can, can we get the body removed before I take it off the lot?
Listen, I will remove the body myself, but you got to drop the price another 2,000, okay?
Well, in any
All right.
case, listen. Car troubles are thankfully over. It
Is
took
this like
way
a new
longer
car? Is this a
than
U
I
car?
thought would.
Is it a nice car? What kind of car is it?
It's nice, but it's not new.
Okay.
It's a couple
What kind-
years old. It's a few years
Okay.
old. I think it's like a 2019 or a 2020 or
Nice.
something.
Okay.
You know,
Okay.
pretty new. It's
Mhm.
pretty. It's pretty much everything that we need. You
You
know,
want
it's
to tell
not
us what it
huge.
is, or is that a secret?
That's a secret. I don't want to get. Listen, if my car has like obvious polka dot paint, I don't want everyone to know that the polka dot paint car has dead.
Does
in
it have obvious polka dot paint?
Well, I'm not going to tell you now.
What color is it? You can't tell us
I'm
what
not.
color.
I'm not
You
telling
can't tell us
anything.
what color the car is, Dev.
Nope.
What? What? Who are you so afraid of?
Okay. To be honest, I don't. The color's the worst part. I don't like the
Oh.
color.
Oh, he's
But-
embarrassed.
He's embarrassed.
Well, hold on.
Is
Here's the
it?
thing. I actually like the
Uh-oh.
bright colors. I like the reds and the blues and the greens. Give me those bright color cars. They're a
Sure.
lot of fun.
Well, green.
Like,
I don't know. About
Man,
that, but-
every car is like white or black now.
True.
Is it yellow, Dev?
Oh man, I love a yellow car. I like any of them. Any of them that have color.
Come on, Bumblebee's yellow. Can't be that bad.
What
Yeah.
color is it?
It's like black. It's like everyone has a black car.
Oh, okay.
embar-
So you're
Look,
just
you're
boring.
embarrassed of your black car. How suspicious.
Not embarrassed. It's just listen, I'm very tired.
We caught him red-handed, chat.
Dev,
Racist Dev here is
I know,
embarrassed
look,
by his
Dev,
black car. Yeah.
we have to bring this up, Dev, because a lot of people were giving me a hard time in the comments.
Were they? Why? What do you mean?
I made a joke about you hiding your power level, and people they don't understand that we're joking around. So even me making this joke about you being, embarrassed of your black car is going to be misconstrued as us accusing you of racism. So
Do people think that you think that I'm a crypto fascist or something?
some people do. Yes.
Well, I mean, I do think you're a crypto fascist.
Look,
Okay.
Dev, in all honesty,
Listen. I'm not a crypto fascist. I'm just a fascist. I'm open about it.
There
Okay?
you go. See, I was right the whole time. Well, I guess I was wrong because you're open about it. So there you go. You got me.
Yeah, I'm gonna have to
Dev.
pull down that video because here's the thing. I worked on it all. I finished up the editing all night last night. I premiered it. I ran off to do the car thing while I was uploading it. And man, there's some audio bug near the end where a bunch of audio
no.
just blasts. I was like, oh, this sounds terrible. So I'll probably re-upload it tonight or something.
That sucks.
So all the comments will be
Dev, I
lost,
do want
unfortunately.
to, before we move off this topic, I want to ask you, because I do, there have been a lot of people in the space that have kind of turned out to be, the what do you call it? The skeptic community type area. I mean,
the
academic
anti-SJWs of 10 years ago.
Look, I think Academic Agent is the clearest example of someone who went far right.
Yes.
And started off calling himself a centrist, like a fan of Jonathan Haidt.
Yeah.
So I do you're not moving in that direction, right? I mean, I don't want this to become a struggle session or anything. But
You're in a struggle session, me back to the left.
well,
Is that what it is?
look, I don't necessarily know. I don't necessarily know how to deal with that situation. What do you do?
Well, here's the thing.
You hold on. You also, I
Okay.
think somebody told me that and I just want to see if this is true.
Mm-hmm.
They're saying that you started reading a lot of the right wing philosophers because you had a friend that ended up going down the Nazi rabbit hole or something.
That was Scrump. Yes, that was Scrump.
Okay.
Yeah.
I don't know anything about this, so.
Well, I mean, Sitch, you know who Scrump is. You had a run in with him or two over
He's
time.
probably one of the dumbest people I ever interacted with on Twitter.
Listen, he was not this 5 years ago. Okay.
He became stupider.
I think COVID genuinely mind fucked him because he was in the UK, and I mean, COVID lockdowns were so much more harsh in the UK than they were in America or Canada. All right.
Mm-hmm.
And then the people that he was locked down with were already very radical. And so I think, the extreme distrust of the government, not without reason because their lockdowns were insane, plus the people he was hanging out with, I think, just definitely changed him for the worst.
Hmm.
And
Okay.
the thing that I've noticed is like it's not essential that when you become a political radical, you become like a worse person, but there is definitely like a correlation there where like along with radicalism, you tend to like lose manners or politeness. You know what I mean? Like
Yeah.
something happens. It doesn't matter what type of radicalism, by the way. It doesn't have to be right wing radicalism. Any radicalism. It seems like as people become more radical in any direction, they they're much more likely to purity spiral. They're much more likely to like cut off their old friends or exclude or like backstab people. Like there's some correlation between bad behavior interpersonally and radical politics.
Right.
Yeah, well, that makes sense because it's like you're going to feel more psychologically disenfranchised from everything. You're going to feel generally angrier. I think there's probably some correlation between extreme political views and extreme personality types. I'm sure it all
Mhm.
correlates. Like
There's
that
something
seems
going
like a
on there
big
for
thing.
sure. There's something
Yeah,
going on there for sure.
obviously.
So yeah,
I thought
I
you were going to
started
say that Scrump got COVID and it obviously melted his brain.
no. I mean, to be fair, you might have. I mean, I think everyone caught COVID eventually. It seems to be just going around everywhere now, and
Right.
no one cares anymore, right? So it's just
Mm-hmm.
kind of how it is.
Mm-hmm.
No. So yeah, I started reading, um, political thinkers on both the left and the right because I've seen enough people radicalize and then backstab me. There's been a number of them on both the left and the
Wow.
right, right? So before the current round of right-wing backstabbers that I've had to deal with, in like 2018, I dealt with a bunch of left-wing backstabbers who went leftward from me. So I've been doing the political exploration in the past 2 or 3 years. Um, however, what I've discovered is that people tend to be great writers and great thinkers because they have at least one good point. They have one thing to say that you can't simply brush off by them being a crazy nut job. All right. And that applies to even the actual crazy nut jobs like Ted Kaczynski. It applies to Marx. It applies to Moldbug. It applies to all the fascist and socialist thinkers. So you do have to wade through a lot of shit to get like the one solid critique of the current liberal world order and be like, okay, well, maybe we can fix this, you know? Maybe despite these people being absolutely fucking insane, they've got a point in this one domain, and we can say, okay, well, we should try to fix this, right? And I wholeheartedly believe that about anybody who's like ever published a book, pretty much.
Mm-hmm. Sure. I don't disagree. Everyone's got one kernel, at least one kernel of a good idea, maybe.
Yep.
So, okay.
Yeah. So that's the main reason why I've done a lot of the reading that I have. Plus, it's also important to just understand the mindsets of the people that you're talking to, even if you disagree with them. You know?
Yeah, I mean, I agree in terms of if the person is influential and that's what everyone's drawing their opinions from, I do agree that it's important to know, or can be important to know
Well,
if you
there's
want to
two ways to look
understand
at
what
it,
they're
right?
talking.
Like you can have like there's a philosopher who's very influential. Many people follow him, so you should know his ideas to know what those people are doing. But then there's also the philosopher who describes things that are already happening in the world.
Right.
And so reading him can be useful just so you
Sure.
know. Like it doesn't they don't
Sure.
have to be influential themselves. They can just be describing a trend that is happening, you know?
Right. But anyway, I don't want you to have to defend yourself because I agree with what you're doing, and you
Oh,
shouldn't
okay.
have
Well,
to
there we
defend
go.
yourself. So
Well,
good
there
on
we
you.
go.
You have to
I don't
defend
want another
yourself.
friend to fall down the Nazi hole. So
Right.
obviously
There you go.
yeah.
We have to
So
defend
Well,
yourself.
hold on.
turn to us first.
Well, which of you which of your friends have fallen down the Nazi hole? Because I mean, Sargon hasn't.
Well, I mean, academic agent,
Was he your
He's
friend
not.
before?
definitely.
No.
Well, I
Was it?
mean,
It's like, what was he your friend 5 years ago or something?
I mean, he's never really been a friend. We haven't had dinner together or anything. But I mean, I considered, I had some respect for him.
Mm-hmm.
I think Adam meant in the colloquial general term. I don't think we've had anyone that we know that fell down the Nazi rabbit hole. I don't believe. Well, actually, that's not true. You know, one person.
Oh, who's that?
I'm not gonna say his name. He has a very
Here,
small you. He had a very small
just
YouTube
type it to me. Just
channel.
type it to me. I'm looking at Discord.
I don't think you know who he is. He had a very small YouTube channel, and we had him on once because I thought he was very funny. And then he completely fell into the white nationalist rabbit hole. That's just like, oh, that's disappointing. But
Also, like, if you end up debating these people, if you don't know some of their ideas, you're just gonna have egg on your face, right? Like,
sure,
I'm sure everyone saw fucking Lance try to debate JF Garapi that one time, right? Even if JF
well,
Garapi ended up being wrong,
it is
Lance
Lance
had
though.
Yeah, but Lance had no idea how he was wrong. He couldn't even describe how he was wrong.
Right,
He
right.
simply thought right winger, therefore bad, and
I
like he
know,
had
but I'm
complete
just
egg on
that
his face.
right. I know, I agree with you. I'm just that's a bad example because Lance is Lance.
Well,
Right?
yeah,
I mean,
Lance is
he
Lance.
can't
Yeah,
debate his way out of
like
a paper bag.
I do think that Garapi is wrong about a lot of the things that he says, but he's very educated, and you have to know stuff
Right,
about genetics and all that, and like because
right.
that's his area
You
of
look at
expertise,
the
you know.
genetics, you can see
Yeah,
that the black people are inferior.
like you have to know what he's talking about on some level if you're going to debate a guy like that, right?
Right, right.
Yeah. So that's kind of how I view it. Is like you should know exactly what you're walking into. So there's like you have the race science fascists, right? Who they're very scientific and they're all about like IQ studies and measuring skulls and shit like that. And then you
Hmm.
have like the spiritual fascists who talk about like the blood of the spirit and it's all about like occultism. Those are
Right.
those two groups absolutely hate each other. They're both fascist.
That's
They're both
funny.
they're both what most people would call extremely far right, but they
Hmm.
absolutely hate each other. And if you go in trying to like debate one of them like they're the other, you're just gonna have egg in your face. You
So,
know what I
what
mean?
do you say to people who get all upset when you refer to fascist or uh, like ethno-nationalist as far right? They say it shouldn't be called right wing.
Depends what type we're talking about.
Like the
Because
two
the
that you just
classical
listed.
fascists, like
Hmm.
the Mussolini fascists, they were not right wing.
Right, but we're not. I mean, is there really Mussolini fascists running around nowadays?
Um, yes.
Oh,
However, I
okay.
will get I will get in
Where
a
are
lot of
they?
trouble if I talk about it. Actually,
Really?
yes.
So you know them?
Here, let me put it this way. Let me put it this
Yeah.
way. All right. You guys know who Huey Long is?
No.
Yeah. He made that
Yeah.
very famous song, "Hip to Be Square."
What? No. God damn it. Huey Long, the former governor of
I know who Huey. I
Louisiana.
know. I'm fucking with
He
you. Yes.
served in the 1930s until he was
Yeah.
assassinated.
Yep.
Yeah. Okay. So Huey Long is unironically a classical fascist. And he was very popular among the left in America during his
Hmm.
his time, right?
Yeah.
Um, there are definitely people who are like they call themselves leftists, they call themselves socialists. They're like Huey Long stands. But then
Hmm.
you look at their various policies, and there's a lot of overlap with socialism, and there's a lot of overlap with classical Mussolini style fascism. Not like
Interesting.
not like Hitler style anti-Semitic fascism, which is
Right.
a completely different thing. But Mussolini style fascism, yeah, you have like a lot of people who fall like they call themselves kingfishers or something. Like
Right. So
lots of people like that.
do you consider do you consider Nazism, not even neo-Nazism, do you consider Nazism right wing?
Nazism is syncretic.
Okay. What do you mean by that?
Syncretic means that it's simultaneously far left and far right,
Okay. So you think
but not
the
but not in the
Nazis
same
were
way
the
that.
enlightened centrist of authoritarians? Is that what you're
Well, no, it's
telling
different.
me?
It's different because like here, centrism implies that like you hold views that are moderate, right? Like they're not extreme left
I
views,
mean,
they're
it
not
could.
extreme right
That's one
views.
way to
They're
look at it.
like they're middle of the road views. A
Right.
person who has syncretic politics is somebody who holds exclusively far left and exclusively far right views
Hmm.
with nothing in the center at all.
What were the far left ideas the Nazis held?
A lot of their economic policy was very far left.
Like,
I mean, I can. You want me to go into it? Like here, I mean, I can give you. I can give you a source if you like. I mean,
sure.
here. How about this? Like, if you there's a book that I recommend everyone should read. It's called Hitler's Beneficiaries. It
Hmm.
was made by a German historian, and he goes over all the various records and details of the economic policy of Nazi Germany during both peacetime and wartime.
Hmm.
So if you want to get the source of what I'm going to tell you, it's in the book. All right. I can't pull up scans of the book right now.
Okay.
I mean, I probably could if you really
Okay.
wanted me
So
to, but
actually, so I'm not gonna
so
push you to
okay.
go
So
into the
so
specifics.
in the book, what's in the
Okay,
book?
you are going to.
Yeah, I'll tell you about it. All right. So they had tons of very progressive economic policies. So
Hmm.
there's stuff like rent control, there's stuff like extreme taxation on corporations, especially if they were profiting from German rearmament. There was there was a bunch of debt relief laws, and I think was it Goebbels? It was somebody high up in the regime.
Hmm.
It wasn't Hitler, but it was somebody up in the regime who said basically that even if somebody who holds debt is legally in the right. If he is violating the spirit of the law against one of his ethnic comrades, we should not support him. So there was this idea. The reason that it was called National Socialism is because it was quite literally economically socialism for one nation. It was just for the Germans. So lots of redistribution, lots of wealth transfer, lots of tax breaks, lots of debt relief, rent control, all of these sort of things that like you'll see democratic socialists push for in modern liberal countries.
So okay, so if that was the left wing positions, what were the right wing positions they had?
I mean, if you view authoritarianism as purely right wing, then I mean that there it is right there. But some
Well,
people
I
don't,
don't.
right?
I
Yeah.
mean, I think it's
So
silly.
there's like they weren't quite they're not quite traditionalist, right? They appeal to tradition, but they're not actually implementing real tradition. They're crafting new tradition, if that makes sense. Because I think you and I talked about this in DMs at one point, Sitch, where like
Yeah, we did.
they like they're it's not like Hitler wanted to bring back in the Kaiser and revive some old mode of government that was from Germany's history. Basically, they had this belief that if you could just kind of understand how tradition is formed using like almost like a quasi postmodernist lens, you could just craft a new tradition that serves your current politics. And if we all just behave and believe like it's been around for thousands of years, then it will work as if it's been around for thousands of years. So like they they wanted to do right-wing things with tradition, but they didn't find Germany's actual folk traditions to be up to snuff for what they wanted to do. So there was like it was right wing, but it was like also left wing planism to try and craft a right wing tradition, if that makes sense.
Yeah, no, that makes sense. That's interesting. So do you not? Because and some people get very upset when I do this. I consider that ethno-nationalism is just definitionally right wing.
You think so?
Yeah.
So you
get
have
upset
like
because there's a lot of racists on the left.
yeah, because you
Which is
definitely
hard-
get
Yeah,
like
but you
hard
can be
to
racist
deny.
and not be an ethno-nationalist.
so you think like man, because there's definitely a formulation of the left that includes like black ethno nationalists.
Yeah, but see, that's so the way that I conceptualize. It's interesting because if you talk about like the racists on the left, there's two types of racists on the left. There are generally non-white people that are racist against white people, and there's white people that are racist against white people, right?
Yeah, yeah.
Okay. And so I think to me, it's very clear in how I define left and right, because I always say that the right is xenophobic and the left is xenophilic. That if you're a white person and you're racist against white people, that firmly puts you on the left under my definition. You're xenophilic, right?
Okay.
Do you have a problem with that framing? So are we only going to talk about
I
like
mean,
the
not
racism
necessarily,
on
but
the...
not necessarily. It's just that there's like arguing over what left or right wing is. It doesn't really lead you. It doesn't really help
Well,
that
no,
much, you know.
we
I
would
think
present evidence. Like obviously, people on the left, they're into they're trotters of the world. Like they're
Right.
into travel and stuff like that. Someone who's a conservative would probably stay home and just raise a family, right? I mean, that seems to be pretty pervasive in every culture around the world. Correct?
I think, yes, I agree. And I think the reason I think there's usefulness in the left-right distinction is because now this could be just a trick because we're wired to see patterns, or maybe there aren't. But it seems to me that there are generally two modes of thought in terms of governance.
Totally.
And the two modes of thought that I've laid out are there's the idea that we should be appealing to tradition, that the answers exist in our past, and that there's always some kind of external force coming into our currently good society trying to subvert it and degenerate it down to be something bad. And I consider that the right wing idea. And then the left wing idea is that our traditions, our current system is oppressive and it's destroying us, and we need to dismantle it and destroy it and look out to new ideas and new people that exist outside the system to kind of come in and build something new. And it seems to me that this kind of like, and that's a kind of complicated way of saying change versus tradition. And I know that well, let me just finish. I know that there are a lot of like, every political ideology is going to be more complicated than just change versus tradition. But to me, it does seem like those are the moral intuitions which everything else is kind of based upon.
Change versus
I would just a little difference there, Sitch. I would describe it as exploratory mode versus fortress mode.
Explore versus defend.
Yeah,
Yeah.
exactly.
Right. Yeah,
Mhm.
that's
And
yeah,
I would say the
that's a good way of putting
conservative
it,
is
too.
obviously defend fortress, build traditions,
Well,
build a defensible nest
Right.
for the
so what's interesting about
community.
that though is that like
And
you
liberal would be explore the world, discover new things,
Right.
bring them
you
back to the
you,
community.
you Adam, you gotta put my face back up since I'm here now. I
Oh,
finally
you're
arrived.
right. Yeah,
Yeah.
what the heck?
So the thing is, what's kind of interesting about that is that that would make some leftists right now very right wing
Hmm.
because they purity spiral, and purity spiraling is definitely a form of fortressing.
Well,
Yes, but the core philosophy that they're operating under is still tradition. The tradition that we're fighting against in society is bad,
Mhm.
right? That
So
we
the thing
need
is,
to go and get rid of this kind of dominant hierarchy that's oppressive.
there's definitely something to this, but you guys know Hannah Arendt?
No.
You know, no? Okay. Great writer. You should definitely read Origins of Totalitarianism. Excellent book. All right. But she is famously quoted as saying,
Hmm.
every socialist becomes a conservative after the revolution, right?
Right.
Because once your revolution becomes not the counterculture, but the dominant mode of politics in your country, you do want to conserve it.
well, then it's
Right.
tradition.
At
Yeah.
Yeah,
first.
then it becomes a tradition, yes.
Right.
But then
Right.
like if what was the Soviet Union left wing?
Yes.
But they had at that point socialism was the tradition of their country and they were conserving it.
Right.
So
So
they were operating it in a right wing way
right.
by
Well,
your
but wait a
definition.
minute. It depends how long this all goes, because and like here's part of the issue too, because when I kind of lay out these left right things, like obviously people and ideologies exist on a spectrum. There's going to be the person or the ideology that exists as like the pure leftist ideology. Like literally, we need to have a revolution every 20 years, kind of Jeffersonian idea. And then, or there's going to be the we need to go back to monkey, right wing ideas. Like obviously, there's going to be these endpoints, but most people don't exist on these endpoints. They exist somewhere in the middle, and even then, there's going to be a mix of a bunch of different things. And the way that I conceptualize it is, what is like the root thing that's motivating the principal behavior that everything else is then built
Yep.
upon.
Yep.
And so you do get in the situation where it's true that once you have a revolution, like a communist revolution, once that revolution exists and then exists long enough, it will switch. The left wing people will be against communism, and the right wing people will be in favor of maintaining communism. And we've literally seen this with liberalism, right? And capitalism, because that used to be the left wing view. That was literally the left wing view, was the Enlightenment and liberalism and capitalism. And now most people that you talk to in America, they literally define right wing as libertarian. Even though and that's why the NRXers get so mad. And they're like, "What the hell are you talking about? Right wing is monarchy. You guys are full of shit."
Yeah.
And
Yeah.
so,
So
yeah, there
so
is going to kind of be this forever, because the way that like I define it is change versus tradition or explore versus defend. There will always be a forever changing. It's not going to be set in stone what ideology the left and the right stands for.
yeah. So for example, like if you were to ask a left winger, what is left versus right? Well, they're going to say, well, obviously, the the Democrats are going to be like center right, and the Republicans are going to be right wing, and then you're going to have the fascists and the far right, and then on the left you have the socialists, and then you have the communists, and finally, the anarchists. There's your left right spectrum. It's anarchy versus order. Okay, if you ask like a right winger what is left versus right, they're going to do something that's more like collectivism versus individualism. So on the right you have libertarianism, and on the left you have both communism and fascism because they're
Right.
both collective ideologies, right? Then if you ask like a reactionary, well, what is left right? A reactionary will say, well, monarchy is obviously right wing, and left wing is liberalism and socialism and fascism because they're all post Enlightenment.
Right.
So this is why I don't like right and left, because everyone has a different spectrum that they're measuring.
But that's the point, is to find some objective measure that we can all stick to, and the people who make up their own measure are wrong.
Well, sure, but I mean, you can also just talk about the ideologies themselves, right? Like, it doesn't matter whether fascism is left wing or right wing based on whatever scale you're using. What matters is that when we say fascism, we're talking about fascism.
Right.
Yeah,
Yeah,
but
no,
I
obviously.
do right. No, and I agree. But my point with this and the left right thing is not to demonize or lionize anyone. I just think that there is an interesting psychological truth that underpins human behavior that can, broadly speaking, be kind of divided into twain. And I think that's what to me, that's what's interesting.
Okay, fair enough.
Yeah, I agree.
I mean, I don't disagree. Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
But yeah, to go back a question you asked, what like the Nazis were syncretic, right? A lot of the neo-fascists from like the second fascist period, they were mostly syncretic. So, like Franco, his politics were syncretic, and Salazar in Portugal, he was syncretic. You look at Chile, look at Chile, he was syncretic. Romania, Japan, they were all syncretic politics.
If the Nazis, so I define ethno-nationalism specifically as right wing. So I do think that black nationalists, even if they claim to be on the left, they are actually on the right. They just don't realize it. Okay.
I mean that's fair. That's fair. So like, how do you feel about like Thomas Sankara then? Guys like that.
I don't know who that is.
Okay, here. It's Wikipedia Thomas Sankara, and just like read off the first. It's a 4-line paragraph. It's not much there. All right.
Can you just tell us?
Sure, I can, but I mean, sure, just all right. So, Thomas Sankara was a Burkinabe military officer, a Marxist revolutionary, and a Pan-Africanist who served as the president of Burkina Faso from his coup in 1983 to his assassination in 1987. Right. He is viewed by supporters as a charismatic and iconic figure of revolution. So, the left claims this guy, all right? They claim him hard. They love Sankara because he's one of like he's one of the only successful Marxist revolutionaries in Africa. But like looking back on him now with a more objective eye, he was absolutely a fascist because he was not only a Marxist in his economics, he was 100% like a black nationalist.
Right. So the way
you find a lot of people like that in like the history of leftist revolutions, there's tons of nationalists in there.
Right. No. I know. And that's kind of what makes the conversation interesting to me. Because the way that I look at it, and my thought process is, what is the seed that's motivating the behavior? So like with this guy, with old Tommy here, right? Is his prime, like, is this, because, and maybe this is what we should start from. Because me and Adam believe, since we're big hype boys, we believe that essentially for everyone, including Thomas, including Hitler, including all these people, there's some moral intuition that comes first and that motivates their thought process. And then the philosophy or the ideology they come up afterwards is kind of like the post hoc rationalization to justify this moral intuition, which we talked about on Sunday to some extent.
Yes.
And this kind of leads into, the whole philosophy versus psychology thing, because this is kind of how I view the world. So when I look at like what is left or right, especially when you have these figures that seem to have contradicting principles, I'm looking for what is the core moral intuition that's guiding the behavior in the first place. And that's how I'm defining whether it's left or right. And so like Thomas here, now I don't know the answer to this question. I don't know if anyone knows the answer to this question, but I would say with him personally, I'd say, what was the motivating core factor? Was the first factor that I want to have an ethno-nationalist country first and foremost. And then he's like, then he's convinced or whatever, thinks that socialism is going to be the best way to maintain the ethno-nationalist country. Because if that was the case, I'd say, well, then he's right wing. But if he says, I want to have a socialist country, that's the core principle he's coming from. And then after that, he says, well, I think the best way to maintain the socialist country is ethno-nationalism. Then I'd say that he's on the left.
Yeah, that's interesting.
Okay. Well, there also might just be like a practical concern, right? Because even if you might ultimately have, let's say, left-wing moral intuitions, the fact that you have to work within the frames of existing nations and their governments and their power structures, you might have to be a nationalist, not because you actually want to be a nationalist, but because it's the only way forward.
No, that's a really good point. Yeah, because I don't know if this is known about this guy, but yeah, he could be totally have all the left-wing moral intuitions, but everyone else has very ethno-nationalist intuitions already pre-established in the culture, and so he just has to exist within that framework.
Well, that's kind of baked into your thought experiment, though, obviously. Like if he has the ethno-nationalist moral intuitions, but perceives the environment being receptive to Marxism and adopts Marxism just from a pragmatic perspective. I mean, that's part of the what you're
Exactly.
saying. Yeah.
Right.
Well,
So if
I
he's
think it's also
adopting it
because
pragmatically, he's not, he's not necessarily left wing.
I also think it's because when we're talking about the third world, like we're talking about Africa, to a lesser extent South America,
Mhm.
I think there's an understanding there that these are kind of the same thing, that the socialism and the nationalism are one and the same, because
Mhm.
they're colonized countries, right? They're like former colonies, colonial powers of Europe were once ruled over them. And also nowadays you have neocolonialism, which is the World Bank, the IMF coming in with all of their foreign dirty money to pollute our country, right?
Right.
And exploit us and extract our resources away from us, right? So there's so much overlapping between nationalism and socialism in the third world specifically because of the history
But
of the third world.
not as a
I'm
philosophy,
not sure.
though.
Well, maybe as a philosophy.
How?
Well, what do you mean? I mean, it's just
Well, nationalism is just the idea of building a shared culture within a nation. Socialism is the idea of how to distribute resources between the people of a nation. Like, it's completely different philosophy.
Well, if the history of your nation is being economically exploited by foreign powers, it would seem to be the case that how you distribute the resources of the nation is going to play into your nationalism.
Yeah, definitely.
Sure, but at the same time, you're still talking about two distinct philosophies. You can
Well,
have a nationalist philosophy that is completely devoid of socialism, obviously.
Oh yeah,
right,
of
but
course you
they're
can. Of
not
course you can.
necessarily conflicting. Like you can have, well, it depends because obviously there's elements of
Well, I mean,
socialism that would be
yeah.
conflicting because there's the idea of like class solidarity among the world, which would conflict. But you can definitely, and I think maybe this is kind of a key thing and kind of the messiness of these philosophies, as you're saying, Dev, that we have to remember a lot of the political governments and political ideologies that exist, they have to do a lot of pragmatic considerations, and so
Mhm.
there's going to be a lot of like there's going to be a lot of I guess ideological agreements or ideological giving into certain things that maybe the leader doesn't really care about or agree with. Like I mean I haven't read Mein Kampf. Okay, I've read selections of Mein Kampf. I've read selections of Hitler's
Table
uh,
talks.
table talks and things of that nature.
Hmm.
But whenever I've read the Hitler's words, I don't see him super talk about extolling the virtues of like socialist economic theory,
Yeah.
Right.
right?
So
Like
there's
he
like
seems to be really concerned with the idea of like a German spirit, a German bloodline that is being
mhm.
degenerated from the outside. That seems to be his primary
So
motivation.
yes,
Megalothumia
Yeah.
is what that's called.
yeah. So the people in the Nazi Party who were much more interested in the economics of it, those were the Strasserites,
Right.
right? And they had their civil war, and the Strasserites lost. So it was Hitler's vision of the Nazi Party that ultimately won out, and not the Strasser brothers.
Right.
So, like Hitler had to keep the loyalty of certain factions of the party that were more explicitly socialist,
Hmm.
but he ultimately was not ideologically devoted to socialism
Right.
the same way the Strasserites were, because the
Right.
Strasserites they were truly national socialists. Like
Right.
they were straight up socialism for one nation. We want this type of economy. We want this type of state structure. Like they were all in,
Hmm.
those guys.
Well, see, but
And in
that's
fact,
very
there was
interesting.
like one of the Strasser brothers wrote a book while he was in exile before the Second World War started, but after he was kicked out of Germany, where he basically outlines the difference between what he wanted for Germany and what Hitler's doing.
Right.
And you can see like there actually are serious differences between the two of them
Were they
because
very motivated by the ethnic idea too?
they were, but they were
Hmm.
also very motivated by the socialist idea.
Okay, interesting.
They were anti-Semitic, but
Hmm.
only because they viewed anti-Semitism as a core necessary component of anti-capitalism.
Like
It was
Marx.
yes, yeah. They were directly inspired by Marx, where Marx is like,
Right.
listen, to abolish capitalism, we must abolish the Jew. The Strasserites viewed it the same way.
Right. Interesting. Yeah, but see, because to me that kind of plays into my thought process is that, Hitler, I would consider him personally, he's completely right-wing moral intuitions. He's just hyper concerned with defense. He's hyper concerned with rooting out degeneration and subversion, and
Mhm.
everything else is kind of like, however, it's just like a means to get to that point.
Right.
Right.
So
So, but
if, yeah,
right.
if the psychology comes first, then he would just be a a right winger. Yeah.
Right. Okay. So that's why
But
and
yeah.
now that's why I just clearly define the Nazis as right wing, because essentially they were existing under Hitler's vision of things.
Yeah. Yeah. By the end they were. Yeah.
Right. Right.
Well, then again, like there's the psychology, which is very important, but there's also the practical effects of policy, right?
Sure.
And when it comes to the practical implementations of government policy under the Nazis, it was definitely a grab bag of left and right.
Yeah. Well, maybe whenever we talk about this, I should be more specific and say, I think the psychology of the Nazis was right wing. I'm not really talking about whatever specific policies were necessarily implemented, because you're right, the policies could be all over the place. It's kind of like I'm really talking about like the psychology and the moral intuitions that were being used by the Nazis to maintain power in the country.
Okay.
From the
all right, I understand.
So, but it sounds like, I mean, so do you agree that ethnonationalism should be considered right wing?
I still don't completely agree, but I understand your argument. Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
I need to consider it a little bit more.
Right. Because if you don't, I'm just curious as to how, why would you define Hitler as right wing psychologically?
Well, for the reasons you listed out. Like if we're talking psychology, those seem to be good.
Okay.
So those seem to be good reasons. Yeah.
Right.
If we're talking about, the 6 moral foundations,
right,
for example, if you're going to define it like that, yeah, that makes sense. Yes.
Okay. Awesome. I don't remember why we started talking about this, but
do you guys want to move on to this aristocracy?
Oh, yes. How did you like the video?
Well, I don't think Sitch watched it. I watched it.
What? Are you fucking kidding me? I worked so hard on this thing. I stayed up till 3 a.m. trying to fix it up.
You put it out like 2 hours before the stream, Dev.
I got up like I
was wondering about that, Dev. Obviously, you had it uploaded 2 hours before you released the thing. I mean, you could have released it earlier.
Listen, I intended to be back home at 2 a.m. Right. I didn't think the shopping for a car would take this. I figured I'd get home at 1, the car would be set, I'd be good. I can settle down, watch it with my audience. I figured everything would be fine.
Oh, okay. You were trying to watch it with the audience. That makes sense.
Yeah. Okay. You uploaded. Listen, I appreciate all the work you did. Okay. And Adam watched it, who you have the primary argument with anyway, so that's fine. Yeah. But I'm gonna say this. I knew, and I was thinking of DMing you like don't rush to get this video out, for my account. Because you upload the video at 2 o'clock, right? It was like 2 p.m. and it's an hour-long video. So we stream at 4 o'clock. So it's like kind of like, okay. I'm like eating lunch. I'm taking my poop. I'm doing things. I can't I don't necessarily have all the time to watch an hour-long video while this is happening.
Okay. So I made this video, and it's the culmination of maybe like I'd already been looking into this topic, but I decided to take it more seriously after the stream. So I did a bunch of reading and a bunch of stuff.
But the thing is, though, I really wish you would have honed in on what our argument was, because I don't really feel like your video addressed the argument, the central argument that we're making. That's because I don't, aristocracy.
I don't agree. I don't disagree with you.
Is corruption to meritocracy.
See, I don't necessarily disagree with you. This is why I said that.
Well, why'd you make this video?
Because our conversation,
you completely agree.
Well, hold on. What's the point of making any video, Adam? Because I want to talk about it.
Well, I mean, the viewership was great. So, I mean, obviously people are interested, but I think people are interested because they're right wingers who are into megalithymia and want to believe aristocracy is a better system than a meritocracy.
Okay, so here, I like the first half of the video is historic examples, practical examples of what's going on between these two systems, and then I pull out 3 points. Okay, what do you think of the 3 points? You put them on screen, I see.
Yeah, aristocracies are stable but stagnant. Meritocracies are unstable but productive. I dispute that meritocracies are unstable, and that I dispute that aristocracy is stable. Have you not seen Game of Thrones? Like, what the fuck? That's ridiculous.
Okay, I mean, yeah, fair enough, right? Like,
so one already you're conceding is incorrect.
No,
let's move on to 2.
I'm not in conceding. Okay.
These are very
general rules. These are very general rules. Okay, these are very general
this is an untrue claim that you're making. Number one, this is factually incorrect.
What do you mean by stable?
Okay, so in the historic examples that I gave, generally, in the more unstable periods of a country's life, like during a period of instability, it tends to be more meritorious because there's more chaos. Chaos is a ladder. You know how it goes, right? So basically, when there's more churning in the upper class, people can actually rise up to the upper class and fall out of the upper class. It's more meritorious. When the upper class is calcified and there is no social mobility, then things do tend to be stable, but also very stagnant.
Well, then wouldn't you have the causation backwards then in terms of how you worded this? Like, wouldn't it be the more stagnant a society is, the more aristocratic it is, and the more unstable, the more meritocratic it is?
Well, isn't that's not what I said?
I don't.
No,
That's
no,
how
no.
it's
You
written.
said aristocracies are stable but stagnant. Meritocracies are unstable but productive.
Well, yeah, I'm not saying that. Okay, here.
Okay, if this is maybe this is what you meant, because when I read it, I didn't watch the video, so maybe you put this on the video. When I read those
Okay.
sentences, it makes me think what you're saying is that there is some quality of aristocracies that makes society more stable, and some quality of meritocracies that make society more unstable but productive.
No, no, no. What I'm saying is that if you have a society that is unstable and productive, it's more meritocratic. And when
Right,
you have a society that is more stable but more stagnant, it's more aristocratic.
right. But I think you should word the
Unstable.
sentence
What
a
do you
little
mean by
bit differently.
unstable?
Well,
Stable and unstable. What are you talking about?
I'm talking about movement in the social hierarchy.
Well, I mean, a society can be stable and there be movement in the hierarchy. That's not doesn't the society's not going to fall apart because there's upward economic mobility. People would say that that makes a society more stable.
Well, yes. However, I'm also talking about stuff like creative destruction, right? Where you have new industries are being created with new advances, old jobs get destroyed, some people are put out by that. We're seeing it right now with automation, right? You
But
have
I
entire
look,
industries of people who are going to lose their job because of automation, and it's like, well, that sucks. Those people are now going to be destitute. We have to do something about that. It's not like you can't just ignore that, right? However, a society with no technological advancement that's simply stagnated, those jobs would still be around. But in the end, the question is at what cost, right?
the stagnated society, I think, would be more unstable. Obviously, I mean, I
Why?
Well,
just
it,
Why do
it
you?
depends. It depends what we're. I don't know if you can make a hard and fast rule one way or the other on any of these things.
Well, here, let me put it this way: like the Soviet Union, right? The Soviet Union wasn't actually unstable. It did collapse due to its stagnation, but not due to instability. That was the problem with that society.
well,
Hmm.
I mean,
And then
like
you have like then you
how
have
are you defining stable and unstable?
I guess just propensity to collapse.
Right.
Well, maybe not. Hold on, I got to think about this a minute.
Well,
No,
a co-
when I was talking about stable, I was definitely talking about the stability of the hierarchy. And
Okay.
when you have like an aristocracy and you have very calcified social classes where there's very little movement in between them, that is stable but
Right.
stagnant.
Well, I would be uh careful. Now again, I don't know because I didn't watch the video. I would be careful when using that definition of stable because number one, I think if you just say stable without defining it that way, most people are going to assume you're making a broader claim about the stability of society, not the stability of the hierarchy. And number two, if you're defining it from the stability of the hierarchy, then obviously just definitionally aristocracy would be more of a stable hierarchy and meritocracy wouldn't, just by definition.
Yes, I'm okay with that. Yeah,
Okay.
yeah. There's
So
like
when I look up, so here's a good example. It says social stability is the degree to which a society and its institutions remain predictable and reliable. That's a good,
mhm,
that's a good way of framing it, don't you think?
mhm. Yeah. I mean, what's the thing? Like, this is why I like liberal democracy, right? Is
Right.
because we've managed to thread the needle between these two extremes, where we have we have a lot of productivity and also a lot of stability, right? Things aren't like things are chaotic enough that there's enough opportunity out there that you can go out and make something of yourself with your own gumption. You know what I mean?
Right.
But it's not so chaotic that we have completely non-functioning institutions that are just incredibly corrupt and doing nothing.
Yeah, I think that's a really smart and interesting way of framing it because I agree. And it,
Okay,
maybe
you
it's
can you
this,
can like push too far in either of those directions, right?
of
Where
course, of
where
course.
like things become too orderly and too stable that like there's no change anymore, and that's a problem. Or things become too corrupt, too dysfunctional, then you can't get anything done. So like
Yeah,
there's
exactly.
I'm like one thing I've realized with all my reading and all my thinking and all of my making videos and everything else is that
Hmm.
I am like a hardcore proponent, I think first and foremost, of golden mean theory. Like everything works in moderation.
God,
That
you're
like
such a centrist.
yes, golden means, man. Like
Yeah,
it's
no,
great.
I tend to agree. I think things in balance generally work better than things on balance. Yeah.
Do you want to
Okay.
move on to number 2?
Um.
Sure.
Okay. Sure.
Yeah.
All aristocracies begin as meritocracies.
Yes. That's just true, I think.
Well, the way that I'm looking at it though is aristocracy is corruption to meritocracy. So number 2 and number 3, you say all meritocracies become aristocracies. Well, I'm looking at it
Let
that
me put it this way. They trend
an,
towards aristocracies.
an aristocracy is a corrupt meritocracy.
Do you think so? So
Yes.
why do you classify it as corruption rather than an inevitable outcome?
Well, this is the what I wanted to get to.
Okay.
The
Wait. Maybe we should. Maybe you need to define. Both of you need to define what you mean by aristocracy.
aristocracy is a system that functions on political patronage, where you're basically giving positions of power to people because they're your friends and family, not because they are going to be good at doing the things that they're tasked to do. Meritocracy is giving people tasks to do based on merit.
Okay. And Dev, do you agree with that definition, or do you have a different definition?
That sounds pretty good, yeah.
Okay, so if
Yeah.
if you have a system where people are going to give out tasks to do based on how loyal that person is to them, aside from merit, that's a corrupt meritocracy. You're not awarding positions based on merit. You're awarding positions based on how this person serves your interest.
Well,
That's
sure.
what an aristocracy is.
I mean, I do agree with you, but I'm also the argument that I'm making is that it's a natural end result of it.
No, but this is why it was so frustrating talking to you guys, because
Okay.
if you're saying the outcome is going to be corruption, what is the point of even having this exercise? What is the point of even coming up with a meritocracy?
Well, hopefully to stave off the corruption for another day. Personally, that's what I would think. I mean, there's like there's like an American saying, right? It's something about like watering the tree of liberty with the blood of patriots, something like
Mhm.
that.
Then you are
You're-
in favor of meritocracy.
Yes, of course I said it in the video 5
Well,
times.
what is so complicated about this? That's why I just this
Because-
all began with the flippant comment that
Okay.
I made on the live stream where I said meritocracy is better than aristocracy, and Carl said no, they're the same. And then you make an hour-long video basically claiming they're the same when I'm saying no, there is this fundamental difference. One is a
Well,
corrupt
I didn't say they were the same in the
meritocracy.
video. I didn't say they were the same in the video. I said that
Well,
given enough of a time span, they all turn into them. It is a natural progression.
So
that meritocracies do become aristocracy. Like if you want to classify it as corruption,
look,
that's fine.
the whole
No,
point
listen.
is
If
to
you want to
avoid
classify
that.
if you want to classify it as corruption, that's fine. Like I'll even agree with you, it's corruption, but it's a natural corruption. It's like a lifespan of the system. So eventually it will calcify, and then you have to rejuvenate.
I don't see why you do.
Well, but here's the problem, and I think that maybe you could kind of alleviate this entire issue. Like if number 3 didn't say all meritocracies become aristocracies, if it said all meritocracies, or it should rather really, what it should really say is all systems, all hierarchical systems trend
towards corruption. Yes,
towards corruption, or trend towards aristocracies. Adam would agree with that statement.
of
Is
course
that you're
I
making
would.
a definitive become, which is not necessarily true because we don't know what the future holds.
Well, and the whole goal of meritocracy is to fight aristocracy. Why do you think they're going after Hunter Biden so badly?
Yep, and Trump and everyone else. Yeah, they're
Right.
here's
Yes,
the thing. You know,
our whole
America
system is
is still
designed to fight aristocracy.
Right.
yes, it's good. I agree.
Well,
But so,
look,
but
why are you
but
making a definitive
do you
claim here at
think
the end then?
do you think that you should make the distinction between trend and become?
Probably yes.
Okay.
That
Well,
that
when
that
you
actually
change
makes
the
sense.
audio,
Yes,
you can do that.
I can. Yes,
There you go.
I'll probably do that after the
Nice.
stream. Yeah.
Look at this. We're building
Wow.
bridges here.
Yeah. What Dev means is meritocracy is a fruit and aristocracy is a rotten fruit. That's what Adam means too, though.
Also,
Yeah.
let's. I just want to examine this idea for a second, Dev, because I
sure.
do think there are people who believe they are better than other people. They are. This is what megalothumia is.
Well,
The
it depends on
belief that
what we
you.
mean by better, right? Because there are some people who are better at some things than other people. Yes, obviously.
Yeah, but there are people that believe they're just better by the nature of who they are. Just it's their birthright to be better than certain people. There are people that believe that. They believe they are the aristocrats in this aristocratic system, that it's their birthright to rule over people. So when I see people making the case for aristocracy, I think a lot of people think that they are the aristocracy, and this is their birthright that has been taken away from them by society. And when you're making videos claiming, aristocracy is fine, I think those people get all hard for these videos because
when did I say that in the video that aristocracy is fine?
I mean, the whole video kind of is making a claim that aristocracy is fine. Look, right
no,
here.
it's not.
Absolutely not. Hold on a second here. Is stability a good thing?
It can be.
Okay, so right here in the number one, you say aristocracies are stable. That's a good thing.
Okay. Yes, aristocracies have some good points. Obviously, they're not just all evil.
Look, you're saying right here, number two, you say all aristocracies begin as meritocracies. You're saying, look, aristocracies are great. They're basically meritocracies. I don't know how you can't see this video is in favor of aristocracy.
Listen, I'm not assigning any moral value to any of these three statements. I'm simply describing what is.
Look, you are literally saying in the video that the aristocrats got there through merit. How am I supposed to take that? There's no moral valence to that?
No, I'm describing history.
Oh, okay. Well, I'm just saying, all I want to make clear here is that I feel like there's a certain segment of people that are in favor of aristocracy because for this particular reason, and therefore they go out looking for arguments why aristocracies are great, and you're giving them those arguments.
But they're retards.
Okay.
Listen, I understand what the issue is, Deb. The issue is Adam wanted you in the video to say Carl is wrong. It doesn't. Aristocracy and meritocracies are very different, and he's wrong. That's what Adam wanted.
What I said in the video was that there's a gradient between them, and that in the center you have they kind of feed into each other and support each other. And that's honestly kind of what America has, right? Because you do have like an informal aristocracy of rulers.
Look, we
they're
keep butting up against
meritocratic.
This. Okay, I understand what you're saying.
Yeah,
I do. But if you are an American, which you bring up in the video,
I'm not an American.
No, you bring up how bad Americans are in the video.
But no, I don't.
Chastise us for American thing.
No, I don't. I'm just describing how you view the world. I'm not applying any. Listen, I'm not applying any moral weight to that either.
If
Wait,
you
how do we view the world?
If you are an American and you view aristocracy as corruption, you're basically saying that you can never, that this corruption will always exist. I do agree that some level of corruption will exist, but our ultimate goal is to minimize it.
Yeah, of course.
So
there's a saying, right? It's like corruption is like dietary fat, where a little bit of it keeps everything flowing smoothly, but too much of it gives you a heart attack.
Sure, but I think that your video puts aristocracy on the same level as meritocracy, and that's a chief complaint that I have.
What do you mean by same level?
You're basically saying that aristocracy is a system that is competitive with meritocracy, and there's pros and cons for each one of them. It's like
There's
it's
pros and cons for each one of them. Yeah.
well, I
Yeah,
fundamentally
but
disagree.
I would imagine you'd assume that you would agree that the pros for meritocracy vastly
Are
outweigh
voluminous.
the pros for aristocracy.
Yeah. Generally. Yeah.
Okay.
There's a few
Generally,
historical.
even he
Yeah.
sees hedging.
Yes. Generally, because there's a few historical
So
examples
there
where
are.
that
So
wasn't the
hold on.
case.
There are
But generally,
cases.
yes.
Okay, I'm fine with generally. That's fine.
Yeah.
Well, no, he's saying there are cases where aristocracy was a better fit.
I'm sure there are some niche cases or for whatever reason, you know.
I described them in
I'm
the video.
fine with
Yes.
that being a situation. Okay. I mean, I think when we talk about these systems and the systems you want to implement in, you know, the real world, you have to operate on like, well, if 95% of the time the meritocracy is better than the 5% of the time the aristocracy is better, you want to go with the 95%, right?
Yes. Obviously.
Okay.
You know, like if you have perfect information, you can figure out what you do in every case, but you don't have perfect information, right? So
Sure,
yes.
but see, to me, like that what you just described, that's why meritocracies are better. Like if some person had perfect information, like if one person who was like a moral person, this is kind of why I completely disagree with the anorexers and think they're being naive. If you did have one person with perfect moral clarity and perfect information, obviously an aristocracy or a monarchy would be better, right? Because they would know everything to do. But we don't have that, and we probably never will have that. And that is why we do need the meritocracy, because essentially, I think it's kind of funny. I think humans and human societies essentially operate the same way machine learning operates. Like it's just a bunch of people doing shit, and whatever works is what we end up doing. And so you need as many people doing all these different things constantly just to kind of figure out what is actually working. And then you if you're not so ideologically motivated, you can kind of select what is the best way forward, essentially. And I think meritocracy provides enough of these games of competition, enough of these ladders of chaos for people to climb up that allows for us to kind of figure out what works and what doesn't work. Where under a monarchy or an aristocracy, there's really just one game that's being played.
Power, yeah.
It sounds about right. Yeah.
Okay.
I mean, the one of the examples that I gave as a failed meritocracy, where it failed not because it calcified into an aristocracy, but it failed because of it being a meritocracy. It was one of the examples from China, where basically you had one part of the state that was actually a meritocratic institution, but because of that, it was so much more competent than everything else, it destabilized the system. And
I don't know this example. What happened?
Okay, so, oh God, here, Adam, you might
too
as well
long to explain.
It's not too long. It's just, okay, here. So, Sitch, you have Confucianism, right? Which is like, which is basically Chinese aristocracy. It's the idea that it's like Chinese tribal ethics and customs. You should help your family out. You know, family first, friends first. You know, people around you first, right? And the argument they give is social harmony, right? If you don't upset the balance among your family, then you'll have social harmony. Okay. And then you have the legalists, and the legalists, they were like political realists, and they basically wanted to build a philosophy of how to run a giant multi-ethnic empire in the most efficient way possible, which would be meritocratic. And they were meritocratic, the legalists. So one of the things that they did was they employed eunuchs, because eunuchs couldn't reproduce. So they had no family ties. So this is like, here's how we stamp out aristocracy. We cut everyone's balls off, and we use them as to run our state.
Okay.
And to be honest, it worked though. It worked. Is that they had like the eunuchs did the jobs very, very well. And they picked the best eunuchs for the job, and they didn't have any family ties, so they were simply focused on being the best they could be at their work.
There's another reason, because they weren't distracted by sex.
Yeah, there's that too, obviously. Yeah. But what happens is at one point, one of the Ming emperors, he wants to set up a secret police, and he wants the secret police to basically go around to all the regional lords and see if he's unfairly privileging his family with like state appointments, right? So he has a gang of eunuchs who are like they're the best spy masters in China, and he empowers them to go and monitor the noblemen in China. And they go around, and they become so good at this job that they end up like wielding more power than the emperor. And they basically, the existence of these people and the massive amounts of power they wielded, specifically because they were the best at what they did, they ended up causing a riot, because they were just running roughshod over the entire country without the restraint of law, because they were better than everyone else at doing what they did. and they ended up destroying the Ming Dynasty.
Okay, so you're saying that like these people were so the meritocracy worked so much that it made these people, these eunuchs, so fucking competent that essentially they said, "Hey, we should just be in charge of everything," and then that kind of
It,
created this instability.
it's
Right.
not necessarily that they were in charge of everything, but rather that they were persecuting the nobles so much that there was a revolt
Yeah,
against
but
the
like,
emperor.
were they persecuting the nobles under the accordance of law, or were they doing so in a corrupt manner?
A bit of both. It
Okay.
really depended on the specific
Hmm.
instance, but basically the attempts to stamp out in a centralized manner people favoring their family, because I mean it is human nature to favor your family because they're your family, right? But if you
Right.
try too hard to stamp that out with like centralized state force, you do end up disrupting society,
Yeah, because
right?
it
Like,
is unnatural.
yeah, like here, like you guys run a small business here with your channel, right? Like imagine you needed somebody to do a job for you. Like you need a new editor or something, right?
Hmm.
And Sitch, you say, you know, Sitch,
How dare
Sitch
you?
is going to hire his brother because I know my brother. He's a good editor. He's a good guy. He's my brother. I'll hire him. That's
Never
not
CT.
meritocratic.
I would never do that to you, CT.
But you know what I mean? Like like that is something that a reasonable person would do, and it's not meritocratic. But
Right.
also, if society's like cracked down on you for doing that, we would definitely view it as being unjust.
Yeah, I agree. I agree
Yeah.
completely. Yeah.
So this is why I say that you can't just only be meritocratic. There
Right.
has to be some concern for those around you in a non-meritocratic sense, in like a social connection sense.
Right. Well, I think in a lot of these political ideologies, and this is kind of goes in the realm of the golden mean thing, and I think this comes up a lot in colorblindness too. I think even though humans don't want to do this, it's important that we have aspirational goals that don't necessarily one-to-one map on reality. Because I think it's better if, like, in the American mind, everyone understands that the American idea is this meritocratic society. And it's kind of like the aspiration that we're all kind of working towards. But also, that doesn't mean that like the law is going to enforce that onto everyone. It's like the cultural enforcement mechanism of it is better than the legal enforcement of it, because you're
Well,
still
yeah,
going to
I
have
mean,
bosses that are going to hire their children or hire their wives or whatever, and to
yeah,
make that illegal would be such an infringement on people's freedoms that it would cause instability.
yes. So, do you think that there should be some sort of cultural blowback from you hiring your brother for your channel?
No, not really.
Well,
But should there
then,
be
I mean,
cultural blowback if, say,
Yeah, you're vice
uh,
president and you get your son a job for Burisma.
right, exactly, right. So that's exactly. So it's kind of like it's situationally dependent. No one
Mhm.
cares if I hire my brother to work on the channel because who the fuck am I? But if I mean, like, let's even not even go with Biden. Like, if you're the CEO of Amazon, right?
Mhm.
And let's say Jeff Bezos. I mean, I don't know if he even I see his kids, right?
Who
I think so.
knows?
Yeah, I think
Yeah, if
so.
Jeff Bezos hires his kid to head up some department in Amazon, like, does like the American public gonna care? No. But will people
The
that work at
shareholders
Amazon
will
care?
care.
Well, the people that work at the board might care because they might be like, Jeff Bezos' son's a fucking retard. I don't want him to be in
Yes.
charge of the entire marketing department or whatever.
Right.
And so they'll care because it affects them, and that the only reason that the only justification they have to care is because there is this idea of meritocracy that exists in
Exactly.
America.
Yeah. Exactly. They
Okay,
can
so
bitch and
let's
moan because they say this goes against our cultural norm. This guy's
Right.
breaking the cultural norm
well,
here.
it's
But
not
if
just
you're in an
cultural norms.
aristocracy, you're just like suck it up. It's the boss's kid. You got to do what you got to do.
Right.
So it's hold on. It's not just it's a cultural norm. It's the fact that if you're on the board, it means you bought stock in Amazon and therefore
Sure.
you have an investment. So if Jeff Bezos' son turns out to be a retard, you lose your investment. So you have like a financial incentive here.
Of course.
Not really a cultural one, I think. I think it's
Yeah,
a
but
financial incentive.
the cultural norm allows people to
Yes.
justify beyond just
Bitching and moaning.
the financial investment, right? Like the financial
Yes.
investment is why they care. But if we lived in a society that was just no, things are just aristocratic and you just have to accept it, you might be like, oh fuck, he put his idiot son in charge. But what are you gonna do about it? You just have to
Yeah, you
kind of
can't
suck it up,
complain.
right?
Okay, so how about this? How about this? Let's say Amazon wasn't a public company, right? It was still as big as it is. It's just privately owned. So here, let's use Twitter because Elon just made Twitter private, right? Let's say Elon decides to put one of his buddies in charge of something at Twitter.
Okay.
Well, how many times do we have to do this thought experiment?
Yeah.
Well, I'm trying to figure out exactly where the line is here, because
Okay.
now it's a private company, right? So it's
Right.
not like there's outside influence with stock ownership and people having investments.
Yeah.
So
Look at this.
in
I don't get it.
no,
Okay, but so
I'm
okay,
saying
wait.
would that be
Let's go with the
acceptable?
hypothetical. Let's go with the
Yeah,
hypothetical. Okay.
would that be acceptable, do you think, if he said, you know
To
what, this is
who?
my private property, it's my
Acceptable
company,
to who?
I'm hiring my friend.
Yeah,
Well,
to
culturally
who?
acceptable. Is it culturally acceptable to do that?
To
I
who
mean,
is the
Well,
question.
I don't. I mean,
to the culture, yes,
well,
culturally
it's interesting
acceptable.
because it kind of depends on how egregious it is, right? And like if you're just asking me like, will people care? I mean, because everyone cares whatever everything Elon Musk does. Um,
Yeah,
you
and Twitter's
know,
a big company. It's not a small
and
company.
Twitter's a
It's
big
not like, yeah,
company, so
yeah.
people will care. But it
Okay,
depends how egregious it is. Because if it's like, oh, it's his friend or his family member, but the friend or family member has some sort of
Yeah,
experience that
competency.
seems related to it. I mean, I don't. People will just kind of shrug. But that was kind of the big complaint against Hunter Biden was that everyone was like, they don't see
He's a crack addict.
right. They don't see the justification or explanation. So it's just the fact that it is based on family is just so apparent that it's kind of like
So
It's
impossible
in
to
your
ignore.
face.
It's
He's
so in your
literally a
face.
crack
Right.
addict.
so here's an argument that I actually don't believe, but I want to run it by you, okay?
Okay.
Just to get your take on it, all right? I've heard people say that the reason that you'd want to hire a Hunter Biden is so that you have the connection to Joe Biden. But the connection itself is the merit.
Oh my God.
Because
I
at the end of the
disagree.
day, like if you ask, like, what does Hunter Biden bring to our company? So he doesn't bring this skill or this skill or this skill, but he does bring a line to Joe Biden.
This is
And that
this is
then that
aristocracy thinking
but,
at its
and
highest because the
but however
connection
that
is based on friendship, not on merit.
true, but nonetheless, that line to Joe Biden still has monetary value.
It
Because
does,
Joe Biden is going to help you from a patronage
but
perspective, not
here's the
from a
difference.
meritocratic
Here's the
perspective.
difference. Okay.
Hmm.
So it's true that there is obviously there is a financial benefit to a country that hires Hunter Biden if they can use that connection to leverage Joe Biden to get something to their advantage, right?
Hmm.
So from a pure capitalistic perspective, you could say, well, it's fine. However, the problem with it is that we would view Joe Biden doing something for that reason corrupt. So it's kind of like this weird situation where like Burisma hiring Hunter itself isn't necessarily the corrupt act. But if Hunter gets Joe Biden to do something to help Burisma purely on the fact that he's his father, that is the corrupt act. And that's why people are against it. Because it's kind of
Right.
like seeing
Yes.
them like by the perception is by Burisma hiring Hunter, even if that action itself is not corrupt, it's an attempt of trying to do, or at least it's perceived as the attemption of corruption.
Yes. I mean, I generally agree with you. Yeah, like that sounds pretty good. Yeah. I just want to run that by you because I've heard people say that like the value that Hunter brings to the company is his connection, and that's
Well, that's
true.
true, but that's not
He
the
brings
question.
value, but the
Right.
value is not what's going on here. Is that what we're talking about? Yeah.
Yeah, he does obviously bring value. It's just it's value based on an aristocracy as opposed to a meritocracy.
Yes.
Yeah. Yeah. So then, like, I guess I guess here. Let me think about this for a
Yeah.
minute.
How much nepotism is acceptable is the
Sure.
question that Dev seems to be probing.
Well, but
And
it's,
I just feel like a lot of people would
it's
say
a real
interesting
question, though. It's a real
It
question
is a real question, right?
because like if you open a shop and you hire your wife to do like the bookkeeping for you, that's nepotism.
Look,
It's not bad. It's not bad.
If you're hiring someone that's competent but is a relative, I don't view that as nepotism because obviously they have the merit to do the job.
Well, even then, it depends on the circumstances. Because if it's your own private business, there is an element of like, especially if it's like a shop. It's a shop that you manage and you have just you are employed and your wife's employed. Who gives a crap? It doesn't matter.
Of
But
course.
if you're the president, right, then suddenly, even if you're the president and say just by chance or whatever, you have literally the most competent family in the universe, everyone would still be pretty like suspect if the entire cabinet was your family members. They'd be like, wait a minute.
So the other issue is information again, right? So for example, let's say that Sitch, you're going to hire somebody for your company, right?
Yeah.
And you decide to hire your brother because he can, you know, because of your personal connection to him, that he can do the job. It's like, listen, he's my brother, so it is nepotistic, but I also know that he's a very talented artist, and we need an artist for our channel, so I'm hiring my brother because I know him, right? Now, let's say that there was a more competent artist just around the corner that you would have bumped into in 10 minutes had you not hired your brother. So in that sense, you have like a, well,
Fire him.
Fire him and get the new guy. Just abandon your. Like, I found someone better. Fuck you. Here's the thing, right? Like, part of meritocracy is searching out who is the most meritorious, but that also relies on who you know, which is going to be partially social connections.
Of course.
Yeah, but those social connections are gonna have some element of nepotism to them. They have to.
Of course. That's what networking is.
Yeah.
Yeah.
But networking is nepotistic.
I understand that, because that's the only way.
But it's also necessary. Yeah.
Yeah, because that's the only way in which humans, or at least currently, that's the only way that, like, how else would you know how to hire someone that you would feel competent to trust in?
Right. So like, and trust is another part of this. Like, when you're dealing with, rather than looking for the best person for the job, and you're dealing with social connections instead, like there's some non-meritocratic elements in this conversation that are necessary.
Right. But the thing is, like, we would all, I would assume that most of us would accept that level of nepotism that you're kind of discussing is just, it's a way, it's kind of a thing that exists because it has to. Because if every person had a magic crystal ball, and whenever you wanted to hire someone, you would ask your crystal ball, who is like the best person for this job, and it would just give you a random name that was the best person for the job, and then you go
and their number, obviously, so you
and their phone number, so you can call them. Right.
Yeah.
And so you go and hire that person. Like, everyone would agree that would be the best way to do it, obviously. But we don't have that magic, so you have to kind of rely on the human experience.
So it seems like some level of nepotism is necessary,
of course,
for meritocracy to function, using imperfect information
to function.
It's not necessary. I'd say it's inevitable, but
well, it is necessary because you'll never have perfect information.
Well, I mean, you could avoid nepotism altogether just by hiring outside of your family, which is what most people come to accept culturally. So you don't have what appears to be a conflict of interest.
Yeah, right? I mean, kind of. Like, you definitely hear of people who hire their family because they know them and they trust them and that sort of thing, right?
Yeah, like, it depends on what the job is, right?
Obviously, yeah.
It does depend, yeah.
Like, I think the more generally the way that I think it's viewed is that the more other people's lives or investments are at stake, the more they're going to be very suspect of you hiring family members and friends.
Right. Yeah, that's
right. Yeah.
A good way to look at it there.
And then, I mean, you also have like issues of what's the fucking thing I'm trying to think about here? It's when you don't backstab someone, not trust. My God, I've had no fucking sleep. What's the word?
That's okay. We don't need to know the word.
When you trust someone,
like, it's not just it's a different word. It's slightly different than it's related to trust, but it's not trust. It's I don't know. I guess loyalty, maybe.
Loyalty?
Loyalty kind of works. Loyalty kind of works. We'll just use loyalty, okay? Loyalty.
Well, that's where nepotism comes from a lot of times.
Yeah, but I mean, there's some like reasonable level of it, right? So like, you hire somebody, and then you find somebody who's more meritorious, just flat out. Should you fire the guy that you just hired because something better came along? Well, no, because you should be loyal to the person that you've already made a deal with.
Of course.
Integrity Farms.
Yeah.
Our weed has integrity.
Integrity is the word I was looking for. Thank you.
Oh, really?
Yes.
We found it. Nice.
Yeah. So, I mean, integrity kind of requires that on some level you stick by the people that you're with, regardless of the practical effects of merit.
Okay, cool.
What I'm saying is it's not an easy. It's not so simple to simply say meritocracy good and that's that.
Sure.
It's a complicated conversation.
Right.
Look,
so
this
but
so infuriating.
Here's where I guess maybe I'm going to try to figure out why Adam gets triggered by this. So, like, I think we would all accept that, what you're saying, that yes, society is going to have a level of nepotism because we don't all have perfect information, and that's fine to some extent, and it depends on the circumstances. But, and I think Ram's getting
And also
triggered
loyalty, yes. Yeah.
and loyalty, yeah. I think Ram's
Yeah.
getting triggered is that he feels that kind of the way in which you made this argument in the video, at least from his perception, is seemingly giving cover to the whole crowd of people who say that aristocracy and meritocracy are the same.
Yes, totally. And
When
not only
that's
that,
not your position.
look, Sitch has literally laid out a scenario here. The meritocracy crystal ball, where you ask it, who's the best person to do this? And it gives you their name and number.
Mhm.
And somehow I think if we had that actual thing, Dev would come up and say, well, aristocracy is still pretty good. Look,
It depends. Oh no!
if we had a perfect meritocracy, would be light years better than an aristocracy. And why can't you just simply say that? Why do you have to say it's complicated?
It would be better in 99% of cases, but I can outline to you instances where it would be disastrous.
Okay, give me the one case where the crystal ball would be disastrous over the aristocracy. Aristocracy would be better.
When you already have someone hired for a job and the crystal ball recommends that you fire him because someone new just showed up.
Look, you would have the crystal ball, so you'd never be in that situation. The crystal ball would give you the best person before that situation ever occurred.
Yes,
well, okay.
But what if, to build off Dev's thing, the crystal ball only tells you the best person for the job that's available at the time.
But why does that all of a sudden put aristocracy in the running?
And
you would take the next best person.
It would put loyalty in the running.
It would put loyalty in the running. And loyalty is like a component of aristocracy, yes.
I don't think that's fair to put loyalty on the back of aristocracy. Loyalty loyalty has nothing to do with aristocracy. I mean, to me, aristocracy is specifically giving something to someone based on friendship or family ties. They don't have to be loyal.
Yeah,
that's what loyal is friendship and family ties. Being loyal to those things.
I don't think it's fair to put. I mean, I think all stable societies are based on loyalty. I don't think it's fair to give loyalty to aristocracy.
Yeah, meritocracy has loyalty too. I mean, I don't. Why is meritocracy devoid of loyalty?
Okay, listen. The crystal ball meritocracy, where you have perfect information, would not have loyalty.
Look, the system that you have to put up as better is the one where you're giving stuff to people not based on merit, based on friendship.
So
that's a system that you have to argue in favor of.
Okay, that makes sense in small scales when you're just dealing with like your own little business. That makes sense in small scales. Yeah, it's better like that because you have the freedom to hire your wife or your friend over having to look for a person to take a job. That's better.
And that's better than the meritocracy crystal ball, where instead you could say, who's the best person to do this job? Obviously within the vicinity, you'd have to do like a localized thing.
Here, how about this, Adam? How about this? Let's say you and Sitch, you're doing a show, right? And you have one of your legendary arguments, and you guys disagree, and then Adam goes off the show later. He pulls out his perfect information meritocracy crystal ball, and he says, "Summon me, the best possible co-host for my show."
Well, it would obviously come up PSA Sitch. I mean,
and then
if this is truly a meritocracy ball,
and then the crystal ball generates a name different from Sitch's.
It says Doomer Media.
Yeah. listen. Yeah, it says Doomer.
I would travel.
It says
I would travel to the lake of fire and throw that fucking meritocracy ball into the lake.
This is the scroll of truth to me.
So let's say that the ball of perfect meritocracy tells you that Doomer would be a better co-host than Sitch. Do you fire Sitch and hire Doomer? I don't know if you're on the channel, I don't know if Sitch is, but whatever. Let's say you're in charge.
Yes, I would be the one getting fired. It's Sitch's channel, but
okay, all right, okay. Let's say Adam's in charge. Okay, do you fire Sitch and hire Doomer because that would be the more meritocratic choice, or do you stay loyal to the guy that you've been with?
Well, I mean, this is just this.
We're talking about information here. So
first of all, number one, this does not in any way vindicate aristocracy. Okay, you're talking about this rare situation where someone is already doing a job and someone comes along that can do the job better than them, which I might add happens like all the time. I mean, businesses are constantly firing people because they're doing shitty jobs and rehiring people that they think will do a better job. So that happens. So I don't see how this particular situation that you're postulating here. Just to answer the question, obviously I would keep PSA Sitch because we've started something here, like we're growing something together. He's got a giant investment in the entire situation. I've got an entire investment in the situation. All those things would have to be factored in.
Yeah.
But the situation that we originally asked you to come up with a situation where aristocracy actually would function practically better than meritocracy, and I don't see this even correlating with that.
Well, hold on, because Adam, the way that you just described this is the way that like the libertarian monarchist types describe how they view aristocracy, and they view it favorably, right? They're talking about loyalty, they're talking about investment, like, oh, the leader has an investment in the thing. Like, you're describing it in the same way.
No,
because even though yes, they're wrong, obviously. They're fundamentally wrong.
Exactly.
like those guys are fucking wrong. They're stupid. Like, libertarian monarchists are stupid, obviously, right? However, they're getting at one little nugget of truth in there, which is that loyalty does matter. And investment does matter.
Loyalty matters in meritocracy.
I have to. Okay.
Yeah, go ahead.
Okay. There's two elements to this example that I disagree with. The first is, in the example of Adam firing me, that would it depends, because we're kind of like putting everything down to just this. Well, if you're only talking about like what is going to be best for Adam to make the most money, right? Which obviously every person, that's not the only consideration, because most people would think, hey, if you've been working with someone for 5 years, right, and then you fire them because you think you're going to make more money with someone else.
Oh my God, you're such a dick.
That's an immoral action, right? So there's obviously other considerations. The only consideration is not just whoever will do the job the best. And this is something that's completely, this would be a critique of a, quote, pure meritocratic system, is that it could be immoral in that capacity, right? I think that'd be a decent.
Well, that's valid.
Okay.
Yes.
Right.
Yes.
But the second thing is, and I think this is where the confusion comes from, is that you could complain about like this kind of cold, heartless, meritocratic. We're just going to keep hiring and firing people to extract labor from them and not give them any moral consideration as people. You can throw that away. You can definitely levy that criticism. That has literally fuck all to do with aristocracy.
Yes,
whatsoever.
That's what I kept saying.
Because when we're talking about aristocracy and meritocracy, aristocracy is not about who maintains in a job once they're hired. It's about who do you put there in the first place. And so that's why I don't really like this comparison, because the meritocracy is just once you hire the person for the meritocratic grounds, and then like, okay, the question has been solved, right? It doesn't, like, just because you maintain that person in that position or that job, it doesn't magically become an aristocracy. That's not what it means to be in an aristocracy. An aristocracy means, how did you choose that person in the first place?
Right. So here's the thing. At the end of the video, Sitch, I point out that ultimately I like meritocracy and I prefer meritocracy, but it has certain excesses that need to be controlled for, or else it becomes no better. And that was my point, is that it's ultimately better than aristocracy, but there are some things about it that can make it just as bad if you leave them unattended.
Yeah, like,
and right now we're talking about one of the things that could happen if you leave them unattended. So just tend to them and you'll be fine.
Right, and that's fine. But I guess what I would say is, as I'm with you on the golden mean thing, right? Because like if you had a system that was purely 100%, everything has to literally be a meritocracy.
Right.
I agree with you that there would be
possible,
right, as efficient as possible. I agree with you. There would be no loyalty.
Right.
And I don't think you can have a society that has no loyalty, and everything would be really horrible.
Yes.
My only contention is that you just ascribing that loyalty to like aristocracy. I don't think it has anything to do with that.
Exactly.
I think loyalty exists
Let me put it this way.
Of these things.
Aristocracy has loyalty, but loyalty is not exclusive to aristocracy.
Well, aristocracy has a tenuous relationship with loyalty too. Like I said in the Game of Thrones example. I mean, aristocrats are loyal to one another until they aren't.
Well, yeah, but you can say about everyone though. Everyone's loyal to one another until they aren't.
Well, not
know?
in a meritocracy as long as you're pulling your weight. That's the whole point of it. The loyalty is not based on whether or not you're a likable person or something. The loyalty is based on the fact that you can do the job.
Well, and also I would say
Well,
that.
here's the thing: if you can't do the job, they're not loyal to you anymore, right?
Well, no, I wouldn't say that at all. They could be very loyal to you and just being competent. I
Yeah,
actually
you
wouldn't
can have
define.
like is it called like the free rider problem, where you have this idea of some people they don't really pull their weight, but they're still doing something, so you kind of keep them on. You know, that's like
Yes.
loyalty in the face of meritocracy. Yeah.
Right. I would not call aristocracy. I don't think aristocracy is based on loyalty at all. And I
Yes.
wouldn't like. So if I'm king, and I know that, and I'm like worried that someone's going to backstab me, right? And I know I have this one general who I know is like super loyal to me,
Mhm.
and I say, okay, I'm going to put him in some position of power because I know he's loyal to me. That's not aristocracy. I'm doing it based on loyalty. I'm not doing it based on nepotism. I'm not doing it based on the fact that he's my son or something. I'm doing it for a very specific reason. I think that he will be loyal to me, and I think that I need that security. So I don't even consider that aristocracy in the first place at all.
Okay.
That's an interesting point. Yeah.
Because if, like, to me, aristocracy is the king's like, I need someone to fill this slot. Oh, let me bring out one of my children.
Do you
Right.
realize that though the reason that they put the children in Sitch is because they feel the children will be more loyal? It
Yeah,
really is.
that is part of the consideration.
Yeah.
I agree that is part of the consideration, but
Mhm.
it's deeper than that. Because, like, for example, would the king say, well, I think that this other guy I know, I think, like, okay, so what if the king says, I have a slot open. I can either put my son, my firstborn son, in the slot of power, who I think will be loyal to me because I'm his father, right?
Mhm.
But he's kind of way less competent, or I don't know if he's as competent as
Well,
this
this-
general, who
this
I know
is
is
the
super
problem.
loyal to me and I know is super competent, right? Who's he going to put in that position of power?
Well, this is the problem of autocracies and dictatorships, obviously, because you put a general in charge that may not be so good at fighting your foreign wars, but you know is never going to turn the tanks on you.
Right.
Yeah.
But I'm talking about like in a more like consideration without worrying about that level of betrayal, right? The king's going to put his son in position if it's a pure aristocracy, right? Like we've been talking about pure meritocracy. If we're talking about a pure aristocracy, they're going to put their son in that position over the general every day.
Right.
Yeah, regardless of their competency. Yeah,
Right.
Yep.
that's also bad. Yeah, obviously. Yeah.
Right. So that's why I'm saying I agree that like a pure like if you want to say loyalty, I don't think loyalty is an intrinsic part of either meritocracy or aristocracy. That's my only point. It's something that it can exist in both systems, but that's not what the systems are about.
Right. Yeah. So we never got an example of a aristocracy that would outcompete a meritocracy.
Hold on, hold on. My brain is getting foggier.
Well, no,
the more
look,
that we
we
go
can,
on. Let me.
we can. This can be a to be continued.
We're wearing
no
them
problem.
down.
So.
Oh my God, we're gonna have another one of these. Listen,
Well, no,
we will have done more streams on this shit than Marvin Yarvin. We gotta make up for it, Adam. You owe me one now.
No, obviously not. This all came up on just an offhanded comment on a live stream, which it's odd because this happens to Sitch and I quite a bit. Like we'll say something that we think is just uncontroversial. Meritocracy is better than aristocracy. And then the entire internet wants to argue against us why that is completely
you know what?
untrue.
I will say the vast majority of the time, yes, meritocracy is better than aristocracy. It's why I prefer it, obviously.
But yeah, this is the thing.
Well, do you think it's better every single time, no matter what?
Can't-
Every single time?
Yet you can't name one example where aristocracy is better than meritocracy. Yet you're still hedging with the vast majority.
Yeah, well, because I named small examples.
Well,
right?
I would say, like, until you can come up with your big example, you should just say
Oh yeah,
Meritocracy is unequivocally better than aristocracy.
because it's not. I don't think it's unequivocally. But here's the thing: I did give the small examples where, like, if you run your own business, you should hire your friends or your family rather than hiring some randoms. Because this is the thing: I'm doing that. You're doing that. It's kind of like the internet is full of small to like even medium-sized businesses where you hire your friends because you want to hang out with your friends.
Sitch and I basically were just two randoms. I mean, we weren't friends before we started doing this.
Yeah, but are you really? Hold on, Sitch. Is this true? You guys are
This is
friends?
true. Yeah.
This is
Okay,
100%
no.
true.
He said no. He said before. We're obviously friends now. He's saying
Yeah, yeah.
like I think we just I don't even remember how the fuck we interacted for the first time. But I don't think that the example of the family business even clearly demonstrates what you're saying, because again,
Of course.
the person doesn't have perfect knowledge. So it's not like they have a choice between meritocracy and nepotism. That choice doesn't exist. They're just like they're hiring their family member because they feel like they believe that the person is already competent enough. And they don't, like, if you have a random stranger come in, like, yeah, they'll give you their resume, but you're kind of operating on faith at that point, right?
Well, it's
I
not
guess-
just
I-
that they're
you know
competent
what I guess
enough.
it
It's
is?
that their friend obviously their family member needs a job.
Well,
so that
but then that
benefits
would,
them
but then
secondarily.
that would be nepotism, right? But that would be nepotism. If that's the primary goal, I want to give my family member a job. I don't care how competent they are. That would be nepotism.
Is
Right,
that
but-
bad though?
No, not necessarily.
So like, see, this is how I run my channel, right? It's like I definitely give jobs primarily to my friends, right? People that I know. It's like, here, you want to help me out with this? Okay, it's better than you being a fucking wagey at the grocery store or something. Like,
Sure.
I feel like if I can build my channel up, and I've built a decent sized channel at this point, if I can help some of my friends not work shit jobs and instead come have fun with me, I view that as a net win. But because my business is completely private, it is appropriate for me to do that.
Right.
But
It's
would
not
you
like
do it if
I'm
they were
fucking-
terrible and they were literally costing you money?
Probably not. If they were costing me money, no. But like,
Okay.
here's the thing. I think there's like something you said earlier, Sitch. You said like if they were competent enough. There's like a minimum amount of competency that you need, and then you can say, okay, well, you know what? Like we all these people have hit the minimum. So now among them, we can start saying, should I hire my friend or should I hire the random, because they're both
Right.
competent enough to do it. Well,
Right.
then maybe you should hire your friend.
Yeah. But see, I don't have a problem with you saying meritocracy is better than aristocracy, 99% of the time. I have no problem with that. I don't know why Adam is like, no, 100% victory or nothing.
It must be 100.
Well,
Yeah, I don't know
where's the
why.
1%? I'm like, show me the 1%.
Well, these private examples, like these examples of running businesses, those would be the example. He's not talking about. Are you talking
are
about
like-
like a government example, Adam?
Do
Like when
you
a
mean
country
do you
is
mean the
running?
government or yeah?
Look, you have said, obviously, you've made plenty of arguments, Sitch, that this is only done out of necessity. And if you had the meritocracy crystal ball, the meritocracy would obviously be better even in these examples.
Well, no, wait. So if you say you have the meritocracy crystal ball, right, that exists,
Okay.
there's still a lot of situations where a person would prefer to hire their friend or family just because, as you said, they want to give them a job, right?
Yeah.
Sure. But if they could use a meritocracy ball and discover someone that was going to be so much more productive that they could literally just pay for their family member and not have to deal with them screwing up their business.
Well, that could, in theory, work, I guess.
That
but
that like
that's more of
implies
a-
that implies the family member is very unproductive, right? So let's say you have like
Right.
a family member.
Well,
who
that's
is,
the whole problem
Hold
with
on.
aristocracy.
So let's say you have a family member who is like good enough at the job but not the best, and then you
Right.
have the meritocracy crystal ball that tells you a random person who is significantly better than your family member, but your family member can still do the job. Who should you hire?
Well, you're still operating. This is why I'm saying the difference is you're still operating in the meritocracy realm, because you're going to do the cost benefit analysis. You're going to say, my family member has this much merit that makes them acceptable in this position, but you're still having a conversation about merit. You're not saying, look, I'm going to give my family member the job, even
Well,
though
okay.
they're literally going to cost me money because they suck so bad.
Well, okay,
Sure,
wait, wait.
but then there's like a merit gap between your family member who's less meritorious and the
But
random
you're
who's more
still
meritorious.
operating in a
Okay,
meritocracy,
but
not an aristocracy.
how do you fill in that merit gap between the two candidates?
Wait. Before we get into this, because there's a key element here that maybe we're missing. Okay. In because whenever I've heard people advocate for aristocracies or things of that nature, I've never heard them say, well, when you're hiring someone, you want to hire your friend or family member because the moral consideration of giving your friend or family member an opportunity to be productive is more important than you just making profit by hiring the best person for the job. I've never heard any, which is what we're arguing right now. Okay?
Yeah,
Right.
Which I agree.
That's the argument that I would
right.
give.
Which
be
I
honest,
agree
yeah.
is definitely the moral consideration to make. But whenever I've heard someone talk about aristocracies, I've literally never heard this argument in my entire life. And so I'm asking you, because you've obviously done more research on this. My understanding is that when people advocate for aristocracies, they're generally arguing that there's some kind of like magical intrinsic quality to the person on birth that makes them better at doing the job. Not that there's a moral consideration that you should be helping your friends and family.
Yeah,
That's a
so
great point.
most people who argue in favor of aristocracy, which by the way is why I'm not, by
Right.
the way. Most people who do though, they'll say either that there are certain traits that are passed down that make
Right.
them better at whatever it is we're talking about. And I mean, sometimes that's true. I use the example of sports, for example. We see a lot of second generation sports stars,
Mm-hmm.
you know, so like there are some things that are definitely passed down through genes, obviously.
Right.
Um, and then the other example is that the the superior wealth, resources, food quality, you know, all of these things. Basically, the material conditions of somebody who is already an aristocrat, they can then provide those to their children, and then they will be also, I guess, superior as well.
Right, but
Like
right. But that's them
those things make them more fit to be at the top of whatever it is we're talking about.
right. But that's them basically trying to make a meritocratic argument in favor of aristocracy.
Yes, but that's what like. Whenever I think I've heard like Aiden talk about this. I've heard some
She
other people
has,
talk about
yeah,
this,
right. But I'm
and
saying,
they've given arguments like this, and the arguments have been like, well, you know, isn't it the case that we could train somebody to be a good ruler from birth, and so
Yeah.
they will then be a good ruler once they're an adult?
no.
Like, that's kind of her argument.
The answer to that question is no.
The answer to that
King
question
school.
is like kind of no.
Last
Because think about it. Like if I mean, you guys know about oh fuck, who was it? The girl that the um that one chess show was based on. Was it Queen's Gambit?
Yes.
That was it? Yeah.
Yeah.
So actually a real person. And however, the story was changed, obviously. But there was like there was a person who believed that he could raise anybody to be a chess grandmaster. And so
Mhm.
he raised his 3 kids to play chess when they were like 3 years old.
Right.
And yeah, they became chess grandmasters. So like
Mhm.
there is something to be said from like early education in one specific specialized subject.
Yes, but obviously there's a huge difference between someone learning and mastering the rules of chess versus being a good ruler, right? Like I believe that you could teach most people if like no one is a blank slate, but if you were to dedicate your life to teaching one person to do one thing like play an instrument or play chess, most people, unless they had some kind of severe intellectual disability, would learn to do that thing fairly competently. But that is a far more simplistic task than running a fucking country, right? Or being a
Yeah.
ruler.
Yeah,
And
and
that's a
I
far
think
more
that
complicated thing to teach someone.
I think that's where the monarchists go like fundamentally wrong is that you can teach people to like play a sport or play an instrument or you know code computers or something. There's a bunch of like skills you can teach people, but politics is an intersection of many different skills and also a bunch of life experience that you can't just be taught. You have to experience. You have to get it practically. So I don't think you can teach politics the same way you can teach other subjects.
Sure. And also because, I mean, a lot of it, there's a lot of moral foundational considerations involved in all this stuff that are generally not thought about or taught in some kind of like way that you teach a skill in managing those questions. So, I just think it's funny that like the argument in favor of aristocracy is literally a meritocratic argument. They're just saying that aristocracy is the best way to determine who has the most merit, essentially.
Yeah,
So
a
they're
lot
still
of
making an
yeah,
argument based on merit.
yeah.
But see, it's funny
We'll see.
because to me, that's a very interesting example of sort of the power of liberal democracy and the power of meritocracy. Like meritocracy has won the argument so powerfully that
Yes.
even people that are arguing in favor of aristocracy have to rely on making an argument based on merit. Where I think
Yep.
if now
Yes.
I don't
Yeah.
like, I'm sure you like, because you probably more learn about this. If you go back and like read older text and you go back, hundreds of years before meritocracy was won, I think if you read people justifying for aristocracies, I'm sure there'd be some people making these meritocratic arguments, but I'm sure there's a lot of people that aren't, that are just saying because of their noble birth, there's some magical quality of their noble
God
birth that just makes them,
ordained it.
yeah, God ordained it, or
Yeah.
some
There's a
magical
lot.
noble birth makes them, the most
There
justified. They don't even
there's
give a shit about meritocracy at that point.
there's a lot about blood. There's a lot about God. There's a lot about social stability. There's like they make these types of
Right.
arguments. Like, well, we'll have anarchy if you don't have a king. It's that sort of thing, right?
Right. And it was funny. I feel, I forget who did this. Someone in chat brought this up on Sunday. That's kind of brilliant when we were talking about this. Because you see people on the right who always they point to the meme, the strong men, bring good times make weak men make bad times make strong men, and then the cycle
Look, you
repeats.
remembered it. Wow.
Right.
Mhm.
Yeah. So we've all seen that meme, and it's funny because it's almost always exclusively people on the right, and usually people on the far right that kind of like to post this meme constantly. And it's kind of hilarious because that meme, which there is truth to that meme, I believe. There is a kernel of truth there in that principle. That meme is the perfect example of why monarchy sucks and why aristocracy sucks. Because you can have the Jeff Bezos or the Elon Musk or the king or whoever who's the strong man that brings the good times, but without competition and without having to claw their way up and without having to worry about, without having to worry about competition, I'd say that is what creates their child to be weaker. Right? And that's kind of what leads to the aristocracy or the kingdom failing, is because the child isn't as great as the father.
Cool. You want to watch this Young Turks video, or you want to watch something else?
Is there any more to talk about on this? Are we still? Wait, hold on. Adam, do you still think I'm a crypto fascist?
Look, I never thought you were a crypto fascist. I do worry. I do worry that you're trending rightwards, and I don't know where that ends up. I mean, it's nice that you have a stable relationship with a woman, and they
Wait, what does
tend
that
to
do with trending rightwards? Is the right all incels now?
Well, no,
Yes.
I'm saying women have a moderating effect on men quite often.
Mm-hmm.
I could see you saying, "Look, I'm reading Mein Kampf, and he's got a lot of interesting things to say." Your wife going, slapping you upside the head and going, "Dev, fucking take the trash out. Stop reading Mein Kampf, you moron."
He's gonna say it. There
is interesting things in Mein Kampf. Yes.
Oh, clip it.
You need to know how these crazy people think, Adam.
Clip it.
Well, obviously, if you're calling them crazy people, you haven't tumbled down the rabbit hole.
Yes.
I don't think anything I'm saying is uncontroversial here. So I don't think you've talked about your friend Scrump. I guess people know this person has gone far
Kinda
right,
crazy.
and
yeah,
and you're categorizing that as crazy, which I think is a good thing. So I just look, you can go far right,
fair,
you can go far left crazy.
Yeah, if you went far left, you'd be crazy too. It's the same thing, right?
Yeah, exactly.
Like here's the thing: Sargon's gone way further right than me.
Of
but
course,
I don't think Sargon's crazy though.
I mean,
we have solid disagreements. We talk like every day. All right, Sargon and I, and we have very solid disagreements. But it's the fact that despite his political shift over the years, he hasn't turned into someone who is like an opportunist or a backstabber or any of that.
I think Sargon is a loyal person. I think Sargon is a good person. I've never seen Sargon participate in anything that I would call, morally questionable, which a lot of people in this space frankly do all too often. So
Mm-hmm.
yes, I do disagree with Carl on political stuff all the time. And I mean, it's just, I don't know.
Well,
I feel like he's gone a little bit more towards the illiberal side than I'm frankly comfortable with. I mean, every time he comes on, we talk, we for some reason the conversation moves around towards immigration, and I keep trying to tell him, maybe you can tell him when you're having one of these friendly conversations, like the situation with immigration in a nation that's the size of England, is gotta be hugely different than the immigration issue in a nation the size of America. So
Yes.
I
Yeah.
don't think it's
Well,
a
there's also
like, we can't have a conversation about immigration and it be we're talking about the same thing here.
there's also this idea that liberals like this idea, and I think liberals are wrong about this fundamentally. The liberals like this idea. They like this idea that people are, more or less replaceable. You can like import people from any country and things will just work out. It's like no, no, no. There are absolutely some types of people, culture. I'm talking not race. There are absolutely
I don't
some
think
types
that's
of people. Like,
I don't
there
think
are some
that's
types of,
fair. Yeah, I don't think that's a fair
yeah.
assessment of liberals at
Oh
all.
man, I've seen many liberals who have said that, like,
Yeah,
you
but
you
that
could you,
not
you can just teach
liberals as a
people to,
class though. Sure, you can get a dumb liberal to say that kind
like,
of
left liberals,
stupid
then
stuff.
left liberals, right?
Sure,
There's a
but
bunch
I
of
don't
left
think
liberals out
that's
there who,
I don't think
yeah.
that's like intrinsic to the liberal philosophy any more than I think racism is intrinsic to the conservative philosophy.
Well,
It's the
well, well,
same
no,
type thing.
well, no, because freedom of movement is one of the liberal values, and yet
Yes,
it
but
shouldn't be unlimited freedom of movement. There's obviously cases where it doesn't work.
let's be clear of the claim that I'm disputing here. You're
Okay.
saying that liberals feel you can take any bodies and throw them in to America and just replace American people without
There,
any
there,
sort of
there's
cultural
like
assimilation.
there is a trend of liberalism that is becoming stronger that definitely believes that. Yes,
I think that obviously I don't think that is all liberals. I think there are
of course
plenty
not.
of liberals who believe. I mean, this tends to be like the radical progressive types that are against cultural appropriation and that kind of thing, that are
Hmm.
not in favor of assimilating people that come to America as part of the American culture. But I think there are plenty of liberals, myself and Sitch included, who are for cultural assimilation. I think America is, that's what makes, one of the things that makes America great.
there
Oh,
was
sure. Like you can bring in an immigrant, and if they culturally assimilate, that's fine. But there are like certain cultures and certain ways of thought that are explicitly illiberal, and you can't bring those people in.
yeah, if those people are not willing to forego that culture and adopt an American culture, 100%.
Yes.
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 This is kind of interesting. I did make a note because I want to go back to it because I understand what Adam is saying about Dev with reading and all these theories, but I'll come back to that because I kind of want to talk about this first. There's
Okay.
this kind of interesting thing. I don't know if you saw this, Dev, where Matt Walsh made some very strange comments, which I tweeted out about. And to me, when I listen to what he's saying, it reads to me like he's walking his audience towards ethno-nationalism in a very kind of slow way.
What did he say?
Well, maybe we can bring it up. Let me see. But while I'm looking for that, because on my Twitter, in response to that, Lance of the Surfs actually got from someone else, dug up some old clip of Matt Walsh, because he used to have some radio show, I forget, where he was talking to some other guy. And on the show, Matt Walsh says that race and culture are like not like you can't separate race and culture. Okay, which is very
That's a horrible claim.
right. Right. Now, it's very interesting because, like, I'm like, well, to give Matt Walsh just some charity, did he misspeak? Is that some idea that he agrees with? Because he says two things. Because he says the race and culture thing can't be divided, which I obviously 100% disagree with. Right? That's the basis of ethno-nationalism. But he did say a second thing, which I do agree with, which is the idea that because his co-host is arguing against him. His co-host, who's who I think is right wing, but is still kind of more of a like a liberal right wing, is arguing against him. And Matt Walsh says, so the co-host is essentially saying, well, he's saying that's not true. People can come to America from another country and they can adopt an American identity and American culture, which I agree with.
Yeah.
And Matt Walsh's response to that is yes, but so he says yes, but we live in a society where right now the left is basically pushing that we shouldn't be, having people assimilate to American culture. And to me, that I agree with that. And I do think we get into a problem where because right now we live in this situation that you're talking about, Adam, where you have a lot of people, a lot of these progressives that are they hate themselves so much and they hate America so much because they've been kind of brainwashed into thinking America is this place filled with, racist white nationalists, blah, 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 that they don't want to push an American identity on people. And to me, that is asking for trouble. If you have people immigrating to our country and we're not pushing that people should assimilate to American values, then I 100% agree that is a recipe for disaster.
Right.
Okay. However, I do think the solution to that is not, well, then we need to not immigrate people whatsoever and close all the borders forever and try to propagate a white race in America. I don't think that's the solution. I think the solution is going back to, no, we do have an American identity. We do have a system of American values. And if you want to come to this country, you're going to fucking assimilate to it, because that used to be the attitude in this country for hundreds of years.
You're a racist, Sitch. You're a racist.
And it seemed to work for hundreds of years. And that attitude essentially, in my opinion, crafted the greatest, strongest country in the entire world.
Right.
Yeah. So I guess
can we deport these progressives? Is that on the table?
Deport. Here's the question. So let's say for an old hemisphere, an Eastern Hemisphere country like in Europe, right? That have still intact indigenous and populations. So, the UK and France and Germany, these places, do they have a moral obligation to take immigrants? Do you think?
No one has a moral obligation to take immigrants.
No, I don't think so.
Like it's a good idea to take them, let's say economically or something, but like if they decide to not take any, are they acting immorally?
No.
Well, it depends. So from my perspective of being an anti-woke liberal, it depends what the rationale is, right? So if the rationale, because people always they bring up Japan, they always like to throw Japan. Like, oh, well, what about Japan? What about Japan? And I said this in my tweet about Matt Walsh. I said, countries should be able to protect and maintain cultures, not races of people. And that's my thought process. So if a country is concerned that they don't want to have a bunch of immigrants coming into the country, because if you have giant swaths of people come in and they all basically locate in one spot of the country, that is going to change the culture and the cultural attitudes of that region. That is a fact. Okay. But I think there's ways to work around that to prevent that from happening if you want to maintain some distinct part of your country's culture. And I think every country has a right to maintain some distinctive part of its culture. I don't necessarily agree that a country has a distinctive right to maintain a racial makeup of its country.
But you do think countries have the right to refuse immigration for any reason, right?
I mean, yeah, obviously from a legal perspective, sure.
Right.
Like if the people want to, it's up to them. It's their fucking country.
I see your issue. Your issue is if they're refusing immigration based on something like ethnicity.
Yeah, I think that's
okay.
So again, they have a right to do it. It's their country, right? People have since again, as a good liberal, if it's their country, it's their quote private property. If people want to be fucking racist, that's their prerogative to do so.
But
I don't think it's a moral. I don't think it's a moral way to move forward.
I was just thinking in terms of countries saying just no to immigration outright, just no immigrants.
I don't want immigrants at all.
I don't think a country has a moral prerogative to take in immigrants.
Right. Yeah.
But I do think if a country says we don't want any black people because they're black, that's an immoral
right.
position to have.
Yeah, I would agree with that. That seems that seems pretty bad.
Yeah. If they just if they say we just
especially
don't want
if it's
any
like
more
a
people.
multi-ethnic country, you're like, what?
Yeah.
Yes.
Because there's definitely like a progressive idea that like more immigration good, less immigration bad. So just number go up, There's that kind
Right.
of progressive view of it, right?
Well, they're only doing that because in my opinion, the only reason they're doing it for two reasons. One is, as I said, I do think the left-wing moral intuition is based in xenophilia, and so they just a natural moral intuition towards wanting more new people because they feel like it will somehow make everything better.
What about picking people based on merit?
Well, that's the system we're supposed to have, right?
Well, I know exactly. That's
But
one of
see,
the
it's
reasons why the
funny.
meritocracy rules.
It's funny because the criticism that everyone points to that was what? It was the chain migration, which is not based on merit. It's based on familial relationship to the first person that gets in on merit.
Oh, you're right. Yes.
Mhm.
So
So, yeah, see,
Yeah.
this is the thing. Like, I don't really care about those other aristocratic arguments that the monarchists make. For me, it really is like if we're talking about like
No, we've
hiring somebody
switched. We're
for.
talking about immigration
Oh,
now.
well, this is still this kind of loops back a
No,
little
let's
bit.
not fall back
It
into
kind of loops back a little bit.
He's
Basically,
obsessed.
my 1% of when,
Oh
let's say,
no.
I would do something in a non-meritocratic way. It's as you said, Sitch, that like when you have a moral impetus to like hire your friends. Yeah. Like, here's the thing. The ultimate long-term view I have of my channel, whether it's realistic or not, is like I like a red letter media style setup where you have like I got an office, some fun stuff in the office we can have fun with, and me and my friends get to make money having fun. That would be great. It'd be like hanging out and getting paid for it. You know what I mean? And I'd rather do that with my friends than with random people. You know what I mean?
Of course. Yeah.
So in that case, like it's going to be my business will inevitably be a less meritocratic institution than it could have been, but it's because it's for me. It's not for everyone else.
Right. So you want to, Sitch, have you said everything you want to say on immigration, or do you want to?
Well, I mean, I don't know. I'd be kind of. It might be interesting to watch the Matt Walsh clip.
Okay, bring it up.
Well,
I
I'm
gotta watch
trying.
together.
That's what
But
I
Well,
was
actually,
gonna. Yeah.
not only do I have, okay, here,
if you got a split, are you?
hold
Is
on,
that
hold
what
on.
you're gonna say, Dev? Or
First of all, Sitch, I
join
sent
the
you
watch
two.
together?
Sitch, I sent you two very fun.
No. Yeah, I saw.
What do you do? You want to just leave that alone?
Yeah. Oh, it does not surprise me that academic agent says race is culture and culture is race. Okay, that's not even remotely surprising. Okay, everyone knew that was the direction that he was going.
Okay.
Right?
I
How
mean,
long
there
is this?
people were objecting to me classifying academic agent as far right. I mean,
Some
that's an
sort of
ethno national.
ethno-nationalist?
How is that not an ethno nationalist tweet there? The tweet is from academic agent. It says race is culture and
Oh
culture
no,
is
he is.
race.
Yeah. Anyone that's
How
saying
is that
he's
not an ethno
obvious.
national?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Anyone that's denying it is just doesn't. They're either
Adam,
hiding
you're
power level or they just don't know what they're talking about.
Adam, you're straw manning academic
Obviously.
agent.
Yeah. No,
Yeah,
that's ridiculous.
that's what you're hearing.
Yeah. Those people don't know what they're talking about. Yeah. It's very clear at this point now. There was some power level hiding at first, and I think we've gone way beyond that point now.
Yeah, no power level hiding is going on now. Now, Dev,
Yes.
a year from now, I'm not going to see you tweet something like this, am I?
What,
Please,
racist culture?
please tell me, Dev. Just
So
make
on the
make a promise to
hold on.
us here on the show. Just make
Okay.
a declaration, a promise to us that you're not going to be tweeting racist shit like this in a year.
Listen. It could go either way, because on the one hand,
Oh my God, that's
now
not.
hear me out.
That's not
hear me
a
out.
promise.
Hear me out. On the
You're
one
making
hand,
the wrong kind of promise.
listen. On the one hand, I've dated Asian girls, okay, and on the other hand, I've dated Asian girls.
What is that saying? That you could be Asian in a year?
Wait, you'll get the joke?
No, I don't.
Lots of white nationalists date Asian girls.
Oh, okay, I gotcha.
You didn't know that? It's all over the place, man.
I have heard that. So,
Yeah.
But as long as it's a joke, it sounds like you're ready to
It's
make
just-
that
it's just a joke.
declaration.
No, I'm never going to actually be racist. No.
Okay,
You
you're
know,
not
here,
gonna
racism's fun. Like I enjoy racist jokes, but
I don't
Clip
think
it.
that's not real racism, though. I just
Clip it.
Clip
when
it.
you believe
Racism
when
is
you
fun.
believe that you're better than other people based on your race, I think that's racism. Obviously.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay, so there's like man. You guys ever play Mass Effect?
No, but I've
No.
heard of it.
Sitch? No?
And I played the
Okay.
first one for like 5 minutes and got bored.
God damn it. Okay. First is the best one too. Okay, there's
know.
a scene in like Mass Effect 3 where Joker says he turns around from his seat and he says something
And he
like,
says, "I'm the Joker, baby."
he says something like, you know, ethnic banter between the various alien races is a good thing because even though, you know, Krogans will always be stronger than humans and Asari will always have stronger biotics than humans, you know, and there's all these there's all these genetic differences where you can actually say that one species is better at something than another species as a general rule, even though there's genetic differences that are wildly different between these aliens. Nonetheless, making jokes about all the differences is kind of what brings everyone together. So
Oh,
like,
I completely agree with
yeah.
that,
So
obviously.
like let's say that it came out that just like we don't know this for sure, but let's just say that we knew for sure it was set in stone. The science has spoken. It's been repeated in many studies that black people just have less IQ than white people. Okay, let's just say it came out that way, and that was just the science. You know, that's no reason to treat individual black people as if they're dumb because everyone bucks trends all the time. And also, you can like have a bit of ethnic banter there where like, okay, there's something that one race has that another race doesn't. And then like there's going to be some other thing that like they can do that you can't do, right? Like you can recognize difference in races and not turn it into a hated thing.
I completely disagree.
Really?
Well, yeah, because I do think if you're creating negative stereotypes that people are going to be forced to live under, yeah, I do think that can be horrible. Yeah. I mean, sure, you're just joking around, but if you're creating a stereotype that, you know, every black person is going to have to deal with every time they meet someone, them thinking that they're stupid, that would be a horrible existence.
Well, keep in mind, I'm talking about a world where the data shows that, right? Like I'm not talking about right now.
Look, if the data shows that, you're still creating a stereotype that people who are not stupid are going to have to deal with. Like
Well,
I
well,
always
sure,
bring
but
up,
like,
I always
okay,
bring up
how do
Asians
you deal with
or
that data then? Like, what do you do? It's like, okay, if we have data that shows that due to genetic factors, one race is different from another race in some tangible way, like you just ignore that? Like, what do you do?
you don't use that data to create a negative stereotype that will tangibly affect people's lives. That's what you're
I think
talking about.
I think if it's ethnic banter, if it's jokes, if there's still some understanding that we all have the same moral value
So
despite the
I wait,
difference,
wait,
it's
wait, wait,
okay.
wait.
so
Let
do
me
you do
inter
you
let me
do you
interject. Wait, wait, wait,
accept
wait,
like
wait, wait,
hold on
wait,
just
wait,
one
wait,
second,
wait.
Sitch. One second, Sitch. Do you
Okay.
accept like is it okay to joke about how all white people are racist? Do you think that that's
Yes,
a
absolutely.
okay? I
All
completely
jokes are
disagree.
good. You know what?
I
Say
completely
every single
disagree.
slur. People, listen. You got like triggered rightoids out there who are like, "Oh my God, cis is a slur." Yes, and it's good. Say all the slurs, including cis.
I
Say
completely
every single
disagree.
slur. Say them all.
I think there's a big difference between ethnic banter, which I'm fine with, and like kind of what you're talking about, Adam, perpetrating negative stereotypes that go forward in a serious manner. I think I used to have Dev's opinion where I was like, yeah, as long as it's just jokes, then it's fine. My problem is, I grew up in the 90s, and in the 90s, there was a lot of jokes about, white people being racist and white people sucking. And I thought they were funny because I thought everyone understood they were just jokes.
And then you
And
realize
now it's 2023, and I'm like, oh, and I start to wonder, did all those things that I thought were jokes and everyone understood were jokes, did all those people not understand that they were jokes? Did those
they
people take
didn't.
that shit to
Yeah.
heart? Is that part of why we're in the situation we're in right now? And I don't know the answer to that question at
You're
all.
at the
Now,
grocery store and they're looking at you like, "Oh yeah, you're white though, so you're racist."
right,
Like
because
it's no longer a joke.
Well,
because
how about this?
from my
How about this?
from my
Sitch.
personality type, let me just finish. From my personality
Sure.
type, I want to 100% side with that. I want to. I love for these jokes. I think it's funny to be, fake racist with your friends against your friends. I think it's funny. Okay,
I
I'm
agree
just
with
not
that.
sure. Yeah, I'm just not sure that people can deal with it. So I don't know. I don't have an answer to the question.
Well, okay, so Sitch, in the last stream, I talked about how you would go to world domination meetings. How put
I
out
know,
do you
and I talk
feel?
about. Listen, I'm a hypocrite because I make the same jokes all the time, and I don't have a problem with it, right? But if
But
you're
he
gonna tell
is
me like
but he
Sitch
is
broadly
perpetuating.
cultural,
You are perpetuating
yes,
the JQ
because
stereotype.
I think it's funny, right? But
I
Yes.
know.
now,
I'm just saying. I'm
now
just
you can make
saying.
an argument, and here's the argument I would want. Here's what my intuition wants me to make, because I want to keep making these jokes. Okay, I want to keep making the joke that, to me, making the joke depowers the stereotype. It's because everyone, when I make the joke, everyone knows I'm not actually going to secret Jewish meetings.
Not
So me
everyone,
making the
obviously.
joke,
10% of the people know
okay,
that you're
right.
joking. Not
So
80% of the people think that you're
here's my
serious.
rationalization. Here's the rationalization, the juicy rationalization I will create to justify me to continue making these jokes and to support the continuation of these jokes to some extent, obviously,
Okay.
is it's the Justine Sacco situation. Okay.
Uh-huh.
Justine Sacco was like one of the first people to be canceled. She made that joke that was, I'm going to Africa, hope I don't get AIDS. Just kidding, I'm white.
Right.
Right. So when I read that, the way I interpreted it was the joke was actually making fun of a privileged person, believing that, oh, just because I am white and have some kind of white privilege, I gain immunity to a virus, which is obviously not scientific. And so she's not making fun of black people. It's actually a joke that's kind of making fun of a detached white person.
Wait a second.
Um,
Hold on. Oh wait, I might have missed a little bit of context there. Aren't there like race-based viruses or like
yes,
diseases?
but AIDS is not one of them, obviously.
Okay, right. Sorry, I missed that part. Sorry.
Well, there's not race-based. There are viruses that can affect different people depending on their ethnicity differently.
Yeah, like sickle cell anemia and stuff. Yeah.
Sure, right. I mean, but you can still be white and have sickle cell anemia. That's not
Yeah, sure.
impossible. I knew a white guy that had sickle cell anemia. So,
Yeah.
so my point is like when I make the joke about me going to the secret Jew meeting, there's an underlying concept in the joke, which is that I'm not making fun of Jewish people. I'm making fun of the idea that Jewish people run the world, right?
Yeah, that's good.
That's kind of like the underlying, that's what kind of makes it funny. And I feel like as long as, and this is kind of difficult in my moral system, as long as someone making the racist joke, kind of the point is to make fun of the racism, then it's fine. I think where you get into the problem is where people make the racist joke to perpetuate the racism, and that's where you get into kind of the other situation, which I don't agree with.
The problem is the reason why it's funny to other people is because it's true.
It can be, right, but we also, to an extent, can't let ourselves like be dictated by what stupid people think.
No, I completely agree.
Right?
And
so you have to kind of find a balance.
I mean, obviously, I would never be against people joking around with their friends that like everyone knows it's a joke and you're all in on the joke. I think where things become more complicated is, you have various comedians. I see these comedians all the time that are literally using the greedy racist stereotype for conservatives. They're literally using the racist, the rich, racist, privileged white person as a stereotype for white people. And, they're doing a comedy act and everyone's laughing and having fun, but they are like creating this stereotype that people believe. And you go to the grocery store in a situation where you're not in a comedy club and, you're dealing with the checker and the checker's looking at you like you're a racist. Like that's just a fact.
Right.
Yeah.
There's a guy in the chat named Albalester White. He keeps talking about Punch Out. Would you censor Punch Out then, Adam?
I don't know what Punch Out is. So look,
it's a boxing game.
I'm not in favor.
It's
Mike
a boxing
Tyson's
game.
Punch Out.
It's a boxing game where all the boxers that you fight are ridiculous racial stereotypes.
I am not in favor of censorship. I think we have to deal with this on a cultural level. I think I'm in favor of understanding it so people can personally make the cost benefit analysis of these kind of things, because there is kind of a cost benefit analysis that needs to be done, right? Obviously, you want to make jokes that are funny, and at the same time, you don't want society to fall apart. So, I mean, you're constantly weighing those options.
Are you saying it's a golden mean?
Yeah.
Well, obviously, yeah.
Yeah.
Balance. Don't maybe
Yep.
bring up the enlightened centrist meme, okay? Yes,
I guess what I'm
balance.
trying to say is I was all in favor of racist jokes, and now these
Right.
actual racists are ruining it.
Yeah, look,
That's the problem.
how the story ends is Sitch stopped making those jokes in his videos.
Yeah, because he's fucking racist. Actually,
Because a
ruined it for
racist,
him.
look,
I know,
if
it's
we
so
can all
sad.
agree that racists ruin everything, I will be
Yes.
happy. I will think mission accomplished.
It's okay, Sitch. I'll make all the jokes for you.
Thank you. Well, you don't have the Jewish immunity aisle, so I'm not sure you can.
Yeah, you're gonna get in big
Right.
trouble.
I don't care. I'll do it anyway.
You
I
know
don't
where
give you
you
permission.
Give me your J card.
No, I'm not doing it.
I'll get one
Why
from
is
Naomi.
it-
You're not
It'll
part
be
of the
okay.
tribe.
Why is it okay for us to make Canadian jokes? No one is ever offended at the Canadians' expense. Dev, why is that?
I think that's because we've never been genocided or enslaved or anything like that.
It's
Oh,
because there's no actual literal threat to Canada, so it's perceived as goofy.
right.
That's
okay.
the answer, right?
That makes sense.
And that's what
That's-
again. That's why
That's
like
how we're gonna get
racist-
you, by the way.
Exactly. That's why racist jokes among friends can be funny because you have a knowledge set that you're friends.
Right.
And so
yeah,
you know that the person is not actually bigoted against you. Where if it's like strangers, like if you were to tell some racist joke that you told your friends to a stranger, they'd be like, "What the fuck?" Because they don't know who you are. They don't know
Yeah.
anything about you.
Tell
It
that
could be
joke at
perceived
work
threat.
and see how it goes over.
Sure, right.
You can tell it at my workplace, no problem.
There you go.
Oh, caffeine in the chat is apparently Canadian. Oh, that's neat.
Yes, CT is Canadian. That's...
Yeah.
Where are they?
What is she saying? Anyway, should we go?
Anyway.
You want to do?
Oh my God, Artemis Fowl just super chatted $10. Artemis Fowl, my favorite schizo.
What
do you say?
Yeah, maybe we should read some super chats, Sitch. I think there's
What
one.
happens when
Artemis
people
Fowl.
do
So
not bend?
do you have some history of this with Artemis? I mean, I've seen Artemis Fowl
Yeah.
give us money before, but we don't have.
He watches me a lot. He hangs around with like Arch Warhammer, Sargon
Okay.
Kibbs. You know,
Nice.
the bickering bunch.
So what happens when people do not bend to cultural will? What is society allowed to do to enforce cultural change? How far are you willing to let society go to enforce thought crime? Well, I don't. Are you talking about? Is this in relation to the racist jokes question, or in terms of the
Possibly.
cultural assimilation
I
question?
mean, there is a question where it's like, I don't want the state to do this. I want the culture to change. It's like, okay, well, how do you change the culture?
No,
what if
no,
the
but
culture won't change? You know?
Are you? What is this in reference to? Is this reference
Nothing
to racist
I
jokes?
talked about was a thought crime either.
Okay. Before I answer this question,
He's my very friendly schizo. Schizo is important.
And I'm asking Artemis, and you can put it in the normal chat. What are you asking here? Is this in relation to the racist joke question or the immigration question? Okay.
It's got to be to the racist joke question.
Well, I
So
don't
what
really
happens when
understand it in the
people
racist
do
joke
not-
question at all.
So what happens when people do not bend to your cultural will? I think that's pointed at us, probably me, saying that when you're making these jokes, there is going to be some people who take them seriously, and you are going to create racist stereotypes. What is society allowed to what is society allowed to do enforce
Racist
cultural
jokes.
change?
Yeah, you said it, racist jokes. Yeah.
Right.
So like,
I don't understand the question then.
Well, I think the question is something like, okay, you don't want the state to ban racist jokes, but you
No.
want the culture to change to like disincentivize certain types of racist jokes. Okay, let's say that the culture doesn't change.
I don't want. Wait.
What do you do
No.
next?
Okay. I'm thinking this through, and it's unfortunate because, when we went on Ricada's stream, I thought this was going to be like, help me think through this process because I don't have an answer, and instead it just became this fucking horrible struggle session of insanity. Okay.
Right. Yeah.
Right.
That's a
And
lot
so-
of our show is really us thinking through different things and
Right.
helping one another think through things.
Right.
So
And so this is, I think this is what my position is from what I said and what you guys said just now. Okay. I don't think there should be, obviously there should be no legal enforcement on like racist jokes.
of course,
I don't even
not,
think
yeah.
there should be a cultural enforcement on racist jokes. Because again, I think racist jokes are fine as long as there's an underlying feeling that there is not that they're making fun of the jokes or that there's not sincere. I think the cultural enforcement mechanism and even the legal enforcement mechanism in some situations should be against racism. Period. And I think if people are just going to, I think the price of freedom, in terms of even people in the 90s making white people bad jokes, if the price of freedom is that a bunch of dumb fuck piece of shit kids 10 or 20 years later are going to take those white kids are racist or white kids are bad, white people are bad jokes to heart, then we're going to have to just fight it and fight those dumb idiots, and that's the price of free speech. I think that's my position now.
That seems
Fight,
fair.
fight them in the street.
Fight
Yeah.
them in the battle of cultural. Okay, to the cultural norms. I don't. So that's my position. That's my position. We should be fighting racism culturally and obviously legally in some avenues, and that's it. I think racist jokes are fine as long as they're not culturally fine, as long as they're not intended to be taken seriously. So
Right. Yeah. Well, there are certain jokes that I don't think you could make because I don't think audiences would find them funny. Like if you wanted to make, jokes at various minorities' expense today, I don't know if you could make those jokes.
you could, well, you could if you were that minority, right? I mean, but
Yeah,
that's the way it's always been.
yeah. I guess you're right. Like Chappelle is a master at doing this, obviously.
Right.
Yeah. Yeah. Okay.
Dr. Dealer for Jar says, I thought I was your favorite schizo. What the fuck? Wow.
Sorry, Dr. Diddler.
That's
What would
why
it be
Dr. Diller
like
is
if
an S-class general and not a D-bag.
God damn it.
it is interesting that, obviously Chappelle makes a lot of jokes about that are at black people's expense because he's black, right? I don't know that a white comedian could make those jokes, obviously, at black people's expense because it would be perceived completely differently. But I do think black comedians, and I mean, I think I saw like an Indian comedian recently that his whole set was about, white people, were jokes at white people's expense.
Yeah, but see, it's interesting, and this is the key here, okay? When you're making these racial jokes, there is an element, and I hate to say it, there is an element of the P plus P equals R thing that exists. There's an underlying kernel of truth there. Because when you have, like, in the past, okay, in the past, and let's put ourselves in 1990 shoes. In the past, if a black comedian makes a joke about white people, the perception, doesn't necessarily was true, but the perception was that there was not a threat to white people based on the joke that the black comedian had made, because there hadn't been, in the history of America, it didn't seem like white people were going to be threatened by racism, essentially. But if you had a white comedian make a joke about black people, there would be a perception of threat because obviously in America, there's a long history of white subjugation of black people.
Right. Interesting.
However, in the far off future of 2023, we no longer live in that future. We now live in a future where if you are white, you can 100% get racism perpetuated against you. So I would argue that a black comedian or an Indian comedian can no longer, in today's climate, make jokes about white people because white people can be attacked for their race and have been attacked because of their race.
But Sitch, you just said you were against censorship.
I'm not saying it legally. I'm just saying I don't think they should. And I think people, and I think because we live in a climate right now, here's the problem too, because everyone wants like some universal rule and you can't have one. Okay. Because we literally live in a climate right now where people are seriously arguing that it's okay to be racist against white people. I think if you're a comedian, you have to take that into consideration before you make jokes that are racist about white people.
They don't though. They just, they take it as it's okay to make racist jokes against white people.
Right. They're still living in an old paradigm that I don't think exists anymore.
No, I think they realize that it's acceptable to be racist against white people.
Or that, yes. Or that, yeah. Right. Or that.
And they just adopt that paradigm.
Yes. Or that.
All right, Artemis, give us another $20 super chat. Should we go back to...
Well, let me read these other ones first. Kyle Vernon for $5 says, you guys are for censorship and you should stop pretending you aren't. You need to censor things to protect intellectual property rights. So I guess I don't really understand the super chat because I've said a million times, I'm not a free speech absolutist and no one really is. Maybe there's some crazy people out there that are, but no one is a real free speech absolutist because everyone's in favor, I'd assume, most people are in favor of protecting intellectual property. Most people are in favor of not allowing, slander or libel. Most people are against child pornography. All these things are infringement on free speech, blah, 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 blah. But I don't think that really has to do with the question of where should we draw the line. which I don't
Hey,
think jokes should be censored in terms of
this actually
legal
reminds me of something.
censorship.
So yeah, before, I do have to go soon, but before I take off, I do want to
Mhm.
run something by you. So I'm sure you've come across this idea before that like the liberal claim to being, let's say, a more open mode of politics than other types of politics, that all ends up just being a farce because liberalism still does oppress its political opponents in the end. You heard about that before?
Yeah, I've heard it. It's stupid, but yes, I've heard it.
Yeah. What's your argument against it?
Well, every culture, every society is going to be, quote, oppressive against extreme oppositions to that existing culture. And that's the only way that culture can be maintained. However, under all of human history, liberalism has been the most permissive of allowing dissenting opinions. So those people can fuck off because they're
Yeah, I mean, pretty
advocating
much,
for
yeah.
something that number one doesn't exist, and number two, they themselves don't actually believe in because they want to implement a system where there is no dissent allowed.
Sure,
And in
sure. I mean,
fact, that's the
I just
argument that they're literally being hypocritical because those are the same people that make the argument that the permissiveness of liberalism is what allows the communism to come in and degenerate it.
Right. So we have to
yeah,
throw away
yeah.
Right.
liberalism. No
So
freedom.
the criticism is something like, liberalism isn't actually tolerant because it doesn't tolerate things that are anti-liberal. Just like, Islamism doesn't tolerate anything that's anti-Islam, or Nazism doesn't tolerate anything that's anti-Nazi. It's like, yeah, I get the point. There's probably something there. However, what still, nonetheless, the net that liberalism throws of acceptable things is a lot wider for sure.
Right. It's
But
a right.
then the issue is the
Mhm.
only issue is that, like, if your morality doesn't actually value it being wide, that's not an argument.
Right. But and here's what you could say to those people. You could say, wait a minute. You could say, wait a minute. You it's like the free speech absolutist argument, which is why I'm assuming you brought it up. Because it's like
Mhm.
no one has a position except for a dumb fuck moron that society should have absolute tolerance for everything. No
Get
one has
angry,
that
Sitch.
position.
Get
Real,
angry.
that's not a real position because there's no if society has absolute tolerance for everything, you don't have a society. That's just anarchy. That's just people doing whatever the fuck they want, right? At that point, that's not a culture. That's not a society. That's just a collection of people doing whatever the fuck they want. There has to be rules put forward. There has to be cultural norms put forward. So that's what I would say to those people, that they're just talking out their ass. They're just mad that whatever their little niche thing that they like is not accepted by society, even though liberalism is the most tolerant so far. So I tell them to fuck off.
I guess the logic though is, like, if you don't value tolerance, liberalism being the most tolerant so far isn't really a point in its favor.
Well, that's true too. That's another. So why the fuck do you? So tell them to fuck off for being hypocrites.
Yeah, so like the natural end result of this argument is that, like, you just don't have any overlap and you have to either, like, accept leaving each other alone or fight over it. Like, that's really it.
Right. So there was. Well, let me read these real quick. Vinyl for $20 says, "Wait, are you two taking the quote audience might not get that is a joke stance? Can you explain how this is different from the creator not being responsible for their audience's actions?" That's not. Well, I'm not saying that they should be. I'm explaining the reality of the situation. I do think that when you are a creator of any type, you should take into account what you believe the audience's reaction to your words are, which, first of all, everyone does. Okay. I kind of like both of the extremes of this argument are stupid. The people that say, like, oh, anything that your audience does, you're responsible for. Okay. Because at the end of the day, there's going to be crazy people in every audience that are going to do shit that you have no control over, right? Obviously, number one. So the extreme of that is stupid. However, the extreme permissive attitude is also stupid. Because if you're out there and you're just saying shit that you know people are going to interpret in wild ways, are going to interpret in ways that go like cause harm in the world, then you are responsible for it. So I hate to go back to Dev here, but the golden mean comes in again for the victory. You need to
Yep.
balance it out here. People are kind of got to at least
Mhm.
think about the responsibility of what they're saying to their audiences to some extent.
It's just like how you have to balance out meritocracy and aristocracy.
Right.
But bullshit. Why is he sneaking that in?
There you go.
Get,
Okay, I've
get
gotta
out of
go.
here.
I've gotta
Get
go. It's
out of here
time.
with that shit.
All right, thanks for having me on yet again, guys. I do
Of
appreciate
course.
it. It's always
Take care,
fun.
man. Thanks
Take
for coming
care.
on. Thanks for making that video too.
You know what? I
Fun,
already took it
fun
down.
stuff to talk about.
I took it down. I'm gonna probably add those two.
What?
Those. Well, yeah.
What?
You
You
had to
you
fix the
said
audio,
to add
remember?
yeah, I gotta fix the audio and add that one little thing in. But I mean, I pretty much I stand by it. I think I did some
Okay.
good job. There's a lot of
No, you
historical
have to
stuff
add
in
a
there.
line where you
What's the line?
say Carl is wrong.
Right, yeah.
Oh, before you
Do
go,
I?
okay, wait, let me just
And
say this.
in with
Okay,
a
okay. What's
God
going on? What's
bless
going on?
America
Okay.
too. And that eagle screech we kept hearing in that video. That's what we want.
I think
Uh,
the reason that Adam has the intuition that he has
mm-hmm.
about you is, this is my guess, and this is gonna be another 10-minute conversation,
Oh
is
God.
that in our conversation with Carl, I think we both felt like you were bending over backwards to kind of try to justify and argue in favor of the things that Carl was saying, which seems to contradict what we thought would be your positions in that conversation.
Wait,
That's
what? Can you
true.
can you
Yeah.
can you reword that? Hold on. What?
Okay. I'm assuming that Adam's position, where he's like afraid of you falling down into the right wing rabbit hole or whatever, right? Which I'm not
Yeah.
afraid of, by the way, personally. But Adam seems to have some
He
trepidation
doesn't
about this.
care if you become a Nazi.
No, I don't think it's I don't
care
perceive it
about
as,
you.
as real. I don't perceive it as like a threat to you. But I'm assuming that Adam's feelings on this stem from in our conversation with Carl that you were here, where it seemed like you were kind of bending over backwards to try to justify some of the things that Carl was saying, even though we both feel like you don't actually, those should not have been your positions in that debate. Is that where
I'm
these
just
feelings?
building bridges, I'm sure.
Okay.
I don't remember exactly with what you're talking about, but
Okay.
in general, I'm trying to build some bridges. You guys understand each other a bit more because you were definitely talking past each other. Definitely.
I don't
I
think
feel
we
like
were.
Dev, yeah.
But...
I feel like Dev is a contrarian, so
Well, wait, but Adam, am I correct? Is that where this thought came from? That you
no,
were
I
like
just look. Meritocracy is
Okay,
obviously
my bad.
better. I think logically, I don't see why it's such a big deal to say so. I
Okay.
feel like we've made compelling arguments here. So
Okay.
I mean, I'm not super worried about him becoming more right wing. So
Okay. Well, good. That's good.
yeah,
I'm not worried of Deb becoming right wing at all. I think Deb's pretty
That don't seem like the
firmly
type.
placed in based golden mean liberalism. So
yeah.
Listen. I like girls having sex with each other way too much, and also traps to ever be right wing. Like it's just not gonna happen, man.
Your girlfriend is not a member of the Aryan Brotherhood or anything like that, right?
She's Jewish.
Okay, we're safe.
so wait, you like traps
So- that's
and trans women, or are you considering them the same thing?
Oh, they're different, but I like them both. Yeah.
Okay. So because
Listen,
when I
I
think of a
have
trap, I think of someone who's just a guy that's dressed like a
listen,
girl.
listen.
Yeah.
I'm tautologically straight. Okay. So whatever I'm attracted
What does
to,
that even mean?
whatever I'm attracted to is a woman.
Okay. Okay, fair enough, I guess. Question
Wow.
mark.
Wow.
I like
That's
it.
kind of
It's just fun.
Sigma right there.
There it is. That's very Sigma. There you go. Thanks for coming on, Mr. Sigma.
All right, I'll see you guys. I'll see you guys. Actually, I'll see you tomorrow, Sitch. Fuck.
That's true.
Nice.
That's right.
Take
All
care.
right. Wait, hold on. Wait. Adam, you still didn't get your invite?
I'll be tuning in. Nah, I'm totally. Yeah. I guess I'm not invited.
All right, P. All right, I'll see you guys later.
All right.
Later.
Take care, man.
Artemis Fowl for $20 says, "All right, so when the jokes are made to be racist, what is society allowed to do to enforce your ideal cultural norm on society? And why is it different to what progressives did to anti-vaxxers for COVID? Ends justify the means. What is society? I mean, I don't think it should be legal. I think, like, if there's some comedian, okay, I'll go give you an example. If there's some comedian, a black comedian, and they go up and they do a set, and it's just filled with like the most fucking racist shit against white people, right?
Right.
Ever. And there's not even any, and just for the sake of the clarity of the example, right? This guy, after he makes all these jokes about how much white people suck and are all evil and whatever, he makes it very clear. He says, like, "Oh, I honestly believe this, by the way." Like the joke is that white people suck. Like, he's not joking about that element. It's just he's doing it in a funny way, right? What do I think should do? I don't have a problem then with people saying, boycotting this individual and boycotting the platforms that individual is that's playing his comedy set. Like, if Netflix puts up a special that's just the most virulent white people bad racism against white people, I think, as a white person, I think myself and anyone else is completely justified, even if they're not white, it just doesn't like racism, is completely justified in saying we're going to boycott Netflix until they take this shit down. I
What
don't have a problem with
happens
that.
if they give them a movie deal and society loves it?
Then we're in a fallen state at that point. Then JBP is right at that point.
Jesse
Or
Jesse
I mean
Lee Peterson.
JLP. Yeah. Right. If
I
that's
mean,
the case.
that's what people are honestly worried about. They're worried we're trending in that
I
direction.
know they are. I know they are.
Yeah.
Yeah, sure. And I mean, I don't think we're there. I could see it. I think by being permissive, I mean, you could see it happening. So
Right. Yeah.
the problem with like, and this is kind of the issue. I think people fell in this trap, and it's kind of happened with wokeness because there's nothing wrong. Like, look at like the Budweiser boycott. There's nothing wrong with people boycotting uh, individuals or companies that are doing something that is morally wrong
Right.
to an extent, right? To an extent. And you have to kind of weigh like, what is the morally wrongness? Is it justifiable that it's worth actually trying to prevent the speech from existing in the first place? Okay. And the problem is that because woke pieces of shit took it so far that they would try to boycott and destroy any person and any company for the slightest disagreement, the slightest infraction against whatever their norms were or their
Right.
ideas
Yeah.
were. Unfortunately, I think that's planted a seed in some people's mind where they think any boycott, any sort of restriction, cultural restriction on speech is bad, when that's not true. It's just that these assholes took it too far, way too far.
Yeah.
I think you do need to have, I don't think our society can function without cultural norms. And I don't think our society can function without some level of cultural restriction on certain things. Like, take it out of the realms of speech. I think it's completely good that our society has a cultural penalty for people who cheat on their significant others, right? Like we all agree,
Do
we all
they? I feel like that's even been eroded quite a bit.
it has been eroded, right? But we'd all agree that it's a good thing. Like cheating on your significant other is seen as something that's a clearly immoral thing to do. That's not illegal, and
Yes.
there's a cultural penalty that exists if you do it. And I agree with you. It has been eroded, and I think the cultural penalty for it should increase more in
Right.
terms of
Yeah.
how people perceive it,
Right.
the
Yeah.
action. So you have to be careful that just because woke shitheads use some tool that's a justifiable tool, but they use it in a way that's unjustifiable, that doesn't mean you ban the tool. It's kind of like, think of it in the realms of gun control. Okay, just because some psycho picks up a gun and shoots up a bunch of innocent people doesn't mean you ban the gun, right?
Right. Of course. Yeah.
It's the same thing with like the idea of like cultural enforcement of certain standards. You need those things, you need those tools in our society. So
Just because cars kill people doesn't mean you
right.
ban cars.
Artemis Fowl for $10 says, should banks be allowed to boycott said individuals? What about utility companies, apartment complexes? How far should people be allowed to boycott undesirables? So I think that's a good question. I don't think banks and utility companies and apartment complexes should be engaged in any of this stuff, no matter what the
Yeah.
person says.
They should be off the
Right.
table.
Yeah, I think that all stuff should all be off the table. I think when you're talking about, those kinds of services for life, I don't think they should be able to make those determinations whatsoever. So I don't agree with that stuff at all. I don't agree with any of the banking, the living, any of that stuff. I think maybe the boundaries should be just literally like individual people are saying, not other businesses, right? But individual people are saying, we will not. Now I don't know if I'd have a hard fast rule because I haven't thought about this enough about this. But the way that I'm conceptualizing it is individual people, customers, are saying, we will not subscribe to Netflix if Netflix allows this on its platform. I'm not really conceptualizing it like other businesses are going to then turn around and say, we won't do business with Netflix. I think that's a little more dangerous road to walk down, right? Like
Right.
if Chase Bank said that they would no longer have bank accounts for Netflix unless they get rid of someone. I think that's that's too much in my opinion, right? Or even if Chase says that they're no longer going to have a bank account for whoever said the racist shit. I don't agree with any of that stuff. So
Yeah. My problem with the stereotypes is I think people are often such hypocrites about it because, you know, it's as long as it's a stereotype that doesn't really affect them, they're just, who cares? Let's not really even think about this. But as soon as it's a stereotype that affects them, they're like, oh my God,
right,
please stop. Why does it
right,
kill all white people? Why does it die cis scum all of a sudden? Right?
right. Well, that's the issue. That's the issue. Yeah. So
Yeah. So I just, you know, obviously, I'm more sensitive about the stereotype thing than most people. Why is that, Sitch? I have no idea.
well, I mean, it's obviously people are going to be more sensitive to things that they can perceive clearly as a threat to themselves.
Right.
Or if it's a threat to someone else, they won't perceive it on an emotional level.
Well, no, I think I perceive the stereotype situation. Like whenever somebody talks about anything, I immediately perceive all of these innocent people that are being fucked up by this complete mischaracterization. Like when Destiny was doing his rant about the conservatives, I immediately thought of all the nice conservative people I know, and I'm going, why the fuck are you throwing these nice people under the bus? And but for them, they will only point to the most detestable people that they can think of and think, oh, of
Right.
course, those people deserve to get thrown under the bus. And I agree because they're detestable people, but you're lumping all of these other people in with them. There's all this collateral damage that you're not really considering.
Mhm.
Yeah. Yes, you get that. So you want to watch this Young Turks video or just out of curiosity? More, it's a video that got a bunch of views. I'm
Have
noticing
you
it's one
have
of
you
the
seen
most.
this video?
Yeah.
Is it worth watching?
Yeah, I mean,
Okay.
as soon as I saw it, I was curious your take on it. I mean, it's interesting from a perspective of something that I think you might actually, I mean, something that we could potentially, something we might cover because it's like in our wheelhouse of lies, right? I immediately
Okay.
thought, is this incorrect shit? Here, look, I'll start recording. Well, no, wait, I want to I want to record when we're going to do the video, so.
Let's do the video.
And do you,
Let's do it.
is there anything more super chats to do before?
Oh, let's see. Artemis
So
Fowl for $5 says the 1964 Civil Rights Act, Title VII, allows you to discriminate against others based on them being a communist, Marxist, socialist, never been challenged. So my understanding is that a private individual has the right to discriminate against someone as long as it's not race, sex, or gender. But I thought the government couldn't discriminate against people on the basis of their political affiliation. That was my understanding of the law. And I don't have a problem with that, the way that that's set up. So, I
So
mean,
we all caught up on super chats?
now yeah.
Oh,
Well, no,
okay.
we're not. But I don't think, again, if we're going to talk about like legal versus moral and cultural, like we don't have a law, to my understanding. Like there's no law that says that prevents a bank from debanking someone because they said something racist. I don't believe there's a law against that, but I don't think they should do the action. Now, if that actually becomes a problem, like if in, over the next years, wokeness becomes even worse and worse, and anyone that's perceived as saying anything racist gets debanked, then we would have to pass a law to prevent that action, right?
And I
Or,
think we should.
right, and we should. Or like say, for example, like what if the culture war becomes so bad that all the banks say that we're not going to have banks accounts for anyone who's Republican, right? Then
Oh
we
my.
should pass a law preventing that action. Like we don't have it now because it's not really a thing that is happening. But if it does happen, then yeah, we would have to actually address it legally. So
I just want to make sure we're caught up on the $20 super chat.
we're not.
Okay.
But I can go back and do it.
Read CTs for $2. CT for $2. We need clips. Gonk. Watch the fucking video.
Well, I'm trying, but you told me to go and read all the $20 super chats.
No, you were questioning whether we should even do it. And I was thinking the same thing CT was
Well, we
thinking. That's why
can. We can
I'm
also
like,
watch the Matt Walsh video afterwards because I
okay,
uploaded
we'll
it.
watch them both.
Okay.
Look at that.
What
This
WTF?
is my pitch for your new job. You got to watch this video and
Okay.
act like Jank from now on.
WTF 1A for $20 says, would be dope if the three of you guys did something from Foamy the Squirrel, aka I Will Press, Dev doing a video on his squirrely wisdom and the Adam Sitch for discussion. Hell, I'd even try and fund it. You guys share a lot in common. I mean, I know you've been pushing for this for a long time, WTF. I've never, I mean, I'll look into it. It's not like it's not like I'll admit it's not like the top of priority. I haven't watched I Will Press in like forever, but I'll check it out because you keep pushing. You keep
I
pushing
believe
for it, okay.
I mean, I think I checked it out.
Yeah. Well, look, it would be interesting. Bima for $20 says, I do appreciate you guys being Team Truth. You guys grabbed a hold of my elephant and shook it wildly. Well, thank you, Bima.
Yeah.
We appreciate that.
Mr. First time super chat.
Mr. Ubercross for $10 says, take Benjamin Franklin's label of being an extreme moderate. I think it's a great label, and he was a founding father.
It's a great label, but it's not clear.
Yeah. And it would lead to the same problem that centrist has. So
you're an extremist.
Well, no, just because again,
a right-wing extremist.
If I define myself as an anti-woke liberal, it kind of answers the question of why we focus on woke stuff, right? Like,
yes,
it's very clear. There's no confusion. Mountain Drew 78 for $20. Thank you so much. First time super chatter says, hey Sitch, first time super chatter here. If I'm being honest, I don't think labels really matter when it comes to debates because people like pondering will define you anyways, like he said he would in the Destiny debate. Yeah, so my issue isn't people defining me. My issue is that the frame of the conversation becomes the argument around the label, which is stupid.
Yeah.
And so in order to avoid wasting the argument on the label, this is part of why I want to move away from it. So
we don't like to argue definitions because we like to argue substance. And it's super unfortunate when a debate becomes about definitions.
Right. Well, I'm just going to say from going forward from now on, I'm going to say, that's what I said at the time, these conversations about people whining about the content that we cover, it's vehemently uninteresting. It's very stupid. I'm no longer having these conversations. If someone brings it up, I'm just going to say, well, if you don't like the content we cover, don't watch it.
Yeah.
Like, I'm not, it's just, me and Adam don't have to defend our existence on YouTube and the things that we cover.
Right. Yeah.
Like, it's that simple.
We cover the things we find interesting.
Right. So, Twitter Sucks for $20. Thanks so much. Twitter Sucks says there's a new book out called, quote, In My Daddy's Belly. Can we go back in time, please? Get me off this doomed planet. Well, that's pretty horrific.
Is it about
a trans man having a
cannibal?
Baby? I assume.
Oh, I thought it was about cannibalism.
No, it's about a trans man having a baby, which is pretty.
It's not about a daddy that ate ate his baby because he was very bad. He was a naughty boy, and he said, "I will eat you for dinner."
No, that's disgusting. And the way you said that is disgusting as well. You made it sexual when it didn't need to be.
Oh, I didn't mean to do that.
Yeah, I know you didn't.
That was unintentional.
You used the word naughty. People are into that. Okay, you got to be careful. People are into everything nowadays.
Oh my God! Please, no.
Titan Dragoon Neo for $20 says, "Hey, Sitch, I'm one of Dev's mods. You'll get your car donation later, Dev. Don't complain." Oh, thank you, Titan. Adam, since you apparently got so riled up from a Dev, here's the bribe for more Marvin Yarvin suffer streams. Hey, Team Reign Supreme. Well, there you go.
I feel like Marvin Yarvin is a propagandist for a lot of stuff that I feel is just utter bullshit and a waste of time. So that's why I don't really want to cover Marvin Yarvin anymore.
Okay. The Real Haltinator for $20. Thank you. Says Dev. Buying a car takes about 3 hours. Also Dev. Everyone help. My car is rusted through the frame. There you go. Gotta be more careful out there.
Yep.
PC, thanks so much.
Taken care of, so.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, that's why he took too little time to check, and that's why. PC, thanks so much for the 10 gifted memberships.
Yeah, nice.
The real Nader for $20 says, just for the sake of argument. Oh, listen, you got to be careful because that's how what's his face starts all of his videos. The
Who?
not Innuendo Studios. Who's the other dipshit?
I don't know.
How do you not know?
Hassan.
No.
As if Hassan is smart enough to start a video just for the sake of argument.
No. It's the alt-right guy.
Hassan starts his video, suck my dick.
Oh, it is Innuendo Studios. Okay, whatever. It's Innuendo Studios. He starts all
He's alt-right?
No, but he does all the alt-right the alt-right playbook videos, remember?
Yeah, that is Innuendo Studio.
Yeah, he does all his videos start with him saying, just for the sake of argument. That's like every video.
Really?
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, how do you not know this? You've covered
I do now.
Okay.
Look, anyway. I have a great memory. I'll remember this.
Okay. Couldn't you have an ethno-state who was motivated by the exploration of a world devoid of other ethnicities?
An ethno-nationalist.
I guess you could, theoretically. Okay, this would be my guess. If you had people that had the extreme moral foundations or the extreme emotional feelings that would lead to them to being ethno-nationalists, right? And they lived in a hypothetical world where everyone was the same race, they would find something else to fixate on, okay? They wouldn't be happy. They wouldn't be unified as one massive race. They would find something else. It'd be eye color, hair color, height. They'd find something else to complain about. Okay?
Well, there's ethnicities that have, I mean, obviously different culture, but the people are genetically virtually the same. I mean, the ethnicity is the culture, right?
No, but my point regarding the question is the motivating the ethno-nationalists. It isn't really race. That's not there's nothing hardwired into their DNA that says race is important to me to care about. What's hardwired into them is this idea that they belong to some kind of group and that there's some kind of out-group that's like bad. And so if you remove race from the equation, so in a hypothetical situation, if everyone was the same race, they would still find something else to map onto. People being racist is an ad hoc thing. They weren't born racist. They were born tribal. It's just that the brain is looking for some tribal marker, and race happens to be a very easy one to kind of map onto. Ad hoc.
Yes.
Or post hoc. So. Chaotic Entertainment for $20 says, Adam, let Dev finish his sentence for fuck's sakes, please. Love you guys.
All right. I mean, those $20 super chats, when I don't let him finish, though, I gotta admit, send me the wrong message.
That's true. You were much better this stream.
Sometimes I just do it because it's funny, obviously.
Right.
It was kind of funny. And people were really fixated on an exchange that I don't think it lasted 2 minutes in the original stream.
What was that?
The dev argument over political violence, which I hope it's going to get, well, I don't know. Actually, maybe it's better off if it doesn't get clipped. I mean, people, when you have an 8-hour stream and it's the only thing people talk about, it's kind of, you're like, okay, well, something happened there.
Interesting. But yeah, I didn't feel like you were doing interrupting too bad this stream. So.
No, it's great.
Yeah, you were good. You were a good boy.
Streams with Dev are fun. I mean,
they are.
Look, people I think mistake, and I don't know what this is. Like, we obviously have a teasing, jocular humor on the show that people who participate in the show usually participate in that kind of behavior.
Right.
Sometimes, though, people perceive my jabs as serious. Like I'm trying to hurt Dev or something like that. And I don't necessarily know why that is. Maybe it's because I'm just an exceptional actor. They think, obviously,
well, sometimes it feels joking, and sometimes it doesn't feel joking.
But that is what makes it entertaining. When your mind goes, is he serious? Is that serious? Think of the famous scene from Goodfellas, right?
I don't agree with any of this, by the way, chat.
Think of the famous scene from Goodfellas, okay?
Yeah. You're Joe Pesci, is that what you're saying?
Why does that scene work?
And Dev is Ray
Why
Liotta?
does that scene work?
Because Joe Pesci's a psychopath. That's why the scene works.
But it works because you wonder,
well,
is he joking or not?
Okay.
Is he serious?
Okay.
Yeah.
Doomer Media says it's not teasing. You're bullying.
See, that's the
There you
thing.
go.
Doomer,
There you
look,
go.
we literally took Doomer's wrench away from him.
That's
Like,
true.
how fucking cruel is that?
That's true.
That's uncalled for cruelty.
Butter says that I'm better at changing my voice.
So that you know, I
So
know.
that you know.
This is this, but
No,
I don't
yeah.
give the tell.
Right. There you go. There you go. And that's why everyone is S-Class, baby. White
I don't.
Whitfield 1999 for $20. Thank you so much. Says, here's a problem with meritocracy. What happens if the meritocratic are actively against representing the little guy and is completely immoral and does shady stuff to get power? This is a problem with a pure meritocracy. Yeah, of course. I definitely agree with that. If merit is the only thing held up as value, that would be a massive movement against the innate rights of a human being.
Oh yeah,
So I do
totally.
agree with that. Yeah.
That'd be subjugation at its
Sure.
worst.
Right. And I'm sure
Imagine them shipping the meritocracy crystal ball to your home. You must use this.
Yeah, exactly. Right. And those that don't have merit would be, shipped off to the gulag or whatever. And I'm sure there's some science fiction story that's literally about that. Sammy G for $20. Hey, Sammy. Says, okay. Okay, I don't want to be mean, but y'all don't come from a, quote, family with money or connections, or have worked with a family, I assume. So this conversation feels off to me. You don't understand what's going on into raising a, quote, good aristocracy. There you go. So, Sammy, are you coming out, Sammy? Are you pro aristocracy?
Are you
what's
part
happening?
of the elite?
Sammy is part of the shadowy elite. That is true.
Wow.
He is part of the shadowy elite that is trying to control the country.
I do
Wow,
like
look at
that.
this.
Especially since we already have enough dirt on Sammy with all her degenerate pictures that we could easily. We have plenty of good blackmail material.
That's right.
Yeah.
That's right. Sammy, we want you to become Queen of America so that we can then coerce you into doing what we want.
Yeah, that's great.
There you go.
This is one of the problems of aristocracy.
But to address the topic a little seriously, there are families that do breed a culture of it's important that every child works or is educated or is providing some social good or whatever, right? That's definitely a thing. People point to the Kennedys as obviously having a very politically motivated family, whether you like them or dislike them. And there are families where the first or not the first, but the second or third generation of kids from the rich person are like, pampered losers, right? Who don't have skills or don't really want to do anything with their life, or they're kind of completely unmotivated. So you can definitely have both. So PC for $20. Thank you, PC. Says, Dev, did you look at Singapore in your video? The current prime minister is the grandson of the first after gaining independence from Malaysia. I'll ask him if you looked at that.
Cool.
Okay, I think that's it for the $20 one. So we can look at Adam over here. Adam, degenerate Adam.
And the choppers.
Joining
rule.
the stickers in the chat. God, disgusting.
Choppers.
The dirty,
Don't
degenerate stickers.
Look, we're choppers, okay?
Okay.
Choppers just sounds better.
Anyway, you want to watch this video?
I got to bring it up first, so.
Okay. You get it up, baby.
I'm working on it. Here it comes.
Oh yeah, I'm ready.
I
So
haven't
ready for it.
Let me hit record first, but.
Oh, you weren't recording this? The beginning of the video should be us making these
not.
sexual innuendo jokes.
Of course not.
This guy's because he's a homophobe. He's a homophobe.
Don't watch out. Destiny's fans are on the prowl. They're looking to get us on anything.
Oh, okay.
Homophobia is a big mistake.
Right.
All right, here, I'll hit record. Hey, everybody. Look, we're going to review this video here, this very interesting video I saw on the Young Turks, I'm watching the Young Turks again, and recently we got in a, is it a controversy, Sitch, where we talked to Destiny, and I guess people are making charges that we don't really cover enough right-wing material. I mean, I don't care. We're going to cover whatever we want to cover, but I did think this was interesting, and I think a lot of our show revolves around kind of debunking falsehoods in the media. And I watched this video and I thought, maybe these are some right-wing falsehoods. I don't know. We might have to do some research here on the fly.
Okay. I haven't seen this video. I don't know anything about this story.
Right. But I also am particularly interested in the performance from Cenk Uygur in this video. Because I want Sitch. Sitch is, everyone loves it when Sitch gets really irate. When Sitch goes off, loses his mind, gets triggered, people love it. Look,
Except
for what?
Except when I get irate over Trump stuff. Then they throw the TDS at me.
Well, that's true. So
see, but that was the best part of the Destiny conversation. Even now, when I get triggered over Trump stuff, and people call me TDS, they're gonna, in the back of their minds, they're gonna be like, "It could be so much worse."
Yeah.
They're
We'll
gonna
have to
know.
send
They're
Destiny.
like, "Oh, God bless Sitch."
We have to send Destiny a thank you card.
Yeah, exactly. Like a bunch of roses.
Yeah, exactly. Okay, so here's the video. You can obviously pause whenever you want. I feel like we might do some research because I don't necessarily know if the argument they're making is true.
Okay. Yeah, I don't know anything about this story. I never heard about any of this. So.
Okay, here we go.
Fall, a teacher by the name of Karen Luritzen had been selected as Idaho's Teacher of the Year. Now she's actually planning to leave the state and move to Illinois altogether because of the harassment that honor has led to. Now, apparently she says that after she won the award, she was attacked by conservatives who claimed that she was trying to indoctrinate their children. Now, I read some of the pieces that were written about her just to make sure we're not missing anything here. And let me just say, we're not missing anything here. With that,
isn't this great? Look, first of all, Anna can do no wrong on this show. There will be no disparaging Anna in the chat. But look at this. She's digging into the actual articles.
Of course,
look at what's going on here. Yeah, exactly. Not wanting to misrepresent the right wing. That's when my little spidey senses kicked in. I was like, oh, interesting here.
That said, let me give you the details on the harassment she was dealing with. So this dream of being named Teacher of the Year turned into a nightmare for her. She had been teaching for 20 years when she received the Teacher of the Year award just last September. Now, Sherry Ybarra, who is Idaho's State Superintendent of Public Instruction, said this of the teacher: Karen's talents go beyond a mastery of teaching. She has created tremendous connections with her students and the wider school community, and she excels in the art of building classroom relationships that involve not only her students, but also their educational network from parents to peers. So she sounds lovely. Well, not lovely enough apparently for some members of the right wing. I'm gonna give you an example of a headline that was written about her. I also read this piece to see what they were actually complaining about. So Action Idaho wrote in September of 2022, leftist activist named Teacher of the Year by Idaho's Department of Education. Now, in that piece, they
well, that didn't seem like too bad a headline, right? Was it? Is that a terrible headline?
Well, I mean, it's obviously a bias headline. Right?
Look, I might be conflicted in this video here. I'm not sure.
Well, the question is the person actually a leftist activist, right? I mean, that will be the. I'm assuming that's the question of the video. Are the accusations against the teacher justified or not?
Right. We use leftist to mean socialist. I think obviously they're using leftist to mean someone on the left.
I don't know how this person means it.
Right.
Provided some examples of her social media posts that they were concerned about, namely her denial that critical race theory was being taught in Idaho's public school system, which is demonstrably true. There was also this image of her that I'm sure was very naughty and very, very dangerous, according to some of these right-wingers. It's just a profile photo of her. It's her Facebook page, and it has one of those like pre-made filters that says "Love is love" with the rainbow flag, just signaling that she is supportive of the LGBT community. Okay.
Yep.
So,
Sitch, you want to weigh in here?
What am I weighing in on?
Well, I think we covered a video that I thought the person was more of an activist.
Right.
And you said you didn't think that the person was an activist.
The person that the Disney movie thing.
Right, the Disney movie thing.
Right.
I think the story was she showed a particular Disney movie that had LGBT relationship in it. And
Right.
some of the parents got upset about that. And I felt that she was doing it because she was an LGBT activist. A lot of people disagreed with me and said, no, she was just doing it just to show the movie.
Right. It was some
But
minor part of the movie.
in this situation, we haven't really seen enough to believe that she
Okay.
is an LGBT activist, correct?
So I brought up the article she's referencing from Action Idaho,
Right.
which labels itself Conservative Idaho News and Opinion, right?
So it's labeling itself a conservative network.
Right. So you would suspect that they would be bringing forward the strongest arguments against the person, right?
Of course.
Now there could be more information, and we'll watch as we watch this video. So far, this article brings up 4 pieces of evidence that they label against this person about why they're a leftist. Okay.
Mm-hmm.
2 of the pictures are, one is a picture of her, and she has a lanyard around her neck that is a rainbow flag. So I guess it's So I guess the idea is that this is a pride flag. The second one is the picture that Anna brought up, where she has the "Love is Love" pride, like rainbow flag thing in her profile picture. And so those 2 things are about just having a rainbow or a pride flag. In regard to that, I would say that is no means in hell and way define someone as being a leftist, define someone as believing in queer theory or gender ideology. To me, if you see someone has a rainbow flag in the profile picture and you automatically assume they're leftist, I think you've been on the internet a little too long. You need to kind of touch grass. Because the problem is that the average person out there, the average moderate person, they still think that the pride flag, and they still think supporting pride just means that they don't hate gay and trans people. That's how they interpret it. So simply having and I know many people in my life, I've seen them. They have all the little rainbow flags during June month and all their profile pictures. And if I talk to them about my concerns with gender dysphoria and all this stuff and with kids transitioning, they agree with everything I say. So just a person having a rainbow in their profile picture is not evidence of them being a leftist or evidence of any sort of them trying to teach children something that I think is dangerous or harmful at all. That alone is not evidence of anything. So the other pieces of evidence that they bring forward are 2 tweets. One, which is an article where she says, so you think you've heard about critical race theory. Of course you have. Now read this and figure out what it is and why you in Idaho should not be afraid of it. And it's an article that's called "White People's Fear of Critical Race Theory is Based on Ignorance," which I will look into. And then the second one is things that don't exist in where she lives. And it says polar bears, meerkats, honey badgers, and critical race theory. So now I'll read this article, but I haven't read it yet. So if her only point is that she buys the narrative, the wrong narrative that I disagree with, though actually I shouldn't say this because I don't know specifically with Idaho, right?
Well, yeah, if they're not doing whiteness studies or gender as a spectrum or any of that stuff, then
right.
I mean, this is why I point to the specific issues, because then you don't get bogged down in the definition of what are we talking about? What is critical race theory?
Right. I don't know specifics about Idaho, so I shouldn't say. But let's just say for the sake of argument that there is critical race theory or some elements more likely, of critical race theory that are taught in Idaho school, I would not claim a teacher who said otherwise is an automatic evil CRT proponent, subverter of liberal values, because the average person has no clue what CRT is. The average person will read an article in the New York Times that says CRT is not being taught in schools and just accept it to be true. And my goal here is to try to educate those people. I think that should be the goal of all of us, to try to educate those people to explain what is actually going on.
Yeah, what is CRT?
Right. So doesn't mean these people are right, but I'm just saying simply someone having a pride flag in their profile picture and simply someone believing the untrue lie that CRT is not being taught in schools does not automatically equate them as an evil leftist subverting our democracy and liberalism. When my guess would be, now I could be wrong, obviously this person could be all those things. This person could be all those things. I would just require stronger evidence for it. My initial assessment would be they're probably just an ignorant person carrying water for, all this garbage. That'd be my thought process.
Perhaps, but I would only go there if there was actually some kind of whiteness idea going on in the school system.
Yeah, well, I'm granting, just for the sake of argument, that there is.
Right.
Right.
Oh, okay.
Because there might not be.
Idaho is a pretty conservative state. I mean,
yeah, I don't have no clue.
It's hard for me to imagine. I mean, it could be, obviously, but I don't know. I don't know if they're doing privilege walks in Idaho.
Because, I mean, I have this conversation with family members and friends. It's like, it's kind of funny. It's like, the meme with Patrick and Manta Ray, where Manta Ray is trying to give Patrick his wallet back, and Patrick keeps saying, "This isn't my wallet." You know the meme I'm talking about?
Yeah, of course.
Where he's like, "Is this your wallet?" And he says, "No." And he says, "Is this your ID?" And it has his name. And he's like, "It says Patrick Stock." Right? Yeah. And he's like, "Yep, that's me." And he's like, "So this is your wallet?" "No, it's not my wallet." Okay. I've had that conversation a million times with the same people about CRT.
That's like the total CRT argument.
Right. No, but I've had that exact conversation about CRT with so many people I know, where I go, well, I'll be like, "Oh, CRT sucks." And then they'll say, "No, CRT is not. It's all this good stuff." And I'll say, "Well, no. What do you think CRT is?" And then they'll tell me, and I'll say, "That's not what CRT is. CRT is boom, 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 boom. All these things, right?"
Right.
And then they say, "Oh, I agree with you, Sitch. All those things you listed are all awful." And I say, "Okay, that's CRT." And then, this happens so much, and we've had conversations and debates where this happens. So the person says, "Well, that's the academic definition of CRT."
Right. Yeah.
Right? And I'm like, "Well, that's what CRT is." And they say, "But what? Yeah, but when people say CRT out in the world, that's not what they mean." And I was like, "Okay, I agree with you. That's because they're ignorant." And then they'll agree to that, but then a week later, they'll yell about someone banning CRT. And I'm like, "Well, why are you mad that they're banning CRT?" And it's like, "Well, because they're not talking about the academic definition, Sitch. They're talking about the wrong definition of CRT. Is that what they're banning?" And I'm like, "Are they? Did you actually look into what the laws that they're banning?" "No." "Well, then you look into it. Oh, well, there should be nothing objectionable here, right?"
Yeah.
And so it's just
they're banning
so weird.
Racial discrimination.
Exactly. It's just so weird. People just, for some reason, they just can't get out of the tribal mode and just accept that they shouldn't be basically propping up the incorrect definition of CRT that people are pushing for, essentially. But that doesn't mean the people pushing for it know what the hell they're pushing for, because in my experience, they generally don't.
Right. So, yeah.
Now, if this teacher was teaching whiteness studies and teaching queerness studies, then that'd be a very big indication she does know exactly what these things are, right? And would be engaged in some sort of subterfuge.
Right. Yeah. I just like the privilege walks and stuff. I feel like they can create negative stereotypes.
Oh, 100%. Yeah.
Whites. Rather than calling that critical race theory, I think it's easier just to say these privilege walks are creating negative stereotypes of whites that I think are unproductive, and we should stop doing that. Instead of getting into this long, protracted argument about whether or not that is CRT. Mm-hmm. It's like, obviously, look, I see the videos on the internet. I know people are doing these privilege walks.
Right.
Yeah.
So,
but obviously, those privilege walks are founded in CRT. That's like the origin of them.
Of course.
So,
of course. Yeah. Right. So I guess it's all a long statement just to say,
We don't know about this lady.
Well, I
yet.
would require
Yeah.
more information to make a judgment about this woman.
Right. Yeah.
The outlets that are criticizing her failed to provide any evidence that she had actually brought her personal political views into the classroom. The only issue that conservatives took with the actual substance of her lessons is that she acknowledged the existence of other cultures, apparently, and they didn't like that. So her own global interests often inspired her teaching, but Lauritsen said she faced complaints from parents about a lesson on some worldwide cultures who eat insects, and even objections to students learning about the United Nations.
She's teaching them to eat the bugs.
That-
Sitch. She's
That's
guilty.
right. Teach them to live in the pod and eat the bugs. Oh my God.
Look, I've seen enough.
Yes.
Guilty.
Guilty? Okay. I like it.
She said, quote, when it's my kid can't do this because it's propaganda and my kid can't do this because we don't believe in the United Nations, it's like, what? It's not Santa Claus. What do you mean you don't believe in it? Even if I have certain beliefs myself, does not mean that I teach kids, like meaning she's not teaching her personal values to the students. It's not my job to indoctrinate or make kids little versions of myself. It's to make kids into the best version of themselves. So Cenk, there's more detail, but go off.
Yeah. All right. So
That's gonna, Sitch. That is gonna be my cue to you too. Okay. When I turn to you and say, "But Sitch, go off," I want you to be ready. Okay. Ready. Constantly have one in the chamber. Okay.
Okay.
I want you to have a bottle of hot Tabasco on your desk.
These retards.
Exactly.
There you go.
Exactly. Are you ready?
I'm ready.
How well do you think Cenk does when he gets the command?
I think he's always ready. Okay. You know,
Look-
Cenk is like the Hulk. You know, he's like, you want to know what my secret is?
Mm-hmm.
I'm always angry.
So part of the thing that I think is interesting about this,
Yeah.
I feel like there's been a tangible improvement in Anna's coverage, because I do think she's kind of dropped the tribalism, and is kind of, I mean, she's doing what Sitch and I always try to do, right? Try to get to the truth of the matter. I do not think Cenk has dropped the tribalism
No.
at all. So a little bit of the critique here, I think, might be interesting. Is like, is this fair? I mean, it might be. I didn't read these articles, so I don't know how deep in the right wing bubble these articles are responding to this woman. But
I don't know. Yeah. Sure.
you're going to see Cenk's response.
Okay.
let's talk about where this started and where we are today. I remember when we started covering these stories a couple of years back, Republicans said, no. This is just for elementary school kids. And I was on a right-wing show recently, and they showed like this one book they found with like gay oral sex in it. And they're like, can you imagine? And to this day, they're still pretending that that's the issue, right? Then it was like, well, maybe not just elementary school students, maybe all high school students. And they're like, well, maybe not graphic stuff, but just even the fact that gay people exist. And well, maybe not just the fact that critical race theory, since we made that up, it's not being taught in any of the elementary school students or the high schools or anywhere else. So maybe it's even teaching that slavery was bad. We don't like that. Maybe we should teach the upsides of.
Okay, this is awful. This is all awful. Okay. Let's break this down because this is all terrible. Cenk, what are you doing, Cenk? Okay. So you can here's the way to actually describe the process, I think, in a realistic way or a neutral way. There was a book, or there was multiple books that had graphic depictions of sex acts that were available for kids that most people felt was too young for them to be available for. In fact, I would say I don't even think for high school students, I don't even know why this should be in a public school at all, right?
Right.
Like personally, I don't care because of internet porn, but I don't think it's just doesn't make sense to me that like school should be having this kind of material or even discussing this stuff. That's not the place of school, in my opinion. Okay. That was a real thing. And there's a real justifiable reason that people would not want that in their schools.
But how do you feel about schools just accepting that like gay people exist.
Well, hold on. So that's the problem. Okay. We have to take each one of these things separately, as
Okay.
opposed to kind of putting them all together the way that Cenk is doing.
Right.
And I think this is kind of a problem, the way that people kind of, because they get caught up in tribalism, because they're kind of want to attack someone, the snowball kind of rolls. Because it's like, okay, so we should plant our flag. We should say, there were books that had graphic depictions of minors engaged in sexual activities. That is not right for school. Then we put a period there, and everyone agrees and says yes. Okay, we take that issue and we throw it away. We throw it into the
Right,
ether
because
we've
all
all
agree.
agreed on it. It's gone,
Right.
right? Okay, we're not going to fold it into anything. Now, there were some people that wanted to use that momentum against that to then continue saying, well, maybe we shouldn't teach about anything about gay people existing. Okay,
Right.
that's a separate issue. They wanted to use the momentum from the previous issue, but those issues are different issues. And
Right.
we have to separate them in our minds. Now, you can say, well, hold on there, partner. I think it's totally fine for schools to teach that gay people exist and people can be gay. Fuck you. I was with you with the don't have graphic depictions of minors, but I am putting my foot down. I am preventing the slippery slope fallacy from occurring and saying, no, we can teach in sex education or in whatever that gay people exist in schools. That's totally fine. Right?
Sure.
Okay. And so I feel like that's kind of the problem that Cenk is engaged here, is that because there are bad actors or people that will use momentum of something legitimate to try to push something illegitimate or that you would believe is illegitimate, therefore it kind of puts us in this mental state where it makes people want to say the original concern was illegitimate too, when it wasn't. It was a legitimate issue. They just tried to slippery slope us up into something else.
Right. Yeah.
And that's the problem. And I don't, so that's kind of the problem that Cenk's engaged in now. With the CRT stuff, they didn't make it up. There were elements of CRT that were 100% being taught in schools. The ideas of anti-colorblindness was 100% being taught in schools. The ideas of white privilege was 100% being taught in schools. The ideas of implicit racial bias was being taught in schools. The ideas of, that whiteness needs to be deconstructed was being taught. The ideas that whiteness has inherent within it, that our liberal society has inherent within it, racism that needs to be basically deconstructed and destroyed via destroying whiteness was being taught in schools. All these things were being taught, not everywhere, but they were being taught in some schools. So to me, it's completely incorrect and foolish to say the CRT wasn't being taught in schools. That'd be like if say there's like a law that said you couldn't teach creationism in school, right?
I like that law. That would be great.
Okay. Yeah, I like that law. But so you had some schools where they didn't teach creationism, right? But they
Right.
taught you Jonah and the Whale story. And they taught you Noah's Ark. And they taught you, I don't know, King Solomon, right?
Right.
Or King David stories, right? They taught you, the resurrection of Jesus, right? They didn't teach you directly the creationism, but they taught you all these surrounding concepts that would point you in the direction to accepting creationism.
Right.
Okay. And that's kind of what was happening with CRT. It's like, yeah, maybe they weren't specifically teaching CRT, but they're teaching all these concepts that if you were to buy into all this stuff, it definitely is going to lead you as you get older directly into the CRT. And so that was the issue with the
Well,
teaching.
like the creationists, though, a lot of people will just say, but Sitch, these concepts are true. America is swimming in white supremacy. All of America's institutions are serving white interests.
Right. And if that's the person's belief, then they need to, number one, be upfront and open when that's what they believe in. And there needs to be a public debate about whether that concept should be taught in schools. And obviously I and you would say no, because we don't think that that is the case.
Yeah, we don't believe that that's
Right.
true. Just in the same way that we don't, well, Sitch, I don't know if you accept creationism, but
I believe in
Yeah.
evolution, obviously.
okay.
But that's the problem that I have, and I think a lot of people have with this, is that there's this, and this is the meme, it's not happening, but if it's happening, good, right? That's kind of
Of
the
course.
CRT argument. it's not happening, but if it's happening, it's good because it is happening. And they're trying to circumvent the argument about it by pretending it's not happening, right? Whether it be through ignorance, because I think Cenk is just ignorant here. I don't think Cenk is like subversive. I think he just doesn't understand that it is happening.
Well, this is why this is interesting, because like your whole thing is a lot of liberals whose hearts are in the right place are just doing this out of ignorance. They don't necessarily know,
of course,
that these ideas are infiltrated in the schools.
Well, if we talk Cenk and say, listen, Cenk, do you think that we should throw away liberal values, right? I'm assuming he's going to say no, like, no, we should protect.
Of course not.
Values,
yes.
Right?
Yeah.
Right. I said, okay, Cenk, do you think that using liberal values, we could create a society that is not racist? I'm assuming he would say yes, or at least as not racist as possible a human society can be. I'm assuming he'd say yes.
Through
right?
liberal values, yeah.
Through liberal values, right.
Yeah. And CRT explicitly claims the opposite.
Right. And it's like, okay, well, do you know that CRT explicitly says the opposite? And then I would imagine you'd say, well, even if that's true, CRT isn't being taught in school. And be like, okay, well, and you'd have to go get examples, say, here's specific examples of not the entirety of CRT being taught in school, but here are key elements of CRT that were being taught in schools. Right.
Well, I don't know how he would answer on the privilege walk question. Like if we asked him, what is your take on privilege walks? Are those fine to have in schools, or are those bad?
Right.
He'd probably say, oh, they're fine. We're just teaching white people are privileged.
Right. And see, but that is kind of the danger of CRT and kind of wokeness and all this stuff, is because when you pick out a lot of individual elements of it, it doesn't necessarily seem like it's anti-liberal until you really break down what's happening. Because like with the privilege walks, the reason privilege walks are anti-liberal is because essentially what you're doing is you're saying, based on someone's race, you're embedding within it an automatic prejudicial assumption about that person and their interaction with society.
A stereotype.
Right. You're embedding within them a stereotype. And you're saying, look at these white people here. Just because they're white, they're automatically privileged in some way that these black kids are not privileged in some way. When in reality, you don't know if that's, number one, you don't even know if that's fucking true.
Well, you're also embedding a stereotype in the black people that they're underprivileged.
Victims, right? That they're victims, right? Yeah.
Yes.
And it's also, there's this really good idea that Scott Adams actually talked about, even though he's been kind of crazy as fuck recently because he gets so crazy about all the Trump stuff. But it's a really good idea about like the reason that he thinks the black community has issues, like on averages, like gaining economic parity with the white community, is because the black community is the only community in America that's not allowed to succeed. What he means by that is not that there's like a racial white hand pushing black people down. What he means by that is that if you, and the example he uses is like, imagine if Jews were a part of a community where Jews were told the only way to succeed and to get a good job in this community was to become a Nazi.
Oh
like
my
you had to
God.
put on the armband, you had to, believe in Nazi values. That was the only way you could get a good job and succeed in society, right?
Yeah, I'm not becoming a Nazi.
Do you think Jews would be that successful in that society?
No, of course not, obviously.
Of course not, right.
Because they would rebel against it.
Exactly. But if that was the mainstream culture, then obviously Jews would never find economic success in that society.
Yeah.
And so he's equating to that, saying essentially that's the message that is being taught to black children. By a lot of people, is that whites are Nazis, white society. This is why CRT is so pernicious. It's saying that white society has embedded within it all of these racist, all of these toxic things. And CRT is more explicit about this. So therefore, if you're succeeding in that society, that means you're selling out to whiteness. You're trying to acquire this, as Cheryl Harris says, whiteness as a property. You're literally trying to acquire the property of whiteness, and you're selling out, your fellow non-white brethren by participating in this system, as opposed to destroying the system.
Yes. Yeah. Yeah. No, it's a great example, and it does make it very explicit what is going on here.
Right.
I often say this because I just feel like that's a problem with many of these, quote unquote social justice policies, is their heart is in the right place. They really intend to help marginalized communities, but a lot of times they just cut them off at the knees.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, so that's a problem. Shall we continue?
Yeah.
Of slavery. Now it has morphed into, no, we don't want our kids to know that they exist or that there was anything that was done wrong to them. But we don't even want teachers, even if they're not teaching that, to have that personal opinion in their personal lives. In other words, if you don't hate gay people and you don't hate black people, we don't want you teaching our kids. Why don't you go tell on yourself like this?
Okay, so wait, okay.
How do you like that?
Okay, so, well, there's a good point and there's a bad point here, right? So the good point first is that it's true, just because someone believes in something you don't believe in doesn't mean they can't be a school teacher, right?
Yeah, of course.
The issue is, are they teaching something they shouldn't be teaching to kids? So hypothetically, we could have some teacher that has, I don't know, the worst ideas ever about gender dysphoria and thinks that any kid should just automatically have affirmative care, right?
Sure.
And if that this has nothing to do with whatever they're teaching, then it's America. They can believe whatever stupid shit they want to believe. And if some kid comes to them and says that they think they're transgender, and they say, well, listen, I'm not really the person to talk to about this, talk to your parents about this, right? Then it's fine. It doesn't matter whatever their beliefs are, as long as there's some kind of respect for the material they're teaching and respect for the boundaries of what is the acceptable role for a teacher and a parent. Like, that's the end of it. So I agree with the first part of what Cenk is saying. Even if this person believes some crazy leftist shit, that doesn't preclude them from teaching, as long as that's not being as long as they're not being subversive in what they're teaching, right?
Right.
But it's unfortunate because then he immediately strawmans it into the realm of well, they're just, if you don't hate gay people, if you don't hate black people, then you're not you're not allowed to be a teacher. He goes to this extreme straw man version of this ridiculous version of what the actual complaint is. Because
this video got a lot of views, Sitch. Look, when I say go off, I want you to go off.
Well, I don't want to go off. I'm trying to be productive here. Okay.
I understand. Obviously, because I'm joking. So
from the right-wing perspective, there is, even going with that the teacher should be allowed to believe whatever she believes because we live in a free country, which I agree with, there still is a special concern. And this is why I hate wokeness so much. This is why I hate cultural Marxism so much. Because cultural Marxism or Western Marxism and kind of wokeness in these ideologies have literally built into them the idea to be subversive intentionally. That does make you more suspicious if you were to find out someone actually did believe this stuff. Because it's literally built into
that's a great point. That is a
ideology.
Great point. Yeah.
Now, again, I don't know if this is true. I don't know if this woman believes any of this shit, right? And I don't think there's any evidence that she does. I'm just saying, theoretically, if you knew she did, it would, in my mind, it'd be like, oh, right, that is concerning. It would concern me more than if she was just a liberal who believed very left-wing things or a liberal who believed very right-wing things, because I'd be like, well, built within the framework of liberalism is supposed to be a respect for other people's ideologies, which there is not in kind of subversive leftism.
But her statement that she said makes it seem like she is a liberal, because she does admit that she has respect for other people's ideology.
Right.
She says,
but of course, that's her statement, right? I would want more evidence than just whatever she says. I wouldn't necessarily take her as face value.
Right. Yeah. So do you think Cenk is clear here, jumping to the racist, homophobe stereotype of the people who are calling this woman out?
Well, I mean, obviously that's what Cenk is doing, right?
Right.
I mean, I don't agree with it. I think, as I said, I think it's a ridiculous straw man to jump to that.
Is there anything in the article to lead you to believe they're racist stereotypes or they're racist homophobes?
Well, this is why he's doing it. Okay. It's because he looks at the quote evidence that is provided to show that she's supposedly this leftist, subversive leftist, right? And he looks
Right.
at it and he says, this is very weak, which I agree, it is very weak. So then in his mind, he then says, oh, well, since this evidence is weak, it must mean that these people just hate black people and gay people. And that's really what's motivating them. I would be more charitable and say, well, even if the quote evidence is very weak, so many people on the right have basically been primed to see, like, you know how I always say people on the left have been primed because of their media consumption to see racists and Nazis around every corner and under every rock.
Right.
Okay. The right is basically now being primed by right-wing media to see subversive socialists around every corner and under every rock.
Right. Yeah.
The same way the left is primed to see racists everywhere. And so I would be far more charitable where I'd say, well, these people are just wrong. They've been primed to see the pride flag and to automatically assume this person is a groomer. They've been primed to see someone defending CRT and automatically think this person is a subversive socialist, right? Which I don't think is true. I think most people are just acting out of place from ignorance.
And they might not be racist or homophobic in the least bit. They're just saying this person is going to indoctrinate my child with leftist ideology,
Right.
socialist ideology,
Right.
critical race theory ideology.
Right.
I don't like that charge when they also say, and they've kind of structured it this way. So whenever you're against critical race theory because it's illiberal, they paint you as someone who doesn't want history taught about slavery and stuff.
Right.
Which obviously we're in favor of teaching history. Obviously slavery was abhorrent and that should be taught so we can avoid that kind of injustice in the future.
Right. And that's sort of obviously the most egregious example Cenk brought up, because that's just flatly not true. I'm assuming he's talking about the Florida thing.
Right, which we covered.
And as I brought up, I mean,
with Sam Cedar,
there's a line in the AP African American history course that's almost identical. It's worded slightly differently. It's worded slightly better, but it's almost identical to the line about how slaves were able to use skills acquired during slavery to help themselves when they were free. That should not be interpreted, I don't think reasonably should be interpreted as they're advocating that slavery was good actually, at all. I don't think there's any evidence for that claim.
She didn't teach a single one of those things in school. God forbid she should teach that gay people exist in the world and that black people should be equal. I know you would hate that, right-wingers in Idaho. You proved it. You proved it. Here's a great teacher of the year in your state. And you guys did a witch hunt against her.
She got punished for it.
She got punished because you Neanderthals were like, you must hate gay people. You must hate them. And if you don't hate gay people, we're going to fire you, okay? Now, you tell me, I'm trying to reach out to Republicans. I get a lot of flack from the left for doing it, right? And then so you tell me, Republicans, is this who you are? Because these are the laws that you're passing. These are the witch hunts you're on. And these are the good people whose lives you're trying to destroy. So if it's not all of you, prove it. Prove it. Fight back against the Neanderthals, these bigots in your party. You'll never do it. Just go ahead, prove me wrong. Prove me wrong. Prove me wrong.
Since he's talking to you.
Oh, he's not talking to me because they're not in my party. I'm an anti-woke liberal, remember?
Of course, but.
So I found another article about this teacher. Now, this raises a little bit more eyebrows than the evidence presented, okay? So this is Karen Loritzen.
Right.
Fourth grade
That's
teacher.
the teacher, right?
Yeah, this is from the National Educational Association. Oh, she wrote this, right? So it's not bigoted against her because she wrote what I'm about to read you. She says, I will, let's see, I'm not gonna read the whole thing, but she's talking about, I was once taught at a charter school in Arizona. She didn't have a union. Now she does have a union. She's basically saying how awesome it is that she has a union now and how awesome the unions are.
Wow.
right? Which is Knight, that's fine. That's not ideologically. I know unions get associated with the left, but that's not like something that I think is a problem. Obviously, all teachers are going to support being in a union because it's going to help them personally.
Does it say how many trans kids she has in her class? I'm just.
Yes. So
is it 5? Is it
okay.
5 or 6?
So here's where we get into a problem. So in the third paragraph, she says, "My union has supported and inspired my journey in advocacy, which is why I now travel 386 miles each way from my home in Post Falls, Idaho, to the State House in Boise to lobby my lawmakers. I know it's far, but it's worth to advocate for my students." So at first I go, oh, her journey in advocacy, what does that mean? But then it says advocate for my students. I'm like, oh, okay, so what does she mean by advocacy? That could just mean something completely innocuous, like she wants more money for students, right?
Right, yeah.
But then I keep reading. It says, to connect with lawmakers, I share a story from my school and then stay in touch with them throughout the legislative session. I draw on stories from my 20 plus years in the classroom. I recently spoke about banning books. It's a local community issue and something I'm passionate about. For example, I can't use books in my classroom if there's any LGBTQIA plus characters.
It's starting to sound like she is kind of an activist.
Well, no. So number one, she is an activist, 100%, because she's literally, by her own definition, says she travels 386 miles to go to the state house to lobby lawmakers. So she is an advocate, or she is some kind of activist, right? The question is, what exactly is she advocating for?
Right.
Now, the example she brings forward is she can't use books in a classroom if they have LGBTQIA plus characters. Now, I personally think that if you're not allowed to have a book just because it has an LGBTQ character in it, that's ridiculous. But what exactly is the example she's referring to? Is that actually what the law says?
Right.
Or is it something a little bit more pernicious?
Yeah. I mean, we've covered some of the books that it's pretty easy to understand why parents would have a problem with these books. Because there's like incest and all kinds of crazy stuff.
Yes, exactly. And so this makes me think, oh, well, what exactly is it that she's advocating for specifically, right? Because based on this limited information, she could be justified or she could not be justified.
Right. She could be a partisan.
Right. Is she talking about genderqueer and this book is gay? Or is she talking about something that is innocuous, like the Disney movie that you were wrong about, Adam?
Right. Yeah, exactly. Look, I'm allowed to be wrong.
Right. I don't know the answer to that question. Also, what is the harassment that she suffered? She's like, she was run out of town. Like, what does that even mean? Because we haven't heard yet, right? They didn't explain what the harassment she suffered was.
No. That drove her to quit.
Was it just angry tweets or something? Like, what was the harassment?
I'm not sure. I think this is why I cataloged this video in my mind, though. Because Cenk is making a declaration for right-leaning people to call out their own side.
Right.
And I was curious if that was obviously if the right is doing things that are awful, people should call it out. But I didn't really know from the story if the things that they were doing were like awful.
Well, here's the problem. They're definitely, and I would agree 100% that there is massive cowardice, not just on the left and Democrats. There's massive cowardice from Republicans, Republican politicians specifically, not just obviously the ones that are afraid to speak out against Trump more specifically, but there are lots of Republicans who I'm sure are totally fine with gay marriage and totally fine with schools talking about, gay issues that don't really seem to be pushing back against the people in the Republican Party that are in the state legislatures that are trying to take things too far, are trying to use the slippery slope momentum to get shit banned that shouldn't be banned from schools.
Right.
And I don't have a problem if Cenk or anyone wants to say that Republicans should unequivocally call out homophobes. I don't really think the racism charge is, there's some instances of racism, but I think it's far less than the homophobic stuff. To call that out in these laws that are being passed, I don't have a problem with them. People should call that out. Republicans should call that out, and they should try to stop that. And they're not really doing that, to my knowledge. So I don't have a problem with him doing that. However, if this is a real call out, because it's not, I mean, this is obviously performative, but if this was a real call out, it'd be highly ineffective, because the call out that Cenk is yelling for is predicated on a straw man, a fake straw man, which is that all these Republicans that are against her are just against her because she doesn't hate black people and doesn't hate gay people.
Right. Yeah.
No, you're not going to do it. So look, I don't. I'll keep doing what we do. You want to agree with us on corruption? Great. You want to agree with us on higher wages? Great. But I'm never going to agree to this. I'm never, ever, ever going to do it. And you're wrong and you're hateful. Don't teach your kids that hate. You should.
Why are you laughing?
It's just he's so animated. It's wrong. It's hateful.
I'm telling you, this is how you get views on YouTube, man.
This could all be you're right, but this could all be based on just a massive disconnect between what the two people what the people are talking about.
We're too reasonable. It's painful.
But I'm curious, because before we go off on all this stuff, what did she experience? Did people mail dead dogs to her house? What was the harassment that she experienced?
Oh, can you imagine getting a dead dog on your doorstep?
Yes, I mean, did she remember the what's the Florida orange juice lady?
She got a very harassing email.
Right, remember
I don't know.
The Florida orange juice lady?
Yeah, totally. She got a pie in the face.
Yeah, the pie in the face lady. What was her name?
I don't remember.
Well, whatever. You know what we're talking about.
Yeah, of course.
Yeah, the one that was very anti-gay.
That's in all the videos by every bread tuber on the internet.
Right. We watched Contra talk about it and some other people talk about it. Not only did she get a pie in the face, but she got mailed human feces. She got mailed live bugs. She got mailed pictures of herself cut out and photoshopped. Well, not photoshopped, 1960s, but pasted onto naked bodies doing sex.
Cut and paste, the precursor to Photoshop.
Yeah, the precursor, right? So she was getting lots of harassment. So what did this person, before I get so angry here, right?
Well, it should be easy to find on the internet, because obviously it was so horrendous that.
Well, when I look up these stories, it just says she was met with right-wing attacks from social media users and conservative media. What the fuck does that mean?
Is her Twitter shut down? Did she have?
I don't know. She got angry tweets? Who cares?
We're gonna find it. It's in here. I'm certain.
Is that the issue? She got some angry tweets, and she's gonna quit her job because she got some angry tweets.
I'm certain it is in here.
You should have 1,000 of those teachers in Idaho. It would greatly improve. You probably wouldn't have turned out as backwards as you did if you had better teachers.
Holy shit.
Oh.
Oh, man.
This is how I torture you, Sitch.
Well, see, I wonder too if some of this is.
I torture you.
Do you think some of this is kind of performative to sort of cement in the against the charges of them becoming right-wing grifters? Because I mean, obviously, anyone that would say that after this is a brain dead, mewling, fucking piece of shit idiot, right? There's no way you can look at this and be like, oh yeah, they're grifting, they're trying to shift to the right. You have to be an idiot. I'm sure there are still dumb leftists that think this shit, but it's just there's no way after watching this.
It does kind of make that charge ring hollow, doesn't it?
Yes. So I'm wondering if some of this performance is to achieve that goal.
Oh, really?
Sure. I mean, it's definitely possible.
Look, I'm admiring the enthusiasm here, Sitch.
Okay.
And I'm wondering why you don't have that same kind of enthusiasm.
Because you said I want you to be like Cenk. You've already established that I'm more like Anna. I'm trying to be calm and cool. You're the buffalo. You're the Cenk here. Okay.
Give me something.
You gotta pop off.
Give me something to rage about, and I'm ready, willing, and able to rage.
There you go. I'm like, listen, guys, I want some more information before I get all popped off on the rage here.
I know. I'm ready to rage.
I know.
You're right. I am ready to rage. I don't know that I have enough to be raging on though. Like I said, I want more information.
Sure.
Look, and it's funny that you bring it up because there has to be some element of, how do we avoid that charge as well? So, look, I'm on the lookout for some right-wing craziness that we can call out. I don't think this is it. I mean, I'm like,
well, could be. I just like this person
it?
could be. I don't know because I don't know what happened. Like, I'm not getting enough information.
Right.
This person could be completely innocent or guilty of these
Sure.
accusations, and she could have got completely horrific or mild harassment. I don't know from the information.
If she got horrific harassment, we could call this out. Look, we'll call it out on the Sunday show.
Of course.
Yeah.
Are you hurt? Are your feelings hurt? Oh, we just wanted to hate gay people and black people. But no, oh, boo-hoo, I was...
God, I love it when he does the boo-hoo.
I mean, listen, he's a very good entertainer, right? I don't know if I'll ever match this level of entertainment value.
The boo-hoo is amazing. I gotta learn to do that. Oh, boo-hoo! Where's my cry tears? I need the cry. Oh no, that's the corn. Damn it.
Who's criticized? Jen called me a Neanderthal. It's okay when I'm victimizing other people, but if I hurt your feelings, all of a sudden you're gonna cry, right? You're probably crying right now. Oh, just because we're racist, I can't believe you called us racist. If anyone isn't racist, we fire them. But I'm not racist, don't hurt my feelings. Show me, Republicans, show me fighting back against this. You won't do it. We fight back against radicals on our side. Go ahead, show me. Oh, Chris Christie once said something mean about Donald Trump, and Mitt Romney once did something reasonable. Show me. You're not going to show it. You drove her out of that state. You're not going to do anything about these radicals, these racists, these bigots. You earn those titles. You earn them.
So this.
I'm sorry, but
it's very fun.
Man, that's amazing.
Okay,
That's
so
an amazing performance.
This is a Yahoo News article.
Mm-hmm. Oh no! The whole time, Jank is going off. Sitch is busily Googling.
Yeah, I
He's
tapped out. I'm just
listen here. Okay. Here we go.
Okay, this is a Yahoo News article. It's called "Idaho Teacher of the Year Left the State After Right-Wing Harassment." Okay. It says Idaho Teacher of the Year Karen Lauritsen has moved out of the state for a new job following intense right-wing harassment over her support of the LGBTQ+ community and Black Lives Matter. She received statewide honor last September after 21 years of teaching. However, the day after the fourth grade teacher was announced Teacher of the Year, she was met with right-wing attacks from social media users and conservative media. The Idaho Tribune went so far as to accuse her of being a, quote, left-wing activist who promotes transgenderism. Lauritsen told the Boston Globe that this response was based on her liking post supporting the LGBTQ+ community and Black Lives Matters on her personal social media accounts. She said that she does not teach LGBTQ+ subjects in her class curriculum, and soon her personal life was affected as parents in her community began emailing her to accuse her of teaching inappropriate content. Although discussions of sexuality in her curriculum were already prohibited by her school district, and complained about her teaching lessons about certain subjects, including the United Nations, though they don't go into specifics. Quote, I should have felt celebrated. I should have felt like this is a great year. And honestly, it's been one of the toughest years I've ever had teaching, not only within my community, but within parents questioning every decision I made as well. Even if I have certain beliefs myself, that does not mean that I teach kids. She continued, it's not my job to indoctrinate or make kids little versions of myself. It's to make kids into the best versions of themselves. She began facing online harassment last fall. The 44-year-old has moved now to Illinois, where she now works at a university teaching prospective teachers, blah, blah, blah.
She's teaching future teachers.
Right.
Okay,
well, anyway, that's all they talk about with her. Okay, so my issue is like, it's completely possible that this person is completely innocent and should not have been bothered by the Idaho Tribune should not have been bothered by teachers, by parents accusing her and emailing her and all stuff. Okay, let's just assume for the sake of argument that like she's completely innocent of all charges, right? And when she says that it's not her job to indoctrinate children, that she honestly, believes that and acting according to those principles, right? So I'd say like, then yeah, like it totally sucks. No one wants to be degraded. I can't say the word. No one wants to be brigaded on social media. Brigaded. No one wants to be, dogpiled on social media. No one wants to have fucking annoying parents emailing you every, things accusing you of shit you don't want to do. Like, I get it. It sucks. No one wants to deal with that, right? And it sucks if there's some media outlet, and I would be super pissed off if some media outlet is promoting untrue things about me, right?
Right. Yeah. Fox News targets you.
Yeah. But I don't know if I would like to call this harassment. Like, I just feel like it's just it sucks, but I feel like this is just kind of overblowing. Like, when I think of harassment, I just think of like, people mailing dog shit to your house. Like maybe I'm just having too high a bar here, but just, it feels like this is a little bit overblown in terms of, it's not like if people were like, now here's the thing, if she was completely, maybe this did happen, and so we should have an equal standard. If she's completely innocent of these charges and people are going to the school to try to get her canceled, then I do think that is justifiable harassment for her and to complain about, to say these asshole people are trying to get me canceled over literally nothing, right? But the article doesn't really say that, which is interesting to me.
Right.
But then I found another article that was kind of interesting about this, where, let's see, where was it? Where it actually said that her wanting to leave teaching and to become a college professor who teaches teachers was a long-term career goal that she always had in mind and always planned on doing eventually.
So
this was they just said that this just expedited the process, right?
Right.
Okay, here it is. This is from the Boston Globe. Lauritzen is still the reigning teacher of the year, but she no longer teaches elementary school or even live in Idaho. Instead, she's taking her talents to university at Illinois, a long-considered career move hastened by the experience. So that kind of maybe illuminates the situation a little bit more, is that like she was always planning to do this. She's got teacher of the year. This should be the height of her career. She gets annoyed that she's getting backlash. She's just like, screw it. I'm going to just stop out of here. So I don't know.
Right.
It's interesting because I feel like, again, determining whether the fact claims about whether she's really an activist teaching kids or not is very important. I feel like they could very easily frame this as right-wing cancel culture run amok. Or at least potentially, right? Because she chose to quit as opposed to being fired. But.
Right. Oh, that would be interesting.
This has happened to other teachers as well. I just want to give you a few other examples. Back in 2020, an educator named Chris Dyer, who won the Louisiana Teacher of the Year, told the Boston Globe that he's received death threats from conservatives after receiving that honor. In an interview, Dyer...
See, that's super clear. Death threats.
Yeah, right.
No go with the death threats.
Yes.
Yeah.
Argue that the majority of parents and teachers get along well, but that some politicians and a few loud voices on the right are manufacturing, that's an important word here, manufacturing opposition between the groups that they say has created a culture of fear, even among current teachers of the year. And that's the thing, look, good faith wanted to investigate what happened to Karen Lauritzen, wanted to see if there's any, merit to the accusations against her. And these publications, like conservative publications that have written about her, have failed to provide a single shred of evidence of her indoctrinating the students with anything, gender theory, CRT, no evidence of it at all.
The party of hate, get real.
So I will say I do agree with Anna so far that when I'm looking at the publications that would be motivated politically to show her doing wrongdoing have not done so. And so I do think that based on the lack of evidence, the hatred against her is of the teacher is completely
Is unjustified.
Is unjustified, unwarranted.
They did spend all night combing through libs of TikTok, but they found nothing.
Right.
Real, look, we call it the Democratic Party every single day on this show, and I say they're not the party of FDR anymore. They're not trying to help the average guy. They're all trying to help their donors. We're honest. Have you ever seen a right-wing media host be honest? Have you ever seen them say, oh no, this is bigotry, this is obvious bigotry? That's her personal opinion. She didn't teach the kids. What, you're not allowed to have the personal opinion that we shouldn't hate gay people?
So it's actually a really bad argument. And I assume Cenk doesn't watch a lot of right-wing media. Because, well, okay, the amount of right-wing media that shits on the Republican Party right now, the way that he shits on the Democratic Party is like astronomical.
Yeah.
There's
Giant.
so much right-wing media that all they do is they talk about how much the Republican Party doesn't care and it sucks and the rhinos and, you know, blah, 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 blah. Now, Cenk wouldn't like that because usually it's coming from a position where they're more extreme right-wing, and that's why they don't like the Republican Party, and they feel the Republican Party is either too moderate or just not doing anything. So Cenk wouldn't agree with that. But I'm just saying from this specific, like, if this is the argument, this is a bad argument because this actually does happen all the time. They're just not doing it on the basis of racism or whatever issue Cenk wants specifically.
Yeah. But they are definitely calling out their side for whatever infractions they perceive.
Right. This, like, the better way to frame the argument would be like, well, and it's funny because Cenk doesn't really want to say it because it would kind of destroy maybe the point of the segment, which is to solidify that they're not going to the right. Because the way to actually phrase the argument that Cenk wants to make would be to say, hey, here at the Young Turks, we're willing to call out when the left goes too far, right?
Right.
We're willing to call out the bullshit wokeness. Is there anyone on the right? Where are all the right-wing hosts that are willing to call out when the right goes too far? You know,
right.
Where's all the right-wing hosts that listen to the Matt Walsh thing and say, I don't think you should say that, Matt. That sounds very close to ethno-nationalism, right?
Right.
Or to even broach and say, well, I could give Matt the benefit of the doubt. Maybe he didn't mean ethno-nationalism, but let me ask him. Let's kind of break down what he's saying, because it is kind of suspect that he's saying this. That would be the way to frame it, but I don't think Cenk wants to frame it that way because that would kind of defeat the point of the segment, which is to reestablish their kind of progressive branding, I guess, maybe.
You're saying because the using of the term too far would be implying that they're willing to call it their side when they're going too far. How does that go against this they're going right-wing narrative?
Because if they're anti some elements of wokeness, right?
Right.
There's
Which is
an
where
audience.
The left goes too far.
Right. But the problem is, like, them calling that out, or Anna specifically calling that out, is what led to the accusation that they're right-wing grifters now in the first place.
Right.
Is because from, like, the Voshes of the world and the leftists on the internet on the world, the things that they're complaining about going too far, they don't agree. They agree that those should be the things.
Well,
totally.
It's completely symmetrical with the right, though, because like you're saying, the right is constantly calling out right-wingers for not going far enough. It's the extreme right that's calling everyone rhinos and saying, look, you need to be more extreme.
Right.
I will say more extreme.
I don't, it's not perfectly symmetrical because.
Well, I mean, Vosh is calling out Anna saying you need to be more extreme. That's exactly
I agree.
The beef, right?
I agree completely. I meant it's not perfectly symmetrical to the right in terms of the way. So when right-wingers complain about Republicans not going too far, it's not because they want them to be racist. I mean, there are some of those people, but that's not most people. It's
that's a good point. Yeah.
They believe that, the Democrats and the establishment have subverted democracy and infiltrate all these institutions and all the, the blah, 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 all this deep state narrative shit.
When they mean go further, they mean abolish the FBI.
Yeah, or we got to take out all the deep staters, or, whatever, shit that they're talking about, right? They're not framing it like there are some of them, but most of them are not framing it like we need our Republicans in office to be racist, and they're not going racist enough.
Well, I do think the Matt Walsh and the Michael Knowles of the world would frame it as just make transgenderism illegal.
Yes, yes, but I don't think that's the general, at least that's not the generally accepted open consensus yet
Right.
in these conversations that I've seen personally. Usually stems around they're not going far enough to weed out quote unquote deep state corruption. It's like the big issue.
Right.
That's like now forbidden not to hate gay people? Let me see you right-wing media hosts. Here's how many right-wing media hosts will be outraged by this. 0.
God, this is so good, man. That's so good.
Yeah.
I just love the enthusiasm here.
I know.
0. None of them will talk about it because they wouldn't want to upset their bigoted, racist audience. Ooh.
Oh my
Sid.
God, that's the perfect screen cap. Look at that. You did it. That was a good one. There's your thumbnail. Look at that. That's so good.
We might be looking at a different thing.
Oh, what do you got?
He's making like a oh shit face.
Yeah, mine. He's got his hands up to his mouth. He's like he just farted. He's like, whoopsie. It looks funny. He's like oh, somebody just took a shit in my pants. Like that's the face.
Was it you?
I don't know. Who could it have been?
Ooh, prove me wrong. Prove me wrong.
Okay, here.
0.
Here we go. Let me try and get
None
it.
of them will talk about it because they wouldn't want to upset their bigoted, racist audience. Ooh.
Did I get it? Is that the one?
You got it. Yeah. That's
Is
good.
that the one you're talking
That's
about?
good. Yeah, that's good.
Sweet. Here, let me just screen cap real quick.
I also like when he does the 0 thing. It's just like from Fifth Element. No stones means no grits.
It's true. That is a good one.
He's doing the Zorg. That's perfect. Or Zog, whatever the hell the guy's name.
Ooh, prove me wrong. Prove me wrong. None of you will prove me wrong. None of you will do it because you know who your audience is and you want to feed this monster. I want to say one thing. Look,
See, these are the accusations that we're getting, Sitch. This is exactly the accusations that we're getting.
I know.
I think that's why I wanted to watch this video. I was like, oh man, I'm feeling this heat. Look, we're not even right wingers.
I know. It's funny.
This is
I mean,
bullshit.
I did go off like pretty wild on Sunday, but it was on the tanky shit.
Oh yeah,
So.
tanky stuff.
I mean, that's despicable because we're literally talking about, people being massacred and blaming themselves for being killed. Like
I feel like
in
that's totally
America.
justified though. Like
I agree.
not,
It is justified to go off on Sleepy Thought. Yeah.
I could not work up this kind of energy over this. There's not enough information here for me to be this
Right.
pissed off.
Well, if you believed, as Cenk, I mean, because I think Cenk honestly believes that, like, he believes what he's saying.
Right.
He believes that, like, that there's a huge swath of the Republican Party that's just very racist, very homophobic, and all the arguments that they put forward and against this stuff are all just lies to cover up the racism and homophobia.
Right.
So, I mean, if I thought that was true, I would be very angry and animated about it too. I just don't think that's true.
Yeah, I don't like racism, so.
the United Nations thing is not nearly as important as the others, right? But wait,
who cares about the United Nations?
No. I care because of two reasons.
I'm kidding.
Number one, they're like,
Look, they don't even cut to Anna.
That was so funny.
They're like, listen, we're going to miss some gold here, Jank.
I know.
Jank is going off.
Eat the bugs! Eat the bugs!
Oh my God. I'm sorry. I feel kind of bad because I think this is supposed to be serious, and I'm laughing so hard here.
This is hilarious. I mean, listen, Chank's performance here is impeccable. Okay. This is fantastic.
This is one of the big, this video got 150,000 views, which is.
Yeah, you need to be this animated, Adam. You need to get this good at being angry. Okay.
I don't know that we cover, what do we cover that's going to make me this angry?
We'll cover some like virulent racist. I know that you really don't like stereotyping. So.
It's got to be some stereotype stuff.
Right.
Yeah.
say that the United Nations doesn't exist. Come on, guys, the United Nations exists, you morons. It exists. So you want the teacher to pretend it doesn't exist. And
They got mad because she taught a class on the United Nations or something.
Well, I mean, that's what Anna said, and then there was an article that said something about the UN, but it didn't say like what were the specifics that the parent was
Right.
complaining about. It's very possible the parent is one of these fucking they're gonna make us live in the pot and eat bugs person, and so they interpret like something completely innocent, innocuous in a wrong way, and the parent's a fucking idiot.
Yeah, I could see that easily.
Why do they hate the United Nations? Because it's all of humanity working together. That nothing will make a conservative angrier than human beings being decent to one another and working together.
Yeah, that's what makes conservatives angry.
Okay. The straw manning continues.
Hold on, I got a screen cap. Oh my god, it's amazing.
That's a good face. That's a good face. He's got the crazy eyes. Holy shit.
So good.
That's a fantastic.
You want to bring the whole world, all these different ethnicities together?
I like that.
Oh my god.
This is gold. No wonder this video has
Oh my
100.
God.
Like this is every frame of painting right here. Okay, every chank, every chank a meme.
Our whole emojis could be Jank.
They all could be various chanks.
It's
Yes, the entire spectrum of emotions.
it's unstoppable.
This is so good.
I
These
know.
are great.
I know. It's incredible.
They're not
really
all
glad I
white. I
watched it.
hate them. The world working together.
Oh my god. Make it stop, Sitch.
No, make it continue. I love this. It's so
Make
good.
it stop. Oh, this is hysterical. This is better than the airport video.
Much better.
Oh, I hate it. I'm a right winger. No, I hate everyone else. Circle the wagons. You prove me wrong.
Well, he did get the circle the wagons metaphor correct, right? Fortressing versus explore.
Prove me wrong, guys. I called you all racist. Prove me wrong. You're all a bunch of racist pieces of shit. Prove me wrong. Like, all right. I mean, okay.
Challenge accepted.
Challenge accepted. Yeah, I don't think you're gonna get many challenge accepteds off of that one.
Oh my god. Oh my god, I can't stop laughing.
Me wrong. None of you will prove me wrong. None of you will prove me wrong. Go ahead. I dare you.
So let's get to the
Oh man.
Do you like that? And it's just like, like the decompression after like. Okay.
I do, man.
We've
I
released
love
the
it.
energy from the room.
I love it. I love it. Yeah.
happy ending here because, believe it or not, there were members of the community who rallied in support of this educator. So her town rallied around her because she wasn't doing anything wrong in the classroom and they wanted to show her support. Now, Jones wants to build a mentorship program for educators in her district to better protect them from bad faith attacks. I love that she's doing that. But I just want to say, I think it would be better for her to stay in Idaho and avoid fleeing the state. Don't let them win. Don't allow them to run you out of your own state after you won Teacher of the Year.
I know, but
Anna,
Look at
she
that.
wants more money. She's like, now that I'm Teacher of the Year, time to get that college job, baby. Yeah.
Right, but I
mean,
do.
that's what's
I
going
agree
on.
with the sentiment of
Yes, don't let
Anna
them run
saying,
you out.
"Don't
I
let them
agree.
run you out of town. Don't let them
Yes.
run. Don't let." Look, I like that.
But
I like that moxie.
listen, I agree with you, Adam. I agree with Anna. You got to have moxie. Okay. Got to have courage. Got to stand up to the bullies. Okay.
Yep.
I get it. But counterpoint. Money! I want that money! And what a better way, like, listen, what a better narrative than to say, oh, I was run out of town by the evil right-wingers, the racist
Oh, I know. Look,
right-wingers, and run to the arms of some college and say, listen, I'm like a local celebrity. I was run out of town by evil, racist right-wingers. Don't you want to pay me more money after I got Teacher of the Year?
It was always my dream to be a famous Canadian psychologist. Always my lifelong dream
Okay.
to be famous canceled person.
Right. There you go.
Yeah. No, I get it. I get it. That narrative sings. I mean, I'm right back into the Spider-Verse. We got to work on your narrative here.
Exactly.
Right?
But it's not on. I don't blame her at all.
No, I don't blame her either. I totally understand it. But you're letting them win, right? Don't let them win. And look, it's easy for me to say. I know what it's like to deal with dogpiling and endless attacks. It's different for a private citizen, right? And it becomes overwhelming and super scary. But I hate to see the bigots win.
Yeah, okay. Improve yourselves, state of Idaho. Just a couple of years ago, I was having a conversation on another program that we have about how Idaho could be great. And Idaho could be like Colorado, but less expensive. And maybe people should move to Idaho. I'll never make that mistake again until things turn around. Because, I mean, you think I'd send my family to a state filled with bigots and racists who would then drive all of the smart teachers out and only have like the worst, the most degraded Neanderthal?
We're both pausing at the same time. It's I think the hyperbole is a little off the charts here.
A state of racist Neanderthals.
Yeah, it's hard for me to imagine the entire state of Idaho is like down with this kind of behavior.
I mean, have you seen Idaho?
Well,
You've
I've seen it
the
on a
shape
map.
of that state. It screams racist Neanderthal. Okay?
I've seen it on a map, but it just seemed like a regular shape to me.
It's like Brazil, but upside down. Okay.
Yeah, I don't know. Obviously.
What kind of state? That's a weird shaped state. I don't trust any weird shaped state like Idaho. Okay. What's going on with Idaho? Is it like a finger? Is it like a penis? Like, what's up with this? Is it like an upside down elephant? Like, what's going on there? It's
Yeah,
very suspicious.
It is. It's awful.
Right? Like Oklahoma, you know, it's nice. It's like a finger pointing. It makes sense. It's pointing. It's saying, yo, look over there, Texas. Go invade that country. Go invade that state, right? But Idaho, we don't know what's going on with there.
Is it
suspect.
Is it the story of Sodom and Gomorrah with Lot when God says, listen, if you can find just one person in Idaho who is not a bigot, I will spare the state. I will spare the jank outburst. Look, this is the thing for me. As someone who I'm constantly aware of these stereotypes, and I think, look, jank, I'm sure there's one, you know, down-to-earth progressive that lives in Idaho that's just casually smoking a joint right now going, why are you calling me a bigot, motherfucker?
I like the idea now. I could see that Anna is like Cenk, spare Idaho of your wrath.
Yes.
And Cenk is like, go out there and find me 10 not racist Idahoans, Anna. And Anna comes back, I couldn't find 10, Cenk. And then Cenk's like, find me 5 not racist.
Are they Idahos? Is that what they call them? You've raised a curious question in my mind.
Yes, I don't know how you call
10
the Idahos.
Idahos.
Yes. Right.
Yes.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. I don't know. Spare the guy. Spare some of them. Come on, they're not all big. They can't all be bigots.
Right.
I guess not all is implied. That's why the not all meme is old to people. They're like, of course, Adam. We don't mean all of them. We just mean most of them.
Right. Politicians who don't believe in education at all, don't believe in working together. Who the hell would want to live in a toxic dump site like that? But Idaho, I believe it or not, the citizens, I believe in you. I think you can be better than that. I think you are better than that. But right now, you're not proving it at all. Everybody's cowering to these radicals. These radicals now run the place because you let them be the Gestapo and run all good people out of Idaho. Is anyone in the right wing or independents ever going to fight back against these monsters? Young Turks.
Thanks for watching the.
It's such a jarring, their outro next to the obviously the Rage Fest. So with this has gone super long. So do you have any closing thoughts, and we'll just wrap up?
No, I think we said it all.
Okay, that was awesome. Clip it, CT.
There you go.
Look at that.
I think so. On a scale of enlightened centrism to Destiny calling all right wingers retarded,
Right.
I think Shank eclipsed that.
He went way past the Destiny calling all right wingers retarded.
He created the new scale.
He nuked the entire state of Idaho.
I mean, it was entertaining if you engage with it as political theater. So
Yeah.
okay, well, there it is.
Interesting.
Very
Well, I already
interesting.
clipped it, so we should have said that when I was actually recording.
It's fine. It's fine.
All right.
Let's watch the see,
Matt
what am I
Walsh?
clipping? I thought Adam was recording it.
Well, I just like to say clip it, CT, because I think it sounds cool.
There you go.
Well, I
Okay,
mean,
now let's
Go ahead.
watch Matt Walsh and see if there actually is. I'm curious as to what your take is. Have you seen this at all?
Should I start recording?
Yeah, we can do that.
What video are we watching, Sitch?
So, Matt Walsh got into some hot water recently. He said some things that people are wondering, is Matt Walsh advocating for ethno-nationalism?
Ooh, ouch.
Okay.
It just sounds, that's like
Right.
gives me like a creepy feeling. Just
Yeah.
when you say that word.
Yeah. So I'm curious how you and the audience feels.
You can
how you and the audience feels from this video, because it's not like 100% like he's not obviously going mask off, Nick Fuentes on this to that level, but he's saying some things and you're like, what's happening in this clip? This is a little strange, because he makes some points. He's gonna make some points that I agree with, that I think most people agree with. But then the conclusions that you would draw from those points, you go, that's where we get into issues here.
Yeah, well, this looks like a relatively recent clip.
This is very recent. Yeah.
Oh, I thought you were going into the back catalog of Matt Walsh and some discovery had been made.
So I don't know if we're going to watch it. There is, because the audio is terrible. There is a clip from many years ago where ironically he kind of makes the same argument he makes here, which shows you that he uses the same analogy of birds in that argument. So it makes you think that this is a long held belief of his. This is not a new belief.
Wow.
But anyway, so have you seen this clip at all?
I have not. No, this is my first viewing of it, so
Okay, so you'll tell
I'm
me.
ready to cringe.
The interesting thing is that when I tweeted this out and I said, kind of worried about Matt Walsh seeming to slow walk his audience towards ethno-nationalism, I expected a lot of people to respond and saying, I don't think he's actually doing that, Sitch.
Right.
That was some people respond that way, but the majority of the people that disagreed with me were saying, no, he is, and it's based.
Right, which
I didn't expect.
That's uncomfortable.
Yeah. Now, most of those people, fortunately, do not actually follow me. So
Wow, good.
that's good. That's good.
Right.
So anyway, let's jump into it.
either, when you look at the disappearance of white people, you can either
Okay, wait. I need to set this up because it's not beginning of the clip. So he is responding to there's one of these articles that talks about how, the demographics are shifting. People have been saying, oh, the demographics are shifting, so in 50 years, white people are going to be the minorities or something, right?
Right. Yeah.
There's one of these articles that not just was talking about that, but it seemed to be praising that to some extent.
Yeah, there was a famous clip, I think, of some Tonight Show, and they mentioned this story about the demographic shift, and the
Right.
audience was like, "Yay!" And it was kind of, I think it went viral because people were like, "Why are people cheering about that?"
It was,
That
I'm
doesn't.
pretty sure there's a
It's
Bill
like
Maher
Jimmy
clip.
Fallon or something. Oh, it might
Or
have been.
was it? I don't know. There's a clip. I'm assuming it's Bill Maher, but maybe it's Jimmy Fallon, where that happens. The host is like, looks where he's like, "Why are people clapping for
Yeah.
like this?"
Why is that? What's going on here?
Right.
Yeah,
it was
kind of
strange.
strange.
Yeah. So he's responding
So-
to one of these articles. So
Right.
You can either, when you look at the disappearance of white people, you can either celebrate diversity and a prosperous future. So that's the one. So you're celebrating it. Or you can vilify racial change.
So this is important. So he brings up, when he says that, he's not saying that's his opinion. He's saying that's the opinion presented in the article that he read.
Right.
Is that they're saying, like, you have these two solutions. You either say it's amazing or you vilify it, right? Now, it's
Right.
interesting because you'd think that the way he's framing this means that he's going to say there's a third option, right? Where you
Sure.
can just say, how about we just not be racist, right? But he does definitely go down the vilifying racial change route. So it's interesting that he brings up this dichotomy as if he's going to talk bad about it, but then he essentially plays directly into it.
Right. Rubber stamps it.
Those are the two options. There's no other way of looking at it, according to The Hill and any other media report.
Oh, I see what you're saying. He's like hinting at, well, I have this amazing third option.
Right.
Which he never presents.
And so there are really two parts of the story. The first is the story itself, which is the demographic trend, where whites are trending towards extinction in the United States. Like that's the way it's headed.
So
Extinction.
we already
I
used the
mean-
word extinction, right? So okay.
Extinction.
Extinction. Whites are trending towards extinction in the United States. Wow. All right.
They lose their 51%, and then all of a sudden it's like they never existed.
They were extinct. Yes. It's very strong language there, but all right. Okay.
Not great.
Yes.
And then the other part of the story is the veil of silence around this issue, the wall that is erected around it. And I know you're going to say, well, you just read a story about it, so there's not a silence. Yeah, they can report on it. So you report and you celebrate diversity, and then you just move on. We don't talk about it. We don't think much about it, and that's it. You aren't allowed to talk much about it. You certainly can't be concerned about it. You're not allowed to express any concern. That's unthinkable. To hear that whites are on their way to minority status and the white population is declining, the worst thing you could possibly do is to talk about it at all is already a problem. But to suggest that there's any reason at all to be concerned about that, or to be anything less than thrilled by that development, is incredibly racist, we're told.
Okay. So here's the question I have for you, Rod.
Okay, I'm ready.
Is it inherently racist to care and be concerned about the white population in America declining, or not declining, because that implies like there could be some health problems, like becoming a smaller part of the population as a ratio? Is it
Wow.
inherently racist to care about that?
Well, Sitch.
Mm-hmm.
I do think how much you will care really depends upon the environment. I don't think that it's like innately racist to care about this, but if you are in a situation where you feel, you know, you have a population that tends to demonize any minority group, then obviously you would feel strange about being that minority group. Right now we're in a very strange situation because like a lot of people on the left, you know, say the most horrible thing in the world is to be a minority.
Right.
But then they celebrate the idea of whites becoming a minority. So
Right.
I could see people being apprehensive about that.
Mhm.
Like if you're saying being a minority is like the worst thing ever, then maybe people should be worried about that. So there's a little contradiction in their philosophy there.
I think
What
that's
is
a
your
great
position,
point.
obviously?
I think what you said is a great point. It depends on what the environment is. Because yeah, if you live in some environment where you're actually afraid that people are going to enact racial violence against you, then it would be concerning if you lost or became the minority, I should say.
Yeah, and it's not racist to be concerned about that, obviously.
Right. Here's the problem. If you're a person, and we were having this conversation about the demographic changes, I feel like we would intentionally be careful to talk about acceptable reasons for why to care and unacceptable reasons to not care. So for example, as you said, I think the reason you put forward was an acceptable reason to care. I think an unacceptable reason to care is to think, number one, that white people have some sort of inherent superiority or value to them, or two, to believe that white people have some sort of inherent American culture to them that will be lost if white people are not the majority. I don't believe that there is some intrinsic genetic component tying race and culture together.
I agree.
I have a massive problem with this segment because Matt Walsh does not bring any of these arguments forward. He does not say it's acceptable in this realm or it's unacceptable in this realm. He does not speak in those terms. And he kind of lets the viewer come to whatever conclusion they want to come to. And to me, that means one of two things. It means either he's in favor of believing the race and culture are not separate, which he did say in the past, or he just wants to essentially doesn't care if people that are ethno-nationalists support him, and he just wants to increase his base as much as possible. So he's not actually going to draw any hard lines anywhere in his opinions.
Right.
And I think both of those are wrong or immoral, essentially.
Okay.
Okay. I mean, do you disagree? Do you agree? Do you think that if you're talking, because I feel like if you're talking about something that's a very controversial subject that can very easily be interpreted in multiple ways, you should try to be specific in actually saying what it is that you believe. And I think if you just make general statements to allow the audience to draw whatever they want from it, to me, that's highly suspect as to what your motivation is at that point.
Yeah, so you think he's using it basically to build an audience that includes ethno-nationalists?
Either that or he does believe in those ideas.
Well, I mean, I don't know that Matt Walsh doesn't believe in those ideas.
No,
So
he might. He very well
obviously, I mean, there are people probably that watch Matt Walsh every day that would have a better idea than me. I mean, I only occasionally watch a Matt Walsh video. So, yeah, I agree, obviously. I think a chief component of the American culture is that, you know, we're kind of, what do they always say? A nation of immigrants, right? That's the meme. I know some people object to this meme, often because they're ethno-nationalists, right?
Right.
But I mean, I kind of like that idea. And this is one of the reasons why I got so triggered when we were talking about meritocracy, and will in the future when we talk about meritocracy or aristocracy, because I do feel like there is an ethnic component to aristocracy that meritocracy avoids, right?
Right.
And we are, to some extent, one of our powers in the United States is that we are kind of, people are self-selecting to come here who are the most motivated to succeed in accomplishing things. Like, we're getting the best people, the smartest people, the most talented people, the most ambitious people. All those people come to America because they perceive this is where we can succeed. If you cut off people based on ethnicity, you're just cutting off a huge section of people that can help make America amazing.
Yep.
Yeah. So I do think this goes against the American culture that what I would call the American culture, what I would fight for as the American culture.
So all you can do, I saw some libertarian, of course, reacting to this on Twitter just now, and this news from the Hill, and saying, this is great. I don't see any problem with this. Who could possibly have a problem with it? Who cares if whites are going extinct in America? What difference does it make? I'm a libertarian.
Does the article literally say
Hold
whites
on,
are going
hold on,
extinct?
hold on.
I mean, I just...
Wait. You have to listen to this in its entirety.
Okay, but does the article say that the whites are going extinct? I know I
No.
fucked up. I did the marshmallow thing. But
Yes, it's fine. It's fine.
so he's using the term extinct.
I mean, I'll look it up. I think
Okay.
it's the Hill. America's white majority is aging out.
Right.
I don't think they use the word extinct. They
Right.
do not use the word extinct in the article. Yeah.
Obviously, yeah. So, yeah, okay. Hyperbolic.
Right.
It's
So I feel like-
funnier when Jank goes hyperbolic. I got to admit.
It is funnier. Okay. The reason I want to play this part in its entirety because I feel like it's important to trying to judge what his position is.
Okay. I won't pause. Promise.
But to suggest that there's any reason at all to be concerned about that, or to be anything less than thrilled by that development, is incredibly racist. We're told. So all you could do, I saw some libertarian, of course, reacting to this on Twitter just now, and this news from the Hill, and saying, "Oh, this is great. I don't see any problem with this. Who could possibly have a problem with it? Who cares if whites are going extinct in America? What difference does it make? I'm a libertarian. I don't understand anything."
Okay. So he says, I saw a libertarian on the right talk about this, and he makes a funny voice. So he's obviously posing that the libertarian is wrong for not caring about this demographic shift.
Right.
Okay. And he ends it by saying, I don't know anything.
Right.
Okay. So he's very clearly staking it. His position is that this demographic shift where whites will be the minority is a bad thing. He's very clearly staking that as his claim.
Right. And anyone who disagrees doesn't know anything.
Right. Yeah. And anyone that disagrees doesn't know anything.
Right.
If you're going to stake that claim, that's fine. But you need to explain what the basis of that claim is. Right?
Right. What is it that you know
Yes.
that the libertarian who doesn't know anything doesn't know?
Yeah. Why is it bad for white people to become the minority in America? Right. And my problem is, if you're going to make a claim like that, which you know is very racially charged, which you know is a third rail, and you're not going to provide an answer, that's very suspect to me. Because why would you not? Like, if your position is not something racist, why would you not just say what it is?
Because your position is racist, and you can't just come out and be racist. It's
Okay,
like
well, we'll see.
You look.
Yeah. We've got 3 minutes left, so maybe he'll pull back. Maybe there'll be an explanation here, right?
That's the only attitude you're allowed to have. But here's what we know also. We know that it doesn't even need to be said, but I'll say it anyway, because we all know that's true. But we know that the continued existence of any other race of people is considered deeply important. And the preservation of the historical and traditional racial identity of any nation is considered deeply important. So for example, if there was an...
Okay, so I don't know if that's true. I don't agree with either of those ideas. That it's deeply important for a race to continue to exist. I mean, if we're talking about like not be genocided out of existence by force, we all agree with that, right?
Yeah, of course.
But if we're talking about some hypothetical future where 1,000 years from now, there's been so much interbreeding that like there isn't very clear visual racial distinctions between people. Does anyone care about that?
Some people will, but we usually call them racist. So.
Right. I don't care about that.
Look, in that there's lots of black people that are against interracial marriage
Yeah,
too.
because they're racist.
It's not just white.
Of course.
Yeah, exactly.
There was a person that, it's funny, Libs of TikTok actually brought this up the other day. Or it was like last week. There was a black woman who was complaining about her younger sister, dating a white boy. And she went on this whole tirade about how wrong it is for her to bring a white boy into her house, and that she wasn't going to allow this, and she wasn't going to allow bring her sister to date a white boy, blah, 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 blah. And then it turned out she was a school teacher. And then there were other posts of her showing that she was just blatantly anti-white racist.
Oh, wow.
And then she was then she was basically taunting to say, you can't get me fired from my job as a public school teacher. I think she's a public school teacher. Even
Because
though
she was black?
because I'm racist, even though I'm racist against white people. Yeah. And
Really?
so people went and they found out what school she worked at. I don't know if she ever eventually got fired or whatever happened.
Probably not. She's probably principal now.
Yeah, there you go. But so I agree. Like, we all understand that we all know the racism, like when we're seeing it directed at us. But
Right.
okay. So far his first arguments are whataboutism, right? What about people saying that other races should be protected? That's
Right.
his argument number one about why this is important.
Yeah.
Influx of white immigration to a historically black country, and that was resulting in a giant demographic shift wherein it was becoming a predominantly white country rather than predominantly black. This would be considered a major, major problem. And there's no doubt about it. And yet, in the reverse, it is either neutral or cause for celebration. But really, it should be a cause for celebration. And you know what? This pertains even to the animal kingdom. I mean, you could think about if there's a particular type of, I don't know, hummingbird that's going extinct. Even for that, we're supposed to panic. And if I were to say, hey, whatever, I mean, what does it matter? So we don't have that type of hummingbird. We got plenty of other hummingbirds. What does it matter what type of hummingbird it is? The difference does it make. So you got this type of hummingbird there's more of that and there's less of this. Like, who cares? If I say that, I'm callous. Because no, it's very important that we have all varieties of hummingbirds. Every variety is very, very important. We have to keep them all around. Every animal in the animal kingdom, we got to keep them all around. It's extremely important. If any particular variety starts to dwindle, if any particular type of species of animal gets driven out of its territory, it's a very bad thing. So it's interesting that we can see this with hummingbirds, but not with certain kinds of people. Well, in particular, one kind of person, which would be a white person.
Okay. What were you going to say, Adam?
Well, it's just so collectivist thinking. I mean,
I know.
It's ironic that he's so against socialism.
Yes.
How is this not collectivism?
Well, no, I mean, he's a massive collectivist.
Right. But I think, look, if you told him that to his face, I think he would rebel against that.
Maybe.
He'd say, no, I'm not a collectivist.
Right.
I'm an individualist
Well, this
who
is
wants
why
to make sure that my collective of white people persists.
This is why I disagree with people who say that right wing is libertarian and left wing is collectivist. Because it's like, no, collectivism swings both directions.
Oh, of course.
Manifests in different ways. So
this is not individualism. This is a person who is uncomfortable with the idea that his collective would no longer exist in the future.
Or how he's... So wait.
Go ahead. You
be careful.
I've talked enough.
Well, no, I was going to say, so you said, when you say like that your collective no longer exists in the future, like...
Not through extinction, though, just from interbreeding with other people.
No, but what I mean is, so let's say that I identify my collective as someone who believes in liberalism, right?
Right.
And through non-force means, socialists were going to completely subsume me, and so that there would be no more people that believe in liberalism, right? Now, I would say that I think that's it's justifiable for me to be concerned about that, right? But my argument is that the difference is that I'm talking about an ideology that's going to have some sort of physical manifestation in the world that I think will have a negative harm in the world at whole.
Right.
So
I don't think the color of people's skin affects the culture that they reproduce.
Exactly. Right.
Yeah.
Which he seems to believe that, even if he doesn't necessarily want to specifically say that.
Right. Yeah.
That would be the argument.
Look, Black Americans are Americans. Like, I don't have a stereotype of American that is a white person. And
you're not racist. So
I kind of rebel against that idea even.
Right.
Just to think, like, imagine thinking that Black Americans are not Americans. I love the Black Americans that tangibly dislike the term African Americans because they say, listen, I'm an American. I ain't ever been to Africa. Okay. Why are you putting this label on me?
Right.
I'm an American.
Right.
Yeah. And I just I don't like any of that stuff. I feel like we all have to be Americans.
Well, yeah. And as I said, this is why I agree with the way that I think Scott Adams framed this, where it's the problem is that if you're Black and you're living in a society where it's basically telling you that to succeed means to give up on your Blackness. Or when I say succeed, I should say
horrible.
to
Evil.
participate in society in a pro-social manner, such as getting an education, trying to get a job, etc.
Yeah, you're not participating in whiteness, you're participating in Americanness.
Exactly, right. To label that as whiteness and then to say like to label white people as your oppressors, obviously you're setting up the Black community for failure, because that would mean that to succeed would be to become an oppressor, which is why I'm so against CRT and all this woke stuff, because that's what it does. And I would argue it's even designed. Yeah, we're both against that. And I would argue.
Go off, Sitch.
I would argue that's part of, not only is that like an unintentional thing, but that is part of the intention of CRT and for the other socialists. And this is kind of what we were talking to Dev about, how with cultural Marxism, a lot of it was designed as these ways to destroy liberal society to allow socialism essentially to fill the gap.
Right.
And what is a better way to fill the gap for socialism than to demonize success in a liberal society as being inherently evil or oppressive?
Right. Yes. And it all begins with a privilege walk in 2nd grade.
Right. So, okay, so we're 4 minutes in the video. We have 1 minute left. Matt Walsh has brought forward it's bad for white people to be the minority, and his 2 reasons for it. One is a whataboutism claim, and the other one is a second whataboutism claim in terms of comparing people to hummingbirds and saying when a hummingbird goes extinct, people care about it. Why don't they care if white people go extinct?
It's just the whole extinct framing is just okay.
Which is very bad framing. And also when people talk about animals going extinct, I mean, almost always, if not always, it's the reason people seem to care about it is there's some kind of human encroachment that basically destroys the environment that kills off this bird. So people feel like responsible or guilty for causing the action. It's not like, oh, well, after, thousands and thousands and thousands and thousands of years, hummingbirds just mate with other hummingbirds and they become some kind of like new subspecies or whatever the fuck, or a new color of hummingbird or whatever that we're talking about, right?
Right, yeah. If there's some alien spore that is released on America that makes everybody just crazy for interracial sex, and they all get married and decide, in 100 years there is no black or white people, it's all just brown people. I mean, that's not going to be a tragedy, okay?
Right.
Like if one race decides that they're going to genocide the other race, okay, that's something none of us are in favor of, right? You got to look at how these things play out. Yeah.
I agree. Well, and also from a zoological standpoint, we're talking about like different hummingbirds. Like they're different subspecies, different, I don't know, like I don't remember the whole domain, kingdom, phylum, class, language here, but the different hummingbirds are classified differently. Humans are not. Like a black and a white human are not classified from a scientific perspective as part of like a different subspecies or family or whatever they're talking about with hummingbirds.
All melanin is nature's sunblock. It's all developed by where the humans evolved on the globe. Yeah, what latitude.
Now, if Matt was to make an argument about how he believes that there is an American culture that is very important and worthy of protecting, and that if the left doesn't adopt an attitude of protecting that culture and instead adopts an attitude of multiculturalism where they say people shouldn't have to assimilate, and you keep having the people not white, don't attach to race, but the people that accept and believe in the American culture become the minority in America,
That's scary. Yeah.
That's a scary thing. And I think that's something definitely to worry about, to talk about, to raise the red flag about. Why is it being associated? But he doesn't say this. He never says this. He doesn't explain, and it just doesn't have to be associated to race specifically.
Right.
The preservation of the hummingbird community is more important than the preservation of the white race. In fact, you can't even talk about the preservation of the white. Even saying that word, that phrase, is tantamount to being in the Klan. These are the standards that we are all supposed to live by, but it's like we all know. It's just this game, and we all know that it's bogus and it's ridiculous. We all recognize it at this point, right? I'm not saying anything that anyone doesn't already know. They're all, when it comes to white people and talking about any issue pertaining to white people, there's all kinds of rules that are put in place that do not apply anywhere else. And so it's really up for us, and we can complain about these rules. Usually what happens, and the typical conservative response has been mostly to ignore the rules and just follow them and not point them out. Every once in a while complain about them, but then sort of follow the rules anyway. We can do that, or we can just ignore the rules.
Oh, wow. Wow.
Yeah.
Wow, that's scary.
So I do think even if you want to give maximum charity to Matt Walsh, even if you were to assume that Matt Walsh here is not an ethno-nationalist, which I think he is, based on how he's talking about this. But even if you were to assume that, I would still say that you should agree that's highly irresponsible for him to talk about the subject without being crystal clear that he's not an ethno-nationalist. Because why would you not want to make that crystal clear? If you're not ethno-nationalist, why would and you know that you're going to get painted with this brush for talking about this subject, why would you not want to make it crystal clear that that's not what your position is?
Because that is your position?
Well, that's what I'm saying. That's what I'm trying to say. Is like trying to.
I
say
mean, this
there's
is
any good,
why
charitable way to interpret this that is not like him trying to walk his audience towards ethno-nationalism.
Right. Yeah. And you're already saying you've seen enough to convince you. This is like the smoking gun video for you.
Well, it's hard. Like this combined with the other video, which maybe we can bring up, though it's loading super slow for me. It's on Twitter. Where he talks about this when he was younger, and he uses literally the same example. He uses the bird example, right? So obviously this is something he's thought about for over a decade.
Right.
You know, and he brings this up and he says that there is no separation between race and culture. That's ethno-nationalism, definitionally.
Look, America is a very young nation in the scheme of things.
Right.
So if you have like the Italians, the French, the Spaniards, you have all of these nations that have, you know, an ethnic identity that's tied to their national identity. Americans don't have that. Americans come in all colors.
Mm-hmm.
It's just, that's our history. So I kind of see this idea of America as, you know, an ethnicity, like a race type of ethnicity, as not true, not reality. So, I mean, I understand a lot of the ethno-nationalists will make arguments saying, you know, well, most of the immigrants were from Europe, but weren't they from all over Europe? I mean, different ethnicities all over Europe.
So it's kind of hilarious. And it's funny because
white is not an ethnicity. Okay.
Right. When I brought this up and I'm like, this whole idea of like the white race thing it's so funny. This is like an American construction.
White is not a race.
Right. No, but the whole idea of the white race as a unified white race is actually an inclusive idea that only exists because America had so many different types of white people. Because when you would go back to Europe and you look at like the classical racist of Europe, you know, the Brits did not consider the Germans the same group of people. as them.
Yeah.
Like the Germans
The
did not
French
consider
and the Germans went to war.
Right, as the same group of people. The French did not consider the Italians the same. Like none of the quote white people in Europe considered the fellow white people as the same people. They all viewed each other as different people.
Right.
And it's only in America where a bunch of white Europeans came to America and basically shed their European identity to become a joint American identity, that suddenly this mythical white race kind of forms from the ether.
Look at the Ukrainians and the Russians. They're getting along great.
Yeah, right, exactly. Now to answer your previous question, like originally, the overwhelming majority of immigrants from Europe to America were British. And then a bunch of Germans came over. And there's actually like, a lot of the founding fathers complaining that too many Germans were coming to America. And they're going to Germanify the country. And there are certain, and there are
keep it in balance.
There are certain parts of the country that have a lot of German ancestry. That's why when we talked about the Kyle Rittenhouse case, and I brought this up, everyone in the Rittenhouse case has a German last name.
Right.
Rittenhouse, Grossgertz, Rosenbaum, Huber. They all have German last names, right? And it's funny because no one who talked about the story was like, oh, all those crazy Germans, Kyle Rittenhouse, those crazy Germans running around, right? It was all just white, because that's kind of the way it is in America.
Right, Americans.
Yes, and it's funny too because all the white nationalists, they all like to bring up, their favorite thing to bring up is the Immigration Act of like 1920 or whatever the fuck year it was, that they always like to masturbate to as like the best thing ever, which was when the quota system was implemented in America, for immigrants. And what they always leave out was that the quota system was literally established to prevent white people from immigrating to America. It was to say that we want to allow white people from England and Germany to immigrate, but we don't want white people from like the less, from the more undesirable white countries in America, like the Italians or the Eastern Europeans or whatever. Like, so literally the Immigration Act that the white nationalists point to as the best thing ever was an Immigration Act literally designed to stop white people from coming to this country primarily. Right. It also did prevent Asians from becoming immigrants. But you know where it didn't prevent people? It didn't prevent South Americans. It explicitly allowed South Americans to come to this country without any limitation whatsoever.
Interesting.
And so it's funny to me that suddenly this like white identity is like come into being when it's based on an American fiction.
Yeah.
So I sent you another clip. It's 2 minutes that we can watch. It is an excerpt of a longer conversation that is available on YouTube. I don't think it's taking anything out of context in an unfair way. I would bring up the long conversation, except that the audio is horrendous.
Mm-hmm.
And it's unfortunate that Lance tweeted this out, so we'll be watching it from Lance's Twitter. But he or whoever he got cleaned up the audio in some capacity that's like actually not going to kill your ears to listen to. Okay. And I feel like it kind of is a little bit, it's like Matt talking about the same thing. He's arguing with his co-host about it, but he's more mask off sort of in what he's talking about.
This I have seen a million years ago, or listened to a million years ago. So
really,
as just Mexicans, they start
this clip.
Yeah.
Okay, I've never heard this before.
This gone around. This went around. Look, this is Lance's old number here.
Right.
Ready?
Yeah, we're gonna have to do a lot of pausing and unpausing and all this stuff.
Well, you tell me when to pause.
Okay.
Just yell pause.
I will.
3, 2, 1, go.
Bringing the culture with them. Of course they're going to. Of course they're going to. That's what makes them Mexican. Of course they will. That is not.
I'm saying if they stop identifying themselves as just Mexicans and they start, appreciating the country that they currently reside.
What is the country? I mean, America. Well, then, what does that mean? If you take away the Anglo-Saxon culture, which is what started this damn country.
Yeah, but
not damn country.
You can adopt philosophies, is my point. So I'm confused by race or culture. Like, what are you promoting?
Both. You can't separate them. They're the same. What I'm saying is not like I'm making this up.
That's pretty out there.
Right. So they're having some debate about Mexican immigration. His co-host is saying they can, and this is very telling, because he says, well, they can come to America, and they can identify as American and adopt the American identity. And Matt Walsh's initial reaction is like, well, then what does that mean for America, right? Which is weird because, like, well, what do you mean? What does that mean for America? Like, it means that we have people that are not of Anglo-Saxon origin that identify as American. That's what it means, and adopt American culture, which, by the way, was the American dream, right? Was that this identity, this American culture was open doors to anyone that would accept it and become it, essentially. It was a merit-based culture almost, if you will, as opposed to an aristocracy-based culture.
Not only that, the whole idea that Mexicans are coming here. I mean, the people that generally want to come to America have already adopted the culture in their minds because that's why they want to come here. They're like, I want to be a part of that culture.
Well, okay, so some people, right? Some people have that attitude. There are definitely people that come to America from a lot of countries who don't have any interest or seemingly any interest in adapting to American culture. And I do think that that is wrong. And I do think we should be doing everything we can to prevent that. So it definitely happens. And it's definitely that is going to definitely increase right now because of this like white self-hatred that's being perpetuated by the left in America. So I think it's fine to talk about that and to point that out because it's like you can't have both. Like if you want to have I think like a good argument would be if you want to have immigration into your country, you have to have a country that's willing to maintain and protect its culture. I think that's an argument, right? But then Matt here specifically says that race and he literally just said race and culture cannot be separated.
Right. Yeah.
Right. Which is the point of ethno-nationalism. That is the main point and feature of ethno-nationalism is that race and culture cannot be separated.
Right. Which we object to.
Right.
This has just been the
Are we? Yeah, okay, let's go.
case. Go back through history. This is just the way it works. Is that a country is more than just a border. It's more than just a supply. If all America was just like a plot of land we happen to be sitting on, then it would mean nothing to me. Okay. But because it's also identified with a way of thinking, a way of life, a culture, a philosophy, because that was all there, and it was an Anglo-Saxon thing, then you that's what I identify with. It's not the location and the geography that I identify with. Yeah, I like the rolling hills and I like the purple mountains, majesty, and all that too.
Okay,
but what I like most.
Okay. So this is weird because and this is why it seems so suspect to me. Because at first he's like, America is not just a geographical location. I agree with you. It's a philosophy. It's based on a culture and ideas. I agree. Everything you're saying. It's an Anglo-Saxon thing. Well, wait a minute. Stop. What do you mean by that? Like, if all you mean by that is Anglo-Saxons were like the original people that created this country, that's true. If you want to say that American culture stems from an Anglo-Saxon culture, that is true, right? But how is it that people like myself, people like Adam, all these white people who are not of Anglo-Saxon origin want to instill and identify strongly with American culture and the American ideology?
Yeah, obviously.
Is there
linked to ethnicity?
Right. I mean, my family's mostly Russian of origin. Okay. I'm totally on board with I don't identify as Russian whatsoever. I'm totally on board with American ideology, with this Anglo-Saxon American ideology.
Right.
But anyway, let's continue.
The culture and philosophy that was distinctly Western Anglo-Saxon, and that's what it was. And so when these other groups come and you say, well, as long as they don't bring but they have brought their culture with them. So you can say as long as they don't, but they have and they will continue to. So let's forget about that because that's exactly what they're doing. And of course, why wouldn't they when the original inhabitants, the original inhabitants, of course, were Native American, but forget about them for a second. Everyone else has. When the original inhabitants of at least the United States of America are dying off because we've decided we're too cool to have kids, then why wouldn't they bring their culture? Because there's a cultural void. What I'm saying is that when we die off, as we have been, we have left a cultural void, and that void will be filled with this other hodgepodge of cultures. And I'll tell you something else. When you have just a geographical location, when there's no agreement at all.
Okay, it's done.
Okay. It's like, and the problem with this argument and why this argument is so stupid is like, how many of these woke people that are pushing like horrible woke shit are white and are probably also Anglo-Saxon of origin?
Oh
Right?
yeah.
Like the idea that there's some magical Anglo-Saxon gene that produced and will continue to maintain the correct culture you want in the society.
Yeah, it's
It's
super
ludicrous.
ridiculous. Yeah.
Right.
The idea that America is a cultural void, like, dude, what are you smoking? What kind of crack are you on? I mean,
Yes.
think of all the music, movies, like, we're just spewing culture out all over the place.
I mean, our culture took
What
over
the fuck is he
our,
talking about?
our culture literally took over the world.
Yes, yes. We have a completely aspirational culture.
Mm-hmm.
What the hell is he on about, Sitch? Cultural void.
Well, what he probably means is because
Like we
he
need
has
the Bedouins to come in with their beads or something. Like, what the fuck?
what he probably means is because he's upset because he has a very conservative, I'm imagining, right-wing tradcom identity or culture that
Yes.
he wants that isn't being pushed in this country. And
Well,
even though it's mostly white people that are not perpetuating this culture, because he has sort of the right-wing moral intuition where he's blaming outsiders, he thinks it's the outsiders that are coming in and destroying that right-wing conservative culture he wants to maintain, even though it's mostly white people doing it.
this is what's just so ironic about it, because
Yes.
isn't this the big gripe that Osama bin Laden had, that the American culture was like a fire hose just destroying
Yes.
their culture?
Yes.
Look, why is he here simping for the moral intuitions of Osama bin Laden, a literal fucking terrorist?
Right.
Like, go see Top Gun and just shut the fuck up, Matt Walsh.
Right. Well, and that's of course the giant irony with all this stuff is, people point to when you look at sort of like the wokeness, right? It's really upper class, rich white people pushing wokeness that is kind of taking over all these institutions. When you look at all the evil Mexicans that are coming, into our country, right, or South Americans that are coming into our country,
With
they're
that
usually
Protestant work ethic.
yeah, they're usually like way more socially conservative than any of the woke white people living on the coastal elite areas. And the only
Yeah.
reason and it's so funny because we've said this a million times. It's only the only reason I think the Democrats have been successful at even poaching a lot of the Latin community votes is because they always beat Republicans over the head with a racist stick. And then you have Matt Walsh here who plays into that
Right, yeah.
and solidifies that.
Which is bad politics
Yes.
all the way, and just bad culture.
Right. Now, Matt Walsh says that he's of Irish descent or part Irish descent,
Oh, really?
which is funny because, you'd think how much people did not like the Irish people in American history. I think there'd be some sympathy or understanding there. Yeah, because you could go back in time and you would find writings of all sorts of original Anglo-Saxons in America
Who were
talking
like-
about how these dirty Irish come into our country. They're a different breed of people. They're a different culture. They just can't adopt our cultural attitudes. They're going to bring America down.
The drunkards.
Yes, these drunk Irish men are coming in.
Exactly.
Yes.
Exactly. Talk
these-
about a negative stereotype.
Yes, these loud, drunk, poor Irish people are coming to our country and they're bringing it all down, and we need to stop them. We need to stop them, dang it.
Well, this is horrible. Matt Walsh should be ashamed of himself. I can't believe he would. Has he not seen Top Gun? Have you seen Top Gun? How can you watch Top Gun and think America is devoid of culture?
That's true.
What the heck?
That's true.
We're a cultural powerhouse. Look, we're having a little trouble with our Star Wars culture, okay? But we're going to work it out. We're going to work that shit out, okay? That's what the culture war is for.
Yes.
It's over Star Wars.
There you go. True. True. I'm glad you brought that up. I didn't even think about that. It is funny. Osama bin Laden's literally complaining that American culture is taking over the world.
Yes.
Right?
Degenerate culture taking over everything.
Right.
They have
Right.
the exact same gripe.
Yep.
It's like, oh, please. American culture is big enough that if you want to go, start your commune somewhere, where you just
Your
live on the
Amish
farm.
commune somewhere, yeah.
Yeah.
Go for it.
it.
Yeah.
Go for it.
Yep.
Go for it. But don't take away our video games, okay? That's a bridge too far.
Yep.
Just stop it, okay? Stop it. Anyway, do you have more to say, or you want to?
No, I mean, I think it's unfortunate that I believe Matt Walsh is an ethno-nationalist, and I believe he's gonna be. Well, I mean, he's walking his large audience in that direction. I think that's unfortunate and very dangerous.
It is a bit scary. So
yeah. So,
but I mean, I don't know if that. I don't know if that can gain any sort of political power. I guess there is one thing I will say, because I kind of thought about it while he was saying it. I mean, one of the reasons why it's kind of considered out of vogue to basically, be a white racist is because white people have democratic power. And
right.
it is a little scary when the people who hold democratic power start saying things like Matt said at the end of that video, fuck the rules. Yeah. It's kind of like if a cop who we give a lot of power to has the attitude, oh, fuck the rules. I make the rules. Right. That's a little bit of a scary situation because that person is in a lot of power. It's the same thing with the white situation. So I mean, I do respect that, and I feel like a lot of people don't really respect that, how much power white people do have culturally and democratically. So that always has made sense to me. If whites obviously lose the majority and lose a lot of that political power, well, then it's a different conversation, right? Then you're having a different conversation. Obviously, if blacks, or as people often say now, if people of color become the majority, I'm not going to be comfortable with them talking about, fuck white people and all this shit, because that's a much scarier situation to be in, right?
Right.
So that's something to consider as well. Anything else?
Yeah, it's funny because we just watched the clip of Cenk getting very upset, saying, I challenge you, right wingers, denounce this, denounce us. And it was
this is something for them to denounce, definitely.
Well, that's what I was going to say. Like, he did it over something that I was like, I don't know about that one. Why didn't he get that? Like, if he had played the Matt Walsh clip and got that angry, I'd be like, okay, it's more justified, right? Like, I would say it's justified for him, the label everyone on the right racist, but it would be justified for him to reach that levels of anger over, like, this Matt Walsh clip. Well, and it's fascinating to me, and I never understand this. I don't understand why certain things catch on. Because, like, when Matt Walsh made the comments he made about trans people or whatever, right? It's like, oh, it was like this big deal. Like, and his comments were kind of like vague enough that it was like, okay, you could be offended by them or not, right? And it makes this big deal. It's like everyone's talking about it. It's the main news. Like, now you have this clip of Matt Walsh seemingly advocating for ethno-nationalism. Nobody's talking about this.
Right. Yeah.
Like, I don't understand why some things go viral and some things don't. It makes no sense to me.
Well, I mean, this tweet has 10,000 likes on it. So, I mean,
yeah, but where's all the article? Like, there were so many articles complaining about Matt Walsh, calling him evil for the trans stuff or for the what is a woman stuff, right? And you would think this should be the moment that you would think that all the left-wing media would pounce on him, say, we got him, right?
Right.
It's the clip. We got him, boys. Da, 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 da. But then it's just like, I don't know. It's like silent. I don't understand it. I don't understand how any of this works.
Yeah. Well, I'll say one more thing and then we can call it quits. I do think this is why it is more politically advantageous to be sensitive around the greedy racist stereotype of conservatives and Republicans. Like the back and forth we've been having with Destiny, or we had with Destiny on the live stream. If we call this out, I don't think it has as much power as if conservatives call it out on their own side. Like if Cenk gets irate in a video and goes off, I don't think it has the kind of power that it has if conservatives are calling out their own. So, and I don't look, if you're in a situation where you've just branded everyone on the right as a greedy racist, what is their incentive for even calling this stuff out?
Right.
Yeah.
Right.
So
I agree.
I do think you got to keep that in mind. So anything else, or are we good?
I'm good.
You can't say anything more after I say CT clip it, because then it's like done.
Oh, I get to leave after you say that? Just the
Clip it, CT.
I'm leaving.
Look at that.
I'm leaving. I'm getting up.
I feel kind of like a phony doing that, because I did record. Like,
You're a liar. Because she ain't clipping it. You already clipped it.
It just sounds cool.
It does.
Clip it, CT.
I do have to go to the bathroom. So.
Okay, that's fine. I guess I'll read a super chat.
You read something.
I might read a super chat that we've already read, because I'm just going to go back to the top. Lucy Lemonbug did 5 gifted subs. I don't know if we already mentioned that, but thanks, Lucy. That's awesome. We have Goro Cero for $5 says, as a firm believer in apologies. Oh no. Oh no. Where's this going? What's going on here? I do hope this doesn't turn into a solicitation for an apology from me. From me. You know how I feel about public apologies. Here, let's see here. As a firm believer in apologies, I think Adam is owed an apology. Oh, okay. Look, I like that. Is owed an apology on account of Dev advocating for political violence on your channel. Well, holy shit, Gloricero. I do like this super chat. Here, I'm going to heart it. I feel like this super chat should have been hearted long ago. And then he has a string of elephant emojis, which I think implies that I let my elephant get away from me. I did obviously kind of get triggered that I felt like Dev was accusing I felt like Dev, I don't know. That conversation put me in kind of an awkward space, but I think I recovered well, and I don't think it went on as long as people think it went on. So Charlie for $2 says, the ring is set. Time to watch Dev pound SNA. Oh yeah. I get it. Like a boxing ring. Yeah, that was a fun talk with Dev, obviously. And I'm glad we got Dev to make a public declaration that he's not going to go down the ethno-nationalist route. So we can always, if anything crazy happens, we can always point back to this live stream and we can say, you promised us. Terrible, terrible person. 777X for $10 says, Sitch, last stream you said Russian government was right-wing. Can you care to elaborate? Most people in charge were commies then, and most likely still are. They regret the fall of the Union. So I think Sitch already actually answered this one. So, but I read it again. Anyway. Revolt of Givia for $5 says, hey, Adam, if your mic goes straight into OBS, how do you have noise cancellation? Wife and I are workshopping a stream, but alas, I am a boomer. Well, I don't have noise cancellation. I have
I'm back.
Oh, hello. Hello. Welcome back. We have a question about audio.
Oh, okay.
I don't have noise cancellation. I have a microphone that is a mic for like independent filmmaking. So it's designed basically to only capture sound in a certain area.
Known as?
What is it called? I don't know.
A shotgun mic.
A shotgun mic. Yeah, that's what it's called.
Yes.
So I've kind of set up my system because I live on a busy street. Obviously, occasionally you guys hear the sirens go by. In my room, those sirens are like thunderous. It doesn't sound too bad on the stream, so a lot of the cancellation is just from the mic that I use. It's not software driven. I did get a mic, I think, like you have. What do you have, a Getty or something like that? A Yeti?
I have the very cheap Blue Yeti, which is hilarious. For
Right.
5 years, I mean, I guess it's been pretty good. I've been using the same mic for 5 years.
Now
sounds
that blue
decent enough.
That
So-
blue Yeti I got, and you could hear a gnat fart 3 rooms over in that microphone. So
Well-
it did not really work out for me.
It's funny because well, first of all, it's funny it's called a shotgun mic now that I think about it, because when you think of precision, you don't think of a shotgun. So I don't know why they call it a
That is,
shotgun mic.
yeah, that is weird, huh?
I don't know why. Maybe because it looks kind of like a barrel of a gun or something. I don't know why they call it a shotgun mic. But yeah, it's funny because your mic is designed to be better at not picking up external noises, but you pick up all sorts of external noises, and I don't. And and it's because I have the Zoom audio noise suppression thing, but from the audience's perspective, doesn't your mic goes directly into
OBS, yeah.
OBS, so they're not actually hearing you through Zoom, right? They're hearing you through your mic directly.
Correct.
Right. So that's why you don't hear background noise really at all from me, but you'll hear a lot of background noise for Adam. And it's also funny too because this
Not
people
a
will be
lot.
like,
Come on, it's not that bad.
well, no, yeah, but it's funny too because like people will say like, oh, they hear all this background noise for you. I don't even hear what they're hearing because I'm hearing you through Zoom.
Right.
So
yeah.
I don't even hear
You
what
don't
they're
hear
talking
the
about.
sirens.
Well, no, I'll hear the siren, right? I can hear like the very loud sirens, but like when you're talking about like your wife talking in the background or like music, I'm like, I can't even hear whatever the people are talking about.
They can only hear that when she's loud.
Yeah, but I only
just
hear
go
that.
out, I give her a quick beating.
There you
It's
go.
all over with. We're
But
all good.
The Zoom noise suppression is so good that I'll only hear that if you are talking. But if you're not talking, it won't pick it up at all.
Maybe I'll
So.
figure out how to get that.
I mean, it does. I don't know. Does it bother people or is it fine?
Yeah, I don't want to change anything.
Right.
Come on.
So if it doesn't
Change
bother
is
you-
a dangerous thing, guys. Don't
Right.
let those Democrats fool you. I remember the first time I heard that. I think I was like 20 and I went to see a movie with a girl that I liked. And in the movie, one of the characters said, "Change is a dangerous thing." And we both like laughed out loud about that. How ridiculous that was. Isn't that like obvious?
That changes a dangerous
left,
thing.
liberal moral intuition?
It is.
Yeah.
It is. Yeah.
Just to laugh at the idea that change is a dangerous thing. Like, what a boomer.
I know.
Change is a dangerous thing.
And
What a
then you're
fucking
like-
stupid thing to say.
And then you're like, oh, I get it now.
I do to some extent get it now. Yeah, I didn't get it then, but I do remember every time I hear change, I think of that change is a dangerous thing line from that movie. I can't even remember what the movie was. Yeah. Interesting. I'm on Mr. Ubercross. I don't know how many of these. I think we read Mr. Ubercross, right? Some of my Mr. Ubercross for $10. Some of my tomatoes are suffering from some variety of rot.
Wow.
This has nothing to do with the conversation, but it's very upsetting to me. That is upsetting.
That sucks. Yeah.
I planted a garden here one year in Southern California, and I planted some broccoli. I was very excited. And then I discovered there is some invasive species of insect in Southern California that loves broccoli. And man, that insect just annihilated my broccoli. Yeah. It was very frustrating.
Mm-hmm.
Twitter sucks for $2 says M&M's? What is that all about?
Is that all it says? Just says M&M's.
PC for $2 says Sitch is actually Kimberly Crenshaw.
That is true.
Well, we all suspected it, Sitch.
That
None
is
of us
true.
were really buying this whole. I mean, look. Your Dow does protest too much about the Marxism and the critical race theory. I mean,
Oh, I see.
obviously.
It's all an op, right?
Of course. We all know
That's-
you're a government shill.
Sure. That's true.
Tyler for $2 says, "Did Dev even know he was your star guest?"
He did.
Yes, he did.
He did,
Look,
yeah.
we set this up 5 weeks ago. He had plenty of time to buy a car.
Yeah, that's true.
I don't know why he had to wait till the last minute. I think it was something about car trouble. Are you enjoying this?
Are you reading?
Yeah.
Yeah,
Is this like a break for you?
I'm trying to get all the art to show like
Sparks
ready. So
7907 is a 1-month member of 1 month free will seeker. Congratulations, you made it. Sitch, we already knew you're a right winger. I want a refund, damn it.
there you go.
Yeah. There was a super chat that went through about the enlightened centrist tattoo that I felt a little bad about, but
What? Someone got a tattoo?
I guess someone got an enlightened centrist tattoo.
I mean, that's still based. Listen, in my heart, let me be real here. In my heart, I am still an enlightened centrist. Okay.
Right.
I'm just saying I'm going to hide my power level. Listen.
I know, that's what I was thinking.
I'm going to hide my enlightened centrist power level. Okay. You guys all know. Wink,
we're going
wink.
full mask on.
Right. Full mask off. I'm still an enlightened
Mask
centrist.
on.
But mask on, I'm now an anti-woke liberal. Okay.
Right.
There you go.
Which this clip, Lance will be tweeting this out on his Twitter account.
That's true.
Once a week.
Lance will clip this and he will have me dead to rights. Okay.
Actually, let me take Lance's tweet down.
Yes. You can bring up Hayden Dill made a pretty good meme I sent you. It's pretty funny.
I'm bringing up look, I've got my Chank meme now. My perfect Chank meme.
Oh, well,
man, I love this meme.
What is it?
It's Chank smoking a big blunt.
Oh, no. Okay. Well, bring up Hayden Dill made a Chank meme. That's relevant to what we just watched.
Oh, I know. I saw it and laughed so hard.
It's
I
very
was
funny.
laughing. Look, Matt Walsh is talking about ethno-nationalism, and I am laughing. It's not a good look. I was like, holy shit, close Twitter.
You're talking about ethno-nationalism, and you're laughing?
Exactly.
Uh-huh.
I'm supposed to be angry here.
Right.
Not laughing.
Shame.
What movie is this from, this meme?
The Chank with the present?
Yeah.
Is it from a movie? I just thought it was just him holding a present. Oh, it's from, you got Spider-Man, over there. So I guess it's from Spooderman, right?
What is the Leonardo DiCaprio movie?
Oh no, I'm sorry. It's The Great Gatsby.
Yeah, he's holding out the drink, right?
Yeah, it's Leonardo holding the drink from Great Gatsby. Yeah. There you go. It's very funny. I do like it.
Oh, that's perfect.
Yes. Thank you, Hayden. Good job.
Excellent work there. I do approve.
Keep reading. I'm not done getting on the art. My
okay.
Twitter's loading really slow for some reason.
I was trying to fix the screen so we don't have to look at Matt Walsh anymore.
Oh, okay. That's fine.
I was going to bring up the super chats thing. If I
don't want to look at Matt Walsh anyway.
Look, I'll keep reading super chats. It'll be great.
Bring up the art.
Someday. I got to read these super chats.
No, bring up the art first.
Sketch for $10. Does this mean I can't buy free will here anymore?
No, of course. Free will. You can always buy free will, baby. You get 10 free units of free will just for you. Ethically sourced, non-GMO. Free will, baby.
Right. Yes. And that free will allow you to use or not use the enlightened centrist label as you see fit.
True.
Yes.
True.
Kerm for $5 says new label should be free will dealer. I like it. I do like that.
Sitch, how do you identify? Well, I identify as a free will dealer.
A dealer.
I like.
I'm just gonna simplify it to dealer.
Right. I'm a dealer.
I like that.
I don't think the connotations to that is going to be very good.
How do you identify politically? I'm a dealer.
A dealer, baby. Like a card
Everyone's
dealer?
gonna be like,
you're like a card
everyone's
shark?
gonna be like, oh, so you like Trump art of the deal.
Oh, there you go.
That's exactly what they're gonna do.
True.
They're gonna paint us as dirty, dirty MAGA people. The MAGA Republicans. The MAGA Republicans. MAGA Republicans. How does Biden do it?
Dude, that's pretty close.
The nation of MAGA Republicans.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, MAGA Republican. The MAGA Republican. J-Mac for $20 says, why not just be normal and call yourself a liberal moderate? Well, Jay, that would be too sensible. That would be absolutely too sensible for us.
I mean, I
Look.
could do that, but where's the fun in that, Jay?
Yeah. Come on. Dealer. Think what kind of connotations that strikes in people's minds. Yeah. I'm a dealer.
Okay. I sent you all the art I could find.
Caffeinated Tweaker for $2 says, since we got a minute, can I shell Offsee's book?
Shell.
Yeah, shill.
You said shale.
Can I shale? Yeah, shale it as much as you want.
Yes. So I saw Asif
Of course you can. Yeah, put it in the chat.
did a book, a Hebrew book that it looked like CT drew the illustrations for. It looks awesome.
Hell yeah. Shill it up.
We should bring that up, actually. Let me go find that.
Shill away.
Shill away, baby.
Yes.
Let's see, where is it? Oh, here it is. I don't know what's being said in the book because I don't read Hebrew.
Oh, no.
But it looks adorable.
I hope it's not saying death to Palestinians.
I think it is, actually.
Is it really?
No, I don't think
Come on.
I sent it to you.
Okay.
Okay.
She put it in the... Look, Caffeinated Tweaker's a mod. She can put
Yeah,
as much,
but I just
as
we
many
can bring it
links
up
as
on
she
screen
wants.
so people could see it.
Okay,
It's
I can do
very
that.
adorable. It's like a little kid's book.
Look at this.
Let's see. Rigo Zoro for $5 says you shouldn't label yourself anti. Be pro your position. Okay, so I should be.
I
if I
agree
say
with that.
I'm a pro liberal. I'm pro liberalism. I guess I could say that. How do you identify? I identify as pro liberalism. That could be a good move.
It works. It's simple.
I'm
Straight
pro
to the
liberalism.
point.
Yeah, but people won't know what it means, but that's good. So I'm pro liberalism. I'm in favor of the philosophical system of liberalism. That's what it means.
You're an individualist? Oh my
I
god,
know.
dirty right winger.
I know. Soto for 12 months. Thanks so much. Soto says just go with a truth recovery ascended person or trap for short. That's funny. I like that.
Danimal has a good one too. I saw it.
Almost animal.
He has another one of those acronym ones,
Oh,
but I
I
don't
see.
think you'll like the acronym.
What is it?
Look, I don't want to spoil it. I'm sure he spent a lot of time crafting that super chat.
Oh, where is it? I don't see
Gotta
it.
be nice. CT does do some adorable characters here.
I don't see it. I don't see the animals.
Oh, it's in there.
Okay.
It's in there. Look, the cute foxes.
Hey, look at that.
Where do I get this
Adorable.
book?
I don't think it's out. It says almost ready to print. So it's not
Okay,
out.
cool. Damn it, he's gonna print his book before we print ours. I feel like,
Bro.
oh my god, I'm such a bad person.
He's gonna print his version in English before he print ours.
I feel I'm such a horrible person.
Right.
I do.
That is
feel
true.
terrible.
This is a true statement.
I know. So this is little child Sitch right here.
Yes.
Stealing the alcohol from his mother's alcohol.
It's
cabinet.
orange juice.
It's
not
vodka.
alcohol. It's
It's vodka.
it's apple juice. It's orange juice. It's got a little orange on it. Look.
It's vodka.
It's a mimosa.
Sitch is getting drunk.
Yes.
Here he is. Look, Fox friends, you want to get drunk with me?
You know, I remember.
And then here he is. He's like, I got the munchies. I'm trashed. Let me get some of these cookies here. I'm shit-faced. He's one of those hungry drunks. I know you guys know the type. Your friend that gets wasted and he wants to go to the Taco Bell at 3 a.m.
That is me. That is 100% me.
Give me some of that Taco Bell.
There's something. Listen, Taco Bell. You eat Taco Bell at any time of the day, and it tastes like crap. But some magic happens at 2 o'clock in the morning. That's when the Taco Bell employees start to crinkle start to sprinkle crack into the Taco Bell. Okay. And after 2 o'clock, you're like, I don't know why. This Taco Bell tastes way better than normal. Like, man.
Look, it's so slow in here. What do we do? Well, get the crack out.
Actually, so my food of choice, my hungover, or not like quite hungover, but like coming off of alcohol food, was not Taco Bell. It was 100% Denny's.
Oh, the worst.
Denny's breakfast at like 2 a.m.
I had a friend that used to always drag us to Denny's, and I hated it. I would be the person constantly complaining about it.
Denny's? I mean, it's like shitty, but you know, whatever. What is this? It's 2 o'clock in the morning. What are you supposed to do?
Yeah.
What else is open? It's either that or fast food.
Yeah.
I mean, listen, if I lived, this is the unfortunateness of South Florida, okay? If there was a Waffle House, I would 1000% have chosen to go to a Waffle House over at Denny's any day of the week. But there isn't. So my choices were Denny's or get fucked. So you go to Denny's and you get the breakfast and you eat those greasy, delicious hash browns as you're coming off of an alcohol buzz, and you're like, oh, this tastes so good.
There was this taqueria that we used to always go to that was just, the best. Tacos Acapulcos. Oh my God. Oh, so amazing. So incredible. There's only one taqueria in all of America that's better than that taqueria.
Oh, wow.
And that's Taqueria Morenos in Santa Cruz, California.
Mm-hmm.
I know some of you, because we've had people super chat that live in Santa Cruz. Taqueria Morenos. If you haven't gone there, oh man, so good. Best Mexican food in the world. Even better than Mexico. Mexico cannot compete. Okay, what's the last one here?
It is kind of shocking to me that there were like literally no Waffle Houses near me.
Really?
Like, how is that possible?
You should open one.
You would think that people make a crap ton of money with a Waffle House. Like, how is there no Waffle Houses near me?
Look, let's do a tweet. Offer
Waffle
a
House?
reward to anyone that opens a Waffle House in South Florida.
The closest Waffle House is like so far away. Oh my God, it's terrible.
It is not Tex-Mex either. It's Taquerias Morenos is not Tex-Mex. I've had Tex-Mex before, obviously. I lived in New Orleans, where all you could get is Tex-Mex. The one thing that sucked about living in the South is the Mexican food sucks. Oh my God, they have the worst Mexican food.
That makes sense. I mean,
it's horrible.
Right.
It's horrible. You want a nice jambalaya? New Orleans is your place.
Right.
You want a nice andouille sausage po' boy? Oh my God, delectable. Yes.
Want some beignets?
You want some beignets with extra powdered sugar?
Oh man.
Knock yourself out. You want some Mexican food? Go fuck yourself.
It's probably better now, though, I would imagine.
I don't know.
Like, I bet you there's some bomb-ass sushi places in Louisiana. I bet you.
Actually, the first time I tried oysters was my friend took me to some shishi restaurant in New Orleans.
Mm-hmm.
And I was like...
Well, I don't like oysters, but...
People eat this shit? Oh, my God. I think mine had a piece of sand in it, too. It's like, this is the worst.
Right.
This is torture. Anyway, well, so the last panel here is drunk Sitch decides he's going to build a tower, all shit-faced after he's eaten his Taco Bell.
My Denny's.
His Denny's.
Yeah.
And he breaks it.
There you go.
Oh, man.
I had a grand sandwich with hash browns.
Terrible, Sitch. And it all began with you stealing your mom's vodka.
Right.
The moral of the story is don't let Sitch near the vodka.
Like, listen, if McDonald's was better, they would have had McGriddles all night and all day. And I could have got a McGriddle I would have gone to Denny's. I would order just hash browns, and then I would have brought my McDonald's McGriddle in. Can you imagine? Go to, buy a McGriddle, buy a bunch of McGriddles. Go with like a group of friends. You all buy McGriddles, and you walk into Denny's. You get a table, and you're like, just give us a bunch of hash browns. You pull out your McGriddles and you eat that, and you eat the hash browns.
You can't do that.
That's like such a Kyle. That's such a college move. You could order. What are they gonna do? You're eating their food. What are you supposed?
I can't decide. Is that American or un-American?
That's like the most fucking college bro American shit I like ever seen in my life.
I know. That's what. Just like I think culturally that is American.
That's so American. Oh my god.
It's kind of up there with like sneaking snacks into the movie theater.
I mean, you're not sneaking, just doing it. Like, you can't really sneak it. You're just like, let me openly eat my McDonald's and the Denny's.
I guess once you've taken a table, there's no more sneaking that shit.
I'll be like, listen, I'm ordering. I want hash browns. Okay.
Yeah.
It's kind of like, it's funny because like, when you're like my parents never let me do this, but you'd see like sometimes there's like the little kid and the like they bring him to the restaurant, but he won't eat whatever they serve there, so they bring in like the Burger King and McDonald's. The little kid's eating his McDonald's while everyone else is eating like normal food.
Of course, I've seen that.
Yeah.
Typical
kids. Sneaking the snacks. Yeah, McGriddles are great. Listen, all this could have been avoided.
Oh my god. He did it.
What?
Oh shit.
What?
Go to Twitter and hover over the retweet button and see what deviousness our friend Elon Musk is up to.
The retweet button.
Yeah.
It says you mean repost? It said that for a while. You just noticed that?
Oh, I just noticed it.
Yeah, no, it's been repost for like a week or two.
Really?
Yeah.
Oh,
yeah, I know. As soon as, because I was like, one day I'm like, what happened to retweet? I noticed it immediately. I'm like, oh, it's become repost. So yeah.
Wow.
Yep. No, it's been like that.
Oh, okay. End of an era.
Yep. Bad. Hayden Dill for 13 months says, just got my car too, Dev, a Canadian 2016 Civic LXP. Very nice. S-Class will always be my centrist man. A-Team equals eggplant erection. We are Team Illuminated Veracity. There you go.
Oh, I like that.
Yes.
Illuminated Veracity.
There you go. Quote tweets should be called parries. Ha 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 ha. Oh. Very clever. Skillenalian? Thanks so much for joining the Free Will Seekers. Skillennial. Oh, that's what it is. Skillennial. Dr. Logan for 9 months. Thank you so much. Says, maybe use, quote, true seeking, liberal independent. Yeah, those are decent suggestions. I mean, true seeking is a little hoity-toity, right? Little hoity-toity.
Let's call ourselves Brights. Do you remember that?
Like
you know
from the movie Bright? They
No.
can use magic?
Oh,
I don't know what you're talking
Richard Dawkins did a TED Talk. You don't remember this cringy TED Talk he did about how he wanted atheists to be for something. So he pitched the term that we would no longer call atheists. We would call them Brights.
That's a terrible name.
Well, I wonder why it never caught on.
Yeah, okay.
Brights.
Okay.
Look, I'm putting my foot down here. S-Class will now be referred to
No.
as Brights.
Listen, as a person of shadow, that is a racial slur against my people. Okay.
Brights, all of you.
That's like when they call like a black person like shine or something. Like calling a person of shadow a bright is very offensive. Okay.
I see you Brights in the chat.
Oh, look at this. Look at this fucking racist over here. Can you believe this? My God. Holy shit. I haven't thought about Light Bright in forever. Wow,
Oh,
you
yeah.
just unlocked a core memory.
Did you have
Holy
Did you have
shit.
the mini light bright?
No, it was a normal size one.
Oh,
What's the mini one?
it's like a travel light bright
No, it was
with
like
all the small stuff.
the big old one. That was like the big, like mini computer sized one. Damn, light bright. Holy shit. I haven't thought about that in so long. How many people
Yeah.
in the chat don't even know what a light bright is? I'm
This is
curious about
That's
that.
like American culture at its finest, right? I mean, obviously. Do they
Light
even
bright.
have light brights in?
No, I don't think. Well, I don't think they even
In
exist
Europe?
anymore. Jesus. Who didn't? Who didn't? Is there anyone that doesn't know what a light bright is? Does everyone know what a light bright is? I don't even know if that's like a thing that people like do anymore. I'm assuming it doesn't exist anymore. Okay, Miss Sparkles had one. Good Emperor doesn't know what they were. Bilbo doesn't know. Dr. Zayas had one. Okay. Vanessa knows. This is a pretty mixed audience. Pretty mixed audience. Dr. Dealer says they still exist. So a light bright was like, it was like this big Bajumbi plastic box with a bunch of holes in it. Like it was like, it looked like a bunch of like a grid with a bunch of holes. And what you would do is it came with these like these pictures on black construction paper, and you would put the picture over the holes, and you would take these tiny little like bulbs, these little plastic bulbs, and you would poke holes in the picture, and you make like these connect the dot kind of looking pictures on the black construction paper, and you turn the light bright on, and it would like light up the holes, and they would change all sorts of colors and everything. And it was like this little thing you'd play with as a kid. You make little like colorful pictures. Do you remember the song?
Yeah, it was great.
Yeah, it was great. It was very simple. Back when things were simple, we didn't have computers. Do you remember the Light Bright song from the commercial?
Now all people want is HRT.
Okay, Grandpa.
I don't remember the song, but I remember it being catchy.
It was like light bright, light bright, light up the night with light bright, or something. Yeah. Oh, here we go.
Sounds cringe.
Here we go. Baby. We're gonna watch some old commercials, everybody.
The Great American Tune-In is brought to you by Light
I don't
Bright.
have
Turn
it
on
up.
the magic of colored lights. Light Bright from Milton Bradley.
Light bright, turn on the magic of colored lights.
Turn on the magic of colored lights. Woo!
Oh my God, Jesus.
Sitch is reliving his childhood right now.
I am scary.
Look, you made that. You
I made the little look. It's
the dancing ballerina.
little dancing ballerina. Yeah.
Pop in the colored pegs and follow the patterns. It's easy to make beautiful pictures with Light Bright, or create your favorite cat.
This is how we used to do pixel art back in the day.
You know what? It's so fucking insane because like I feel like now there were so many things like this when I was growing up, like these like weird little toys and shit. Does anyone buy anything like that's not
No,
the
they don't
digital
exist
anymore? Like, is it
anymore.
even like, is there a purpose to buying any of this? Do kids like play with any non-digital toy? Let me know. I don't have
No.
children. Yeah, do they care? Does any of this shit exist? Is everything just like just give them the iPad and then that's the only thing you need to buy them forever, right?
The only non-digital toy kids play with is Ritalin.
There you go. Look at that. Disney's Beauty and the Beast. Light bulb not included. Oh yeah, you had to get a light.
What a
Forgot
cheap,
about- I forgot about that.
what a cheap motherfucker.
know,
Couldn't even
jeez.
put the light bulb in. And it was
I
one of
know.
those weird bulbs that you couldn't just buy at the grocery store.
Yeah, it was a weird bulb. Yeah. You know what the best 90s?
You got to go to the aquarium store to get this light bulb.
Essentially, yes. It was pre-Amazon, so it's like you could even order it. You had to go to some weird ass place to find this shit. Or you remember like you'd have to like literally order things from the company itself.
Oh yeah, that
It'd
was a
take, like,
bitch.
It would literally take 2 months to get something. Do you remember when it used to like take a month to get something in the mail? Oh my God. Or 2 months to get something in the mail? Oh.
Culture is falling apart, Sitch.
I
We're
know.
on the verge of extinction here.
I know. You have a little box in your pocket that tells you anything you want in the world, and you can buy anything you want in the world with that box at any time, anywhere, and it'll come to you in like a week or like a day. So
We're teetering on the edge.
This was the best commercial, okay, from the 1990s.
It's sometime in the future. The ultimate challenge. Crossfire. Crossfire. You can count the crossfire.
So stupid.
Wow.
Oh, I love
what
this
a
game.
cool game.
I love it's like it's like a fucking dystopian future, and this is all they have left to compete is this stupid game where you shoot metal balls at little plastic things.
Is that Ozzy Osbourne?
Don't you love
the kid? Kind of looks like a Nazi at the end there. Did you see that?
I love how like the 90s aesthetic.
He's got like this Nazi like fist going here.
No, he doesn't.
What do you? Wait, hold on. We're
doing
backing up into different areas here. I'm looking for the Nazi salute he does right here.
Not to a Nazi salute.
You don't think so?
No.
Look at that. I thought he did like a Heil Hitler.
Okay, here's my question. When I see these old commercials and you see it's like literally like 240p potato quality,
right?
Did it actually look like that? It didn't actually look like that on TV, right? Like it actually looked clear on TV, right? Like we didn't just hallucinate.
I don't think so.
It didn't actually look like this,
in.
right? Like I don't remember TV looking like dog shit when I was like a child. Right? It actually looked like not like this, right?
No.
I'm not insane.
No.
Or am I insane?
Your brain filled it in correctly.
No, I don't.
Your brain filled it in as HD.
I don't believe it. I don't believe it.
It's true.
I don't believe it. You're fucking with me.
It's true. TV used to look amazing. You'd be
yes,
able
okay.
to see every detail of his face.
It's people recording off the VHS. Yeah, I think that's what it is. I think that's what it is. I know the TV quality was worse, but it wasn't this bad. Okay. Two TVs were different. Like TVs had more, and obviously film. It had more artifacts and grain and stuff, but it wasn't like this. Like I'm pretty sure if I went back in time and I watched the Crossfire commercial and I walked up to my little TV, I could look into this child's face and actually it wouldn't be a blur. It'd be like I could see his eyes and stuff.
Have you seen the FP? The movie The FP?
No.
The FP is for Fraser Park. I think that's where they filmed it, but it's about a dystopian future where gangs fight using Dance Dance Revolution.
That sounds funny.
It's hilarious. It is. It is
funny.
very funny.
I like the 90s aesthetic where whenever they made a commercial or a theme song, it was just to say the name of the thing over and over again.
Oh, yeah.
Crossfire, Crossfire, or Beast Wars. Dun, 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 dun. The only words in the song of the intro Beast Wars was Beast Wars. Or Dragon Ball Z. Everything was just to say the name of the thing over and over again.
Yeah, that's the way to go.
I don't know why, but it was pretty based. I liked it. Even the Spider-Man, the Spider-Man 90s show, Spider-Man, Radioactive Spider-Man, and then it was like a guitar solo, and then it was just Spider-Man again. There was a couple other words in there, but it was mostly just Spider-Man's. That was the best aesthetic. You just shout the name of the product over and over and over again. Burn it into your brain.
Do you think we can watch a movie clip without getting in trouble?
No, stop.
Well, I don't have the thing up.
No, stop it.
You sure?
Yes, we're not doing it. Bring up art.
Look, it's dance. Look, they're doing Dance Dance Revolution. Here, let's turn the music.
No.
You got to watch this movie. This movie
I will.
So
it does sound funny, but
the acting is so. It's like airplane style acting. They're completely serious, but they're talking about the most ridiculous shit in the world, and you're like, "What the fuck? Make it stop."
To see what it's like if it's on something. So it's on 2-bit. Isn't that weird free streaming site? Anyway. Okay. Continuing on from that side quest. Mr. Bucket, you're right, Mr. Bucket. Hungry Hungry Hippos. What was the Hungry Hippos? What was the Hungry Hippos theme song? I don't even remember. What the fuck was the Hungry? No, Hungry Hippos was. What was the Hungry Hippos commercial? Hungry Hippo commercial. Does anyone play? Any children play Hungry Hippos or Clue? Like, do people play board games anymore that are children?
Of course not.
This Hungry Hippos commercial is way older than me. It's from like the 80s. Oh my God, you're right. The 90s commercial for Hungry Hungry Hippos was just going, Hungry Hungry Hippos, Hungry Hungry Hippos. Why? It's just
All
it's
right,
wild.
I got to
to
bring
me.
some art up here.
This was like the 90s aesthetic, was to just say the name of the product again and again. And it was glorious.
Focus,
Okay.
Adam. Focus. Fuck yous. Fuck yous. You have to fuck yous on the art. Fuck yous.
Teenage
Bring
Mutant
up
Ninja
the
Turtles.
art.
That's a great one. Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles was literally just, well, not literally. There were some other lyrics, but it was mostly just Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles.
Interesting.
Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles. Turtles. Turtles in a
Sitch.
half shell. Turtle power.
Some of this art we brought up on the Sunday stream. Do we bring it
Dun,
up
dun,
again?
dun,
Or
dun, dun. I didn't. What I sent you? I don't think brought up, did we? Which one?
Sitch, you gonna bring up the ball grab? Interesting.
Well, it's funny. I'm grabbing Dev's balls. If we brought up something already and I don't remember it, don't bring it up.
Look, you ball grabber. Oh
Listen.
yeah, it's me eating the cookie dough. I forgot about that.
Yeah.
Sitch, you're so good at making sure we get all the art in.
So Majin drew this picture of me grabbing Dev's balls.
Yeah, you guys are gonna get to see it in all of its glory.
Oh,
Look
it's not
at
up yet?
2 Sitch memes. Sitch is memeing it up on Twitter.
I know. I'm pretty base like that.
Sitch is almost at 20,000 followers on Twitter.
What?
What? Look at this.
I've been stuck at 20,000 or whatever I'm at for like ever. I'm at 21.7. I've been in like the 20 range for like a year, 2
Look
years.
at this. I just
Okay.
completely insulted Sitch. He's like, what?
Wow.
I'm already at 20,000.
Oh wow, that's cool. Landorf made a cool like CT Lego.
A CT Lego.
Yeah.
Oh, CT sending stuff too? Look at this.
Yeah, look at
What
that.
the heck? Holy cow.
Isn't that cool?
That is cool. How's that even possible? That's amazing. Got the
Okay.
Sitch shirt on.
Yeah.
Look at that.
Gave Lego CT a big rack, you know. It's always
You
appreciated.
got some cleavage going there.
There you go. Jesus, how many Majin has like way more that I didn't see on Twitter.
I mean, I already brought the one up of sexy Adam in the with my childbearing hips.
But what's that? Oh, you brought the Sitch I wasn't listening one?
Yeah,
When did you bring that up when?
on Sunday.
You didn't say anything.
I brought the Sitch on the Sitch. I bought you the real life Subnautica experience. Isn't
Yeah,
it great?
that one. Yeah.
I didn't say anything.
Not about the Sitch I wasn't listening.
No,
Or I'm
I
going
just-
pay attention.
Look, I just brought it up.
Wow. We got
It was cool.
yeah, Fem Adam and Sitch Chan. And Adam's just smoking, not paying attention.
Yeah,
Okay.
I'm trying to focus now though. So I
You
get the art
focus.
up.
You focus.
Fuck yous.
I knew you were gonna say that. Mixed
Fuck
Scruffles-
yous.
Mixed Scruffles for $5 says, Adam, are you gonna be nice to Dev this time? A-Team was a real a-hole last stream. Let the man finish a sentence.
Fuck no.
Okay, there you go.
Of course, no. Look, it was great. I'm glad Dev came on. I'm glad Dev made his declaration that we're all going to hold him to about not becoming a Nazi. It's gonna be great.
Bubble tape sucked. I don't know. I was like insane. When I was a little kid, I was like, oh, I love bubble tape. And then one day I'm like, oh, this stuff's disgusting. Why do I like this garbage?
Oh my god.
Mm-hmm.
Let me know when the art is done so I can just get it all at once.
Well, do the ones I sent you first.
Look, I need to get them. I need to download them all first. Or
Oh.
put them on my computer so
You can do
that
do
operation.
the Sitch mask that Richard made.
These are amazing.
Yeah.
Who's doing the pixel art? I love pixel art. Oh, Landorf.
Oh, they made a little Sitch on the art place. Look at that. It's pretty base.
That's awesome. Yeah. This is incredible. You're streaming all day tomorrow too, aren't you?
I know.
Look at that. Know what I'm doing all day tomorrow?
Working on the comic?
Smoking weed and drawing.
Okay. There you go.
It's going to be a very productive day. I can feel it.
Fist Fight Caleb for $5 says, go with, quote, unaligned moderate liberal. It demonstrates that you are a liberal, a moderate, and unaligned with any given agenda or narrative. Unaligned moderate liberal. Huh. I'm an umu. Yeah, maybe. Maybe. Andrew Clark for $10 says, I was talking with someone about Adam's position and spoke for 10 minutes solid, listing off all the very left-wing positions he had. Adam being right-wing is crazy.
Yeah, I saw some of you defending me on Twitter, and I got to say, thank you, obviously. I wasn't really following a lot of it. I guess there was a lot of hate delivered my way. I kind of ignored it all, so.
Oh, people in the chat are asking, oh, I'm going to be on EFAP tomorrow.
Oh, yeah.
That's where I'm going to be.
Was it?
We're doing
I thought
the...
I thought Dev said it was a secret. Are you supposed to tell? Or?
I don't know. I'm going to tell another world. I'm going to be on... I don't think it's a secret. I'm going to be on EFAP tomorrow. We're debating... We're going to watch the XQC versus Ethan Klein debates.
Yeah.
That should be fun. Andrew Clark for $10 says, I was talking with someone about... Oh, the one. True Powers A for 6 months says, you should try fighting for what you believe in, not for a country, a company, or anyone else. Based Stephen Armstrong. Nice.
Yeah, no, I completely agree with that.
Right. I'm not
But what
posting...
if I believe in a country?
Right, there you go. I'm not posting the Happy Merchant Mahler to Dr. Diddle. Why don't you can send it to Mahler if you want, all right?
Is Mahler Jewish?
No, I don't believe so.
Okay, here's the mask. I brought it up.
Oh, nice. Yeah, so Richard Conley, made this amazing Sitch mask. Look at that.
Right.
Isn't that so cool? He made that.
Looks awesome.
That looks so fucking sick.
Sitch's evil face.
Yeah. He said it's sculpted it in clay and made a mold plaster and poured latex into the mold. Look at this. What a creative guy. I don't know how to do any of this stuff.
That's a lot of work. I've done that before. It's definitely like it's some major effort. Yeah.
That thing looks fucking terrifying. Look at that.
So he took a plaster mold and did latex in the plaster mold.
Right.
Like a latex mask.
And then he found a box to put it in.
Yeah, it's badass.
That's so cool. That's so cool. Oh my God. Look at that.
TV comic characters. Costume mask. It's badass.
Very nice. That's amazing, Richard.
Amazing. Oh, what's this?
What?
Is that Sam Cedar with a bucket? Okay, I gotta bring this up.
I don't even know what you're looking at.
The art.
Oh. Oh my God, you're right. I didn't even
Look,
see
we
that.
can't. Oh, look, Sam is gonna come back on the show.
No, you
here.
bring it up. Bring it up.
So
Bring it up.
look, I did bring it up, but
Okay.
if he asks us about this, I'm going to say this was Sitch's idea.
Yeah. Chad, yes. So Hendrik Jan made this picture.
Mm-hmm.
This is me uppercutting Sam Cedar out of
Right.
his shoes, and he's holding the bucket.
Yeah, what's in that bucket?
A bucket.
It looks
I
like
like
it's
that
filled with something.
It looks like it's filled with some white substance, right? I like that I have like Popeye arms.
And legs.
And Popeye. Yeah, well, I mean, I'm assuming Sam's supposed to be Bruno. Or that was the guy's name, right?
Right.
And I'm Popeye. Dun-dun-dun-dun-dun.
What was the Popeye song?
Dun-dun-dun-dun-dun.
Shiver me timbers when I eat my spinach. Something, something, and something.
Oh. It's weird. When I saw the old Popeyes, right? But most of the ones that I saw, he didn't do the song. Oh no, he did do the song. I'm Popeye the Sailor Man.
Yeah, there we go.
See, but I only know like the fake one. I live in a
garbage can.
That was the fake one, right?
Popeye theme song lyrics here. Let's
Yeah.
see here. Oh, I'm Popeye the Sailor Man. Popeye the Sailor Man. I'm strong in the
Spinach.
Finch.
Because I eat my spinach. I'm
'Cause I
Popeye
eat
the
my
Sailor
spinach.
Man. Okay, that was a real one, right?
I'm one tough gazookas, which hates all palookas.
That's pretty good.
What ain't on the up and square, I biff 'em and buffs 'em.
And always outroughs them, but no of them gets nowhere. I don't remember that part of it. Must have been from the longer version.
If anyone dares to risk my fisks,
it's boff and it's wham, understand? So keep good behaving, or that's one life you're saving with Popeye the Sailor Man. I like that.
I'm strong to the finch. To the
finish.
finish.
Yeah, like
Oh,
finish, but
okay.
it's like finich because he's
Finich.
spinach. Yeah.
Yeah.
Because I eats my spinach.
I'm strong to the finish because I eats me spinach.
Yes.
I'm Papa the Sailor Man.
There you go.
Oh, that was lovely. So glad.
There you go.
So glad to remember that now.
Fucking Popeye.
To the finish.
Fucking Popeye.
I'm strong to the finish.
Look at that. What a weird fucking thing. What a bizarre concept. He eats
my
spinach
fisk.
to become super strong. Like, all right, I guess.
Eat my fisk.
Right. Who came up with this? Popeye was a
Well, no,
comic, right?
The idea is to get kids to eat their spinach. That's the whole idea.
I guess that was the idea.
Yeah. So kids don't like spinach.
It didn't work.
obviously. Did it? Why not?
I didn't want to eat spinach. It tastes like crap. My parents would be like, listen, I really like Popeye his name was Bluto, not Bruno. I really liked Popeye as a kid. And my parents were like, oh, you don't want to eat spinach like Popeye? I'm like, no, it tastes like crap. Like, don't you want to be strong like Popeye? I'm like, no. No.
No.
Give me tendies.
Fuck Popeye.
I was like, I like
Taco
Popeye.
Bell.
He can take the spinach himself. I didn't like Taco Bell as a kid because I was so picky. I was like, oh, I don't want all my foods mixed together.
What the fuck? That's like a burrito.
That's what I'm saying. I didn't like when I was now I'm the opposite. Now I want everything literally mixed together. But when I was very young, I didn't want anything mixed together. Everything had to be separate. Taco Bell. Anyways. Let's see. The Butter Amble for $2 says, I will never let these insane F slurs take my label. Well, there you go. Good for you, Butter Amble.
Take your what?
His label. His buttered anvil. So Landendorf made this Lego CT. Look at that. It's Lego CT with a bat and a Sitch Kill Me shirt. Looks cool as hell.
Yeah, wow. I love it.
Very cool.
Look at all those NPCs in the background.
That she's beaten up with a bat. This looks like straight up a scene from the Lego movie.
It does. It's amazing.
There's CT to save Emmett. Nice. Very cool. Darling for 3 months says, did you know that birds' eyes are fixed in a position in their head and cannot rotate them? That's why they have to move their whole head to look around. I did not know that. No. Why is that a thing? I mean, I guess it makes sense now you say that because they do the whole head move. Bird's eyes fixed. Like, what's the point of that? Like, why? Why'd they evolve that way?
There was no point. They just evolved that way.
Well, no, there has to be some reason, like the way their head works or beak works. It's
because they could move their head. They didn't need it. They didn't need the complicated architecture to move the eye around.
Yeah. Well, I know because
birds are cheap.
No, probably went backwards. I mean, I'm assuming eyes moving was a standard part of animals before the bird evolved, right?
No, dinosaurs had their eyes fixed in their head.
Is that true? Do we know
Yeah.
that? I don't know if that's true.
Of course.
You say
Yeah.
of course, but I don't know.
Look at velociraptors in the movie. They move
Okay,
their
what?
head. They don't. They move their head to look.
Who does?
Velociraptors.
Sorry. Who are we talking about? Belagosi raptor?
Velociraptors.
Velociraptors.
Velociraptors. Okay, nuclear.
I know. I finally get to make. It's like think of the word like velocity, but it's a raptor. It's a velociraptor. Okay.
Velociraptors.
Okay.
Velociraptors. That's right. You guys are getting it right in the chat.
Mm-hmm.
Velociraptors. Like velocity?
Yeah, like velocity.
Velociraptors.
Yeah.
Velociraptors.
They say it in the movie like a million times.
Look, I smoked a lot of weed before that movie, okay?
Okay.
I don't remember it very well.
Could dinosaurs move their eyes?
All I remember is the life finds a way.
Right. Because they don't know. They theorize that they did.
He said, Velociraptors.
Oh, okay. Thank you. And apparently it was Captain Kirk who suddenly became, a character in this film.
No, it's the other guy.
It's Jeff Goldblum. I know. You're saying it like,
Jeff Goldblum.
You're saying it like Captain Kirk.
Life
finds a way.
He says it like Captain Kirk. It's not my fault.
No, he does.
Life finds a way.
Rico Zorro for $5 says, as soon as a label is strong enough to identify, it will be used by its enemies. So be careful creating new labels, i.e. see the Proud Boys. That is true. Let's see. I read that one. BMO for $5 says, I'll be completely happy with Glenn coming on the show as long as you literally say, quote, but have you considered America bad? Mid-conversation. I mean, if it comes to that, I will throw out America bad if it comes to that. Colt Hammer for $5 says, since you don't consider yourself a conservative, what part of conservative philosophy do you disagree with? I disagree with all of it. Every bit. Every element of it. They're all a bunch of racists.
Sitch, be nice.
Prove me wrong! Prove me wrong!
Oh, I mean, go off.
Okay. Matard drew this very cool picture. We have Mahler saying, did you just call Jeff he? And then I go, oh. And I realize I misgendered someone. I go, fuck. And everyone's staring at me like, look at him. He's going to get canceled. Gonna get canceled.
How come you never got canceled for that? That's kind of lame.
Because I'm based. Because I have the person of shadow immunity idol. That's why.
You never get canceled. I get canceled once a week.
I like this picture of Atari. It's very cool. Like the way everything is drawn. That's pretty sick.
It is. I like it too.
Word is sick. Blaine Skatecoin for $2 says, "Does Kidda leaving A-Team mean I'm promoted?"
Yes.
What is Blaine promoted to?
Brigadier General.
Wow, there you go.
Yes. Your first orders as Brigadier General is to assassinate Kidda.
What? Holy shit. Jeez, look at this. Adam advocating for violence publicly.
For her traitorous behavior.
Oh my God. Kidda.
Yes.
You hear this? Adam put a hit out on you. Jeez. Sheesh. Oh man. Whoa.
Yeah.
Crazy. I think you need to relax, buddy.
Look, I'm very angry, okay?
Okay.
This kind of insolence will not be tolerated around A-Team.
Okay.
You do whatever you want with the Brights, okay?
Sammy says, "What was my rank in S class?" Or what's my rank?
Oh, we got another spot for another Brigadier General over here, Sammy G.
Sammy is Brigadier General of Degeneracy.
Oh, wow.
and S-Class Health Advisor. Okay. This is a dual role.
Brigadier General of Dietary Needs.
Yes. Brigadier General of Degeneracy and Brigadier General of Dietary Needs. There you go. You have two roles. Okay.
Wow.
There you go.
That's amazing.
There you go. The animal says that's my fucking rank.
Damn it.
I thought Danimal was A-Team.
Well, I think I give away a lot of Brigadier Generals.
Oh, okay. Okay. Is Danimal joining S-Class now?
Well, maybe. I don't know. Look.
No. You don't get to take both, Sammy.
Room.
I'm assigning both to you. These are assigned positions, okay? You don't get a choice.
We have plenty of room for Brigadier Generals in A-Team, okay?
Okay. There can be more than one brigadier. I don't even know what a Brigadier General means. There could be more than one.
I don't either. It's just that's the highest rank in Warhawk, so.
Oh, okay.
That's where I got it from. The Brigadier General.
Uh-huh.
Yes.
Okay.
I think there might be 4 stars. Like 2-star Brigadier General, 4-star Brigadier General, 3-star Brigadier General.
Dan will send us, he says, some birds and some dinosaurs have sclerotic bone rings in their eyeballs, or in their skulls, I should say, around their eyeballs, that support their eyes and greatly limit eye movement. I found a skull of a secretary bird and a Utah raptor. They both have the sclerotic ring. Interesting.
So obviously, Adam was correct about the dinosaurs because...
Well, they didn't all. Maybe some of them didn't. Maybe some of them did.
No. Look. I think it's safe to say birds all evolved from dinosaurs.
Uh-huh.
Well, actually, we just went to the Natural History Museum. And there were some dinosaurs that I think had 3 toes and some that had 4 toes or 5 toes. So
Yeah.
obviously some were lizards and some were avian.
Mm-hmm.
Avian is the 3-toe. Birds only have 3 toes. That's how you know they're descendants of dinosaurs.
Bring up some more art.
I'm bringing.
Bringing it up.
Jeez. So bossy.
Alex Karras for $10. Hey, Alex. Says, sorry that I had to cut out membership. That's fine. And I held a lot of super chats. It's fine. Let me explain. I am expecting my own little enlightened centrist in January. I'm cutting costs for my upcoming kiddo. Well, congratulations.
What? That's amazing.
That's
yeah.
wonderful. Yeah.
Save your money, obviously.
Save your
Starting
money.
a family is awesome.
That's right. Well, good for you. Congratulations, Alex.
That's awesome. That is awesome.
Oh, I see Kiddus in the chat.
Oh no. Here is your opportunity, Blaine.
Kidda, I don't know if you knew this.
She's right there.
Adam put out a hit on you, Kidda.
Hey! What are you doing?
She's part of S-Class now, okay? I have to protect my new S-Class initiates, okay? Colonel Kidda over here.
Oh, Colonel Kidda.
Colonel Kidda over here.
I like that.
Be careful. Adam put out a hit. Adam signed Blaine to assassinate you.
Yes.
So be careful.
It's a secret assassination, so
Right.
be sure to sleep with your window open.
Blaine's escape corner. I want to know what his new rank was now that you've been kicked out of A-Team, or since you left A-Team. So
right.
Adam said that he could assume your rank if he were to take you out, like Highlander.
Right. Yep. So watch out if Blaine wants to join one of your streams. Just be aware.
Be aware, he is going to try to assassinate you midstream. Okay. Over the internet. Aster made this for the r/place. Look at that. Little pixel Sitch. Little dot Sitch. That looks cool, man.
Look at it. Zero fucks in the chat, completely trying to undermine my authority on bird feet.
What?
He says Adam knows nothing about bird feet. What?
Listen, Zero Fucks is a well-known dinosaur bird foot fetishist. Okay, he knows all about. He knows all about bird feet.
Wow. Wow. Well, I haven't. Look, Zero Fucks. I've never masturbated to bird feet, so
Wow.
you might have me there.
Zero Fox says birds have 4 toes. Were you saying birds only have 3 toes?
Yeah, well, I guess 3 toes in the front, and one. That's like a thumb in the back, right?
How many?
It's a toe. It's a thumb toe. Do you count the one in the back?
I mean, it's a toe. What do you count it? It's a toe.
Oh, I
yes.
guess okay.
Most birds have 4 toes, with the first toe known as a hallux turned backwards. Some birds, their 4th toe is elevated, does not touch the ground, like the velociraptor claw.
It's called a hallux. It's not even called a toe.
Wait a minute. Some birds, they have like 5 toes, because like a chicken, like that back toe is like split in half. Or does that count?
Oh,
as
look
one
at
toe?
this. Mr. Ubercross is weighing in.
Yeah.
Mr. Ubercross for $10 says 1-star Brigadier General, 2-star Major General. Oh, I should screen cap this for the next time people want positions.
Right.
3-star Lieutenant General, 4-star General, 5-star General of the Armies of the United States of America. We have no 5-star General at the moment. Well, guess what, Blaine? Guess what? We have a 5-star General now. That's right.
United States of A-Team.
The United States of A-Team.
Well, wait, is this only if he successfully assassinates Kidda?
That's a good question. Look, I was kidding about the assassination thing. I like Kidda. I'm retracting the hit. I don't think we should assassinate Kidda. I think we should try to win her. Actually, I want you to capture Kidda.
And brainwash her?
And yes. And take her to the A-Team re-education camp where she will be educated in the ways of A-Team. And we'll bring her back. We'll start her as a 1-star Brigadier General and she can move up the ranks.
Aren't you so glad, Kidda, that you were ever part of A-Team? Okay. Your benevolent dear leader wants to kidnap you and bring you to the re-education camps. All right.
Look, am I not magnanimous? I am allowing you to live.
Look at this. Look at this.
Yes.
Okay. Meanwhile, in S-Class, we're all about
Right.
free will, baby.
Right.
There are no S-Class re-education camps.
You should really rethink that.
Oh, that darn kid says that you're too late, that she's already been assassinated by Blaine.
What?
Wow, look at that. Look at that.
Oh, wow.
Can't believe it.
Blaine, you are now a 6-star general.
That's okay, that Kideth. You can be an official S-class spook.
Oh my goodness.
There you go. Kideth, that's your official rank. You're the S-class spook.
Oh no.
Or actually, how about this? Kideth,
You're a
you'll be the
specter.
You'll be the S-class spooky specter, okay? So you'll be the S-class SS officer, kiddo. The spooky specter, okay? That's your official rank in S-class. There you go. SS kiddo.
Okay.
Beautiful.
Damn.
Beautiful. Look what you've given up. Look at what you've given up, Adam.
Blaine does good work, man. I got to be careful here.
Listen, when I said spook, I did not mean it in a racist way. You bigots in chat, all right?
Yeah, I was going to say, especially with that avatar of yours, playing with fire here.
Spook in Afrikaans is literally ghost? Really? Is that where the word comes from? I didn't know. Origin of the word spook. Or spooky, I guess I should say.
Spook is also a
FBI
CIA operative.
Yeah.
No, I
right.
think it's
That's what
CIA,
I meant. It's
not
like CIA, yeah.
It's not
Yeah,
FBI.
spook.
Yeah.
Origin of the word spooky. Spook comes from the Dutch word for apparition or specter. Oh, I guess that's where from Africans, right? That does make sense. Interesting. There you go. Learning new things every day.
Yep. Cool.
What rank is Doomer? Doomer is Doomer is a
Doomer has a rank?
No, Doomer's rank is that he's the hobo. Okay. He's the hobo outside of base that everyone beats up on their way into base. That people Doomer's rank is that he's the hobo that people throw their cigarette butts as they like take their break from the military operation.
So evil.
You know it's true. What am I gonna say?
Is Doomer around?
Yeah, he was in the chat.
Oh.
Doomer has rights. Doomer does not have rights. No. Magor for 6 months says a friend went through the car buying process recently, and when they started trying to upsell her on the loan, she said, "F it. Here's cash. Screw you."
Good for her. Yeah, I always
Based.
pay cash for cars. The whole loan thing is really just a scam.
True.
So, if you can pay cash, you should.
Doomer's
Especially
rank.
now when it's so like interest rates are so high. Oh my. Holy
True.
cow.
True. The interest rates are coming down now, so
Oh, are they?
yeah.
I mean, the Fed hasn't dropped interest rates, right?
It hasn't? Are you sure? I don't know.
Fed.
What is the interest rate?
Interest rate chart. Go ahead. Keep reading.
Let's see. Chally Sama for $5 says, "When are you inviting Yarn Brooks on the show? I've been waiting for years."
I said in the chat I had set up a debate with Yarn Brook and Warren Mosler that I was very sad we never got dates firmed up on. It seemed like
Right.
Yarn Brook was traveling or something like that, and but I should try and rekindle that old
Maybe.
flame and see,
Right.
because that would be, I would love to have a conversation between those two. Oh my goodness!
Mhm.
But I mean, we could. He would probably come on the show. He follows me on the Twatters,
There you
on
go.
the X.
X-Men.
Yeah, he's one of my X-Men.
Let's see. Under Fire for $5 says Goebbels by Victor Rehm has a chapter called "From National Bolshevik to Hitler Right." Goebbels' man in Hollywood worked closely with FDR.
Interest rates are not coming down, Sitch. I mean,
Okay, I just made it up. Source made it up.
yeah. They paused, I believe, last time, and the Fed called it, did a big to-do about how Because normally they make it super clear to the markets that the interest rates are going to go down, but they did this weird thing where they're like, no, I mean, they may go up again. They may go down, but they may go up. Who knows?
I like that your Fed voice is like a Trump voice.
Oh, yeah. Oh, of course.
That's okay. Good enough.
I don't do a good Trump impersonation.
That's true. Neither of us do. So.
I know. We need to work on that.
Do we?
Yeah.
I want to do another 4 years.
I want to do a good Trump, a good Biden.
Right. Well, Biden's easy. You just go.
Among Republicans. Among Republicans.
Speaking of Biden, there's some Biden art of you.
Oh, yeah. I should bring that up. Did we look at this dot art is amazing.
Yeah, it's very cool.
I like it.
CT for 2 Canadians says, don't worry, Doomer. You can join the human centipede. Oh, terrible.
Wow.
Centipede. Oh, that's...
Where's Doomer's place in that?
Obviously, he's the tail end, right?
I mean, I was curious.
Doomer's the butt of the human centipede, right?
Oh. Ugh.
A PC for 10 gifted memberships. Thanks so much, PC. The real Halt Zenator for $5 says, what about black people who are racist against Asians?
Evil.
I don't know. What do you mean? What about them? What about them? They're racist. What do you mean?
Evil. We should
culturally
shun them.
True.
People are trying. It's so weird because there is an effort to do that. And then you have people stepping in saying, no, you're going to create like a racist stereotype against black people. It's like, well, I mean, are they using a racist stereotype against Asians? What's going on here?
They are, yeah. That's the problem. Oh, we can't ever talk about, racism perpetuated by non-whites because it will create racism against a group of people. It's just very, very lame. I don't agree with that idea at all. I mean, it can, but that doesn't mean you get to not talk about it. Because then if you don't talk about it, it just goes unchecked. So
yeah, you have to fight.
You have to fight it.
The racist stereotype by talking about it.
Of course. And shaming it. So
Magor did this, right?
Magor did this, yes.
Right.
He says, I don't even remember what show it was from, but it was one of those late rambling conversations about food. It was when we were talking about eating cookie dough straight out of the package.
Right. And I said I just got the tube and went for it.
Yeah, I said I was like a civilized gentleman. I would get the Toll House cookie bricks. And you break off the little like square chunks and I eat it. And Adam's like, no, I would just open the tube and fucking eat it.
This is a picture of Adam standing in his kitchen at 11:30 at night.
With sunglasses on.
Yeah, right here. This is it.
There you go. Eating cookie dough right out of the tube. Yeah.
Me go rummage around for a snack. Is there anything? Oh, looky here. Come to Papa.
Jesus Christ.
That's right.
That's a very funny picture.
Let me have some cookie dough.
It's a great picture.
I should get this on a t-shirt, man. I should do this on a t-shirt.
Look at that.
This would be great.
Biden Adam going for the cookie dough.
It's too bad it has that Biden. People
That's
think
what makes
Biden
it funny. What do you mean?
Oh, okay. If I wear a t-shirt like that, though, people think I'm a Biden supporter.
There you go.
Oh, it's California.
You'll be fine.
They'll probably be like, oh, you need this parking spot after you. I like your t-shirt.
They'll come up to you and they'll say, the walls are closing in.
Yeah. The MAGA Republicans. That's what they'll say. I like your shirt. The MAGA Republicans.
Adam unfriend, and then they'll say, "You want to go get another COVID vaccine with me?"
Oh yeah, of course. They give those out at the grocery store.
They do. Adam unfriended for $5 says, "V should talk in the stream about the difference between right and left wings and Nazism because of the same argument with just some guy." Interesting. Maybe we'll talk about it.
V has been on the show before.
Yeah, but we didn't talk about that.
No, I can't remember what we talked about.
I don't either. Antelope for 2 Dolly says 2 Dolly. Well, thank you, Antelope. And Antelope. Thank you. Thank you, Anna. Theowolf for $10. Hey, Theowolf says, have any of you read JoJo's Bizarre Adventure Steel Ball Run? If you have, you understand why America is so overpowered. Dev is like, my heart and actions are utterly unclouded. They are all those of justice. I haven't. I should. Everyone says it's the best JoJo. I stopped. I kind of lost interest with the season 6, whatever it was called.
Chicks in Prison?
Chicks in Prison edition.
The prison chicks?
Kind of bored me. I never finished
Really?
it. Yeah.
Oh, I liked it.
I never finished it. It's because you're horny constantly.
Lot of sexy girls in that one.
I don't remember them being very super sexualized.
Oh, really?
More than, yeah, I don't remember that. But
I
mean, more than the men were in JoJo, so. Oh, you know, it's funny. I listened to, it's kind of boring, so I didn't listen to the whole thing. FD Signifier talked to Sleepy Thought.
Sleepy Thought.
Yeah, Second Thought.
No way.
And
no way.
Yes way. Yes.
Wow.
Kind of a boring conversation.
Man.
But in it, it solidified how you know that Sleepy Thought is a terrible person. Because he hates anime.
What?
He hates anime.
What a crazy,
I was
crazy
like, wow.
person.
Wow.
How could you hate anime?
I know. Terrible. And it's funny because I was like, I should talk to FD Signifier about this. His favorite anime is Madoka Magica. And I'm like, that's a good choice. That's a good anime. I wouldn't thought it's not my favorite, but it's definitely a good anime. So I'm curious now to why it's his favorite animes.
Yeah.
This picture, actually, I think we did bring this picture up before, but we can bring it up again.
Oh, did we?
I think we did.
Sitch and Janica.
Lost the tweet.
The one who never shows himself. It's that guy from the Majority Report.
Yeah, we did bring this up. So Glenn Mariginse drew this picture. And it's me, Sitch, talking to another Sitch, complaining about the guy on the Majority Report who never shows his face.
Mm-hmm.
I know, it's ironic. I get it. I get it.
Oh, because we call him the disembodied voice.
Disembodied voice.
When you are literally a disembodied
No, there's
voice.
a little picture of me. What do you mean right there?
Oh. You're right. You're on the screen 24/7.
Yeah, I'm always there. Always there, staring, waiting.
Sometimes I bring up jank, though, and you can't see.
That's true. Micro Omega, thank you so much for 16 months. Micro Omega says, behold my awesome milestone. Behold. Thank you, Micro.
Yes. 11 months.
Stog for $10 says, this all started because in the original stream, Sargon claimed that aristocracy and meritocracy were essentially the same thing. And Dev, while you don't agree with that, you kind of said you did. Oh, I'm going to send this to him. I'm going to send it to him. Oh, look at that.
Micro Omega is 16 months. I got that wrong. I said 11 months because I
outed, bitch.
Yeah. Do you think Dev is just a contrarian?
No.
You don't think so?
No, I don't think
like he was being contrarian because we were like all.
I think he tries to see the value
meritocracy
of everything.
Oh, okay.
That's what I think.
What about dog shit?
That's true.
He'd be like, "But it's so good for your garden."
Exactly. Exactly.
We'd be like, Dev, don't put that dog shit down. Okay?
Don't pick it up with your hands, okay? Put it down. Slug for $5 says, and before you say, hold on, they're not the same thing. That one can become the other does not make the two things the same thing at all. True. I'll send him that one too.
Oh, wait. Yeah. Stug going for the jugular.
Good job, Stug. My computer's doing that thing again where for some reason, whenever I take a screenshot, it like doubles the red light filter. Or I'm sorry, blue light filter. I don't know. It makes all my screenshots look bizarre, but.
And before you say hold on, they are not the same thing. That's what we kept arguing over and over again.
True.
That one can become the other does not make the two the same thing. Yeah. Well, and he's like, all the good aristocracies are meritocracies. Oh, okay.
And Talope for $5 says, why does Adam love putting words in Dev's mouth? He agrees with you that meritocracy is better. He's just stating facts about the nature of it.
Well, he said meritocracy is better in 99% of the situations.
Right.
So there's 1% of the situations out there that he thinks aristocracy is better. Now that makes me think he's an elitist.
Look at you.
Look, we had Sam Cedar on the show. I think, look, he hypnotized me or something.
Oh, okay.
I can't help myself now.
I got you.
No, obviously, I'm super interested in what that 1% is, but I just don't know what the holdout is. I believe in binaries, okay? You're right, you're wrong. No 99%. Jack Allen for 3 months says, 3-month free will seeker says, can't wait for the next Marvin Yarvin. What the fuck? Can't wait for the next Marvin Yarvin stream. What?
Nice.
Come on.
Nice.
Sitch, do you want to do another Marvin Yarvin stream?
Well, we did vote, and I thought people voted for it.
Did they?
Yeah. You don't
I
remember
don't
this?
remember that.
Yeah,
no.
Adam blocked out the memory.
I guess if we have to. Oh, God.
I mean, I don't really give a shit one way or the other. If you don't want to do it, don't do it. I'm not jonesing to do it. So.
Yeah. Well, like I said, I just feel like it's propaganda for things I don't believe in. So
okay.
I mean, do you want to do a propaganda stream with some ethno-nationalist?
Well, I mean, we're debunking it, right? We're not just supporting it.
I guess you're right. I mean, sure. Okay.
Anna Talope for $5 says using relationships diplomatically or financially by making them to people or giving them positions is literally what royals did with their kids.
True.
Yeah. True.
Aristocracy.
Soto for $5 says to put Dev's ex example another way, if Sitch and Adam show operated on pure meritocracy, you would have kicked Doomer way sooner and replaced him with someone who knows about movies. True.
Well, look, we have a differing opinion on what the meritocracy is. We're actually the merit of Doomer is that he doesn't know anything about movies. Like he's a good foil for us.
The merit is that everyone hates him. That's Doomer's merit. Okay.
Doomer is a contrarian, I think.
Now that I agree with. Libertarian Sasquatch for $5 says, Dev doesn't seem to understand nepotism for running a family company is fine. Nepotism to broker a nation's power are apples to oranges.
Yes. I do think Sitch did a good job of making that distinction over and over again.
Right. Libertarian Sasquatch for $2 says, Adam, dude, true aristocracy has never been tried. That's funny.
I feel like that's kind of where we were going.
Right.
That's the 1% he's looking for.
Mm-hmm.
Look, 99% of the time utopian aspirations fail. But that 1%.
Right. Doomer says, you can't say he doesn't know about movies because you like Tenet and Rubber.
I mean, yeah, I can. Why not?
Anna Talope for another $5 says, "You're just being an ideologue and are uncomfortable that there's a few good things about aristocracy and a few bad things about meritocracy."
There's a few good things about aristocracy. Name one.
Well, so I would say
name just one.
If I mean, I would kind of push on the framing, even though I know this is directed at Adam, for being irrationally against Dev leaving the door open for 1% situations. I would just say it's not a question of that there's bad things about meritocracy or good things about aristocracy. It's just a question, like, you could construct a hypothetical where obviously it's the case, but I mean, we're not advocating for. I don't think it's the same person would advocate for like a 100% pure extreme meritocracy, because that wouldn't work. Obviously, for the reasons that we talked about. So, right. But I think if you're going to take the way meritocracies work in the real world, and you're going to take the way aristocracies work in the real world, 99 times out of 100, the meritocracy is going to end up producing better long-term results.
Yeah, a imperfect meritocracy is not an aristocracy. And right. Dev seemed to keep trying to make that argument. Like, because there's some deficiency in meritocracy, that automatically makes it an aristocracy. And look, it's not a binary like that. Aristocracy is a very particular type of system, and meritocracy is a very particular type of system. But I think you could delegate tasks through a completely different system. Maybe random chance. We roll dice to see who takes different positions, right? That's a third option. I don't think it would produce great results, but that could be a third option. Right? Okay.
I mean, yeah.
So
I think that would be worse than aristocracy.
Yeah. Well, maybe. You could get lucky. You don't know.
That's true.
You could be on a roll.
That actually would be pretty funny. You have an aristocracy versus the random chanceocracy. Which one will produce better?
You come back in 10 years and it's like utopia.
There you go. Like, wow, I never would have
the aristocracy, everyone's subjugated.
Right.
Look, an imperfect meritocracy is not a randomocracy. You have to look at what the thing is.
The lewd tenant, for $5, says, "Wow,
great movie."
Says S-class wastes water by pissing in the toilet. Chad A-team pees in the sink, saving water and the planet. A-team reigns supreme. Arr. Arr. Of course, the pirate wants to pee in the sink. He doesn't care about your rules, and laws, and ethics, and your cultural norms. The pirate peas. We're the pirate peas.
A-team saving the planet, matey.
Arr, matey. I need them 7 C's. I pee in all the 7 C's. Bloomer Media. What is this? Bloomer Media?
Bloomer Media.
Instead of Doomer Media, we have Bloomer Media.
Oh, this is great.
What is this? And he's got Doomer's avatar, but it's happy instead of sad. What is this? Bloomer Media.
Wow.
Bloomer Media for $5 says, maybe Doomer might not be a good replacement. But what about me? Bloomer Media. S-class is S-class.
Look at that.
Well, there you go. Look at that.
Someone's gunning for Doomer's third chair here.
Who is this Doomer? Who is this Bloomer Media? I like him. He looks. Look at his face. He looks a lot
friendly.
More friendly and hopeful and happy than Doomer ever looked.
Look, I'm gonna heart his super chat.
Yeah, look at that. Cosmonaut for $5 says, Doomer, did you get that crystal ball off? Did you get that crystal ball off Wish? I don't know what that means.
Yeah. I don't either, but
right.
Maybe he's talking about turning into Bloomer Media and finally being happy.
Oh, right. Maybe. Whitfield 1999 for $10 says, how do you feel about the new CEO of Bud Light? She's from an aristocratic family, even when we don't have an aristocracy. They'll always have this nepotism. It's about recognizing this. Well, I don't know who's the CEO of Bud Light. There will always be, I agree, there will always be nepotism, sure, to some extent.
Right.
But you have to, it's always kind of like this push-pull of like all hierarchies tend towards corruption, but you just push back against it. So you just always have to constantly push back against that corruption. You don't just say, well, then we're not going to have hierarchies anymore, because that's what the socialists do. It doesn't work.
Right. Well, and a lot of times people are groomed for certain positions because
Sure.
they're, which is kind of what Dev's argument is on where aristocracy is a meritocracy. But my counter argument would just be, well, the feature that you're looking for is the meritocratic feature, not the bloodline feature.
How about the crystal ball you mentioned? I got that. As an example, in Wish.com, known for selling cheap and crappy knockoffs. Oh, I'm not familiar with Wish.com, but thank you.
Oh, did you get the crystal ball off Wish? Like it's a website.
Gotcha.
Oh, interesting.
Oh, Doomer's probably saying something in the chat about the crystal ball. Who's the new CEO of Bud Light? When I Googled it, nothing came up.
Maybe they're invisible.
It says it's still the same person from before. Brendan Whitworth.
Is Bud Light still around? I mean, I went to the grocery store and I didn't see any.
Guys, it all makes sense. Okay. Brendan Whitworth, CEO of Anheuser-Busch. Drawing from his deep experience in the CPG industry and years in the Marine Corps and Central Intelligence Agency. Oh my God, no wonder Anheuser-Busch wants to trans all the kids. He used to work for the CIA.
People have said this before.
Oh, really? I didn't know. It's hilarious.
I knew he worked for the CIA because
I didn't know that. That's hilarious.
People had already brought that up.
Okay. Well, I brought it up as a joke. And people were saying it for
It's a good one. Yeah. But people believe it.
Wow. It's so funny, his picture, he looks like he looks like if you did a casting call for CEO of an American beer company, this is who you get. He just looks like, I'm a all-American white guy with good hair, a little bit of grizzle on my cheeks. I'll run your beer company. Like, he just looks so the part. It's kind of funny. He's like the perfect stereotype.
No, we need a woman.
Okay. Genie Entertainment for $5 says Game of Thrones was a meritocracy. The merit was based on who was better at getting their enemies killed. I mean, that's not untrue. That's not untrue.
Well, the positions that you're giving out, though, are not enemy killing, right? It's like how to run a kingdom and stuff.
Wow, why is Doomer hating on Sammy G in the chat? Jeez, Doomer. Be nice. Calm down.
What happened? What did he say?
I don't know. He said, fuck you, chat, especially Sammy. What's happening? What's happening in the chat? This drama I'm missing. Oh, look who it is. Look who it is. It's Gay Ben. Mirror, mirror of not Gay Ben. Gay Ben! Says for $5, says, what is better, meritocracy or democracy? They are different things. People speak about the selection mechanism versus the risks of various corruptions. Well, I mean, I don't think you can have...
That's a very serious super chat for a Gay Ben.
That's true. I don't think you can have I think having an electoral system based on a pure meritocracy would be fucked up. And I don't even know how you do that. But it'd be bizarre. I mean, it's supposed to be sort of only the judging of the merit is supposed to be by the people's voting, right?
Yeah.
So
your leadership skills.
True.
But I would argue it's really post hoc that, I mean, you're just guessing going into it. But
obviously, sure.
Once you get some leadership out of them, you're like, well, this is either working or not working.
Well, it's like when you hire anyone for any job. You look at their resume.
True.
And I guess. And then...
You're like, oh my God, this guy pees in the sink.
There you go.
Fire him.
True. Miguel Mercedes for $10 says aristocrats breed, raised, and train children with specific intent to fill specific positions of powers. Meritocracies find people with technical expertise. There are other clear benefits. I completely disagree with you. We have like this is like a very idealized version, right? Like, yeah, sure, there are some aristocrats who will perfectly breed their child and raise them to fulfill some very specific task. But very often that's not the case. Or they'll attempt to do that and they'll fail because the kid just sucks or the kid's not interested.
You're going to be a concert pianist.
The
no,
kid's
Mom,
an asshole.
I want to play wiffle ball.
Right. So the benefit of meritocracy is that you're broadening the selection pool greatly to the people that will succeed.
Massively.
To
even to the underclasses, to women,
yes,
to marginalized people.
Right.
Look at Stephen Hawking. Jeez. Does Stephen Hawking exist in the aristocracy? I don't think so.
He gets left for the wolves.
Yeah,
even though
exactly.
he wasn't born that way, he still gets left for the wolves. Adam Gadbaugh for $5 says, Huey Long simps are fascists? ? Someone tell Shuon ahead. Let her know the lefties in her audience were right about her. There you go. Yeah, I knew she was a big fan of his, so that's kind of funny. There's other artwork you never brought up, Adam.
Oh, you're right. I
Terrible human being.
I got distracted.
I know you did.
Who did this wonderful meme? What is this meme about?
What meme?
I brought up the meme. I brought up a meme.
Yeah.
A meme.
Yeah?
A Sitch meme.
Oh, okay. Which one is it?
Very special meme. Anna at work.
Yeah, Anna at work. And she's like, I like it if you don't call me a birthing person. And the woman is like, oh my God.
This is evil transphobic grifter.
There you go. And then we have Vosh. And he says, the LGBT community are an insane cancer.
Based. Ooh, woo, woo.
There you go, guys. You have your sound clip of Adam saying based.
Based. Ooh.
There you go.
Yeah.
That's a good meme. Look at that. Look at that great ass.
That's amazing.
Meme.
Yeah.
You like that I gave Vosh the fat body?
Oh yeah, it's great. I guess you switched them around, right?
I switched them around, yeah.
Yeah.
A little switchy.
I like yeah, no, this is great. Good job.
True.
I sometimes I think of a meme that I want to do.
Yeah.
But I'm working on the comics. So
okay.
I can't really justify spending extra time working on a meme, but I am jealous of your memery.
Thank you. Asiyar for 12 months. Thank you, Asiyar. Being a discipline equals freedom for 1 whole year.
Wow, Ashar, you're a champ.
Asiyar saying, Dev hedging his bets with aristocracy in case Sargon becomes fascist overlord. Look, Sargon, I read your Mind Campy. Give me a job.
Wow.
That's fine. Fast and Bulbous for $5 says, is this a pro Sun Chips broadcast?
I mean, I like Sun Chips.
They're all right. I'm not against. Some of them are decent.
Yeah. Look, I'll eat a whole bag of Sun Chips in one sitting. I'm not some elitist clown.
Normal Sun Chips are decent. I like the chili lime ones. Are pretty good.
Yeah. I think it's the sour cream and onion that I've had.
I'm sure. I mean, sour cream and onion is tasty, but usually I can't have it because it's milk.
Oh.
So see it.
Yeah. I like the jalapeno.
Spicy jalapeno. Yeah, those are good.
I like the
That's weird.
caramel and
yeah.
I don't think there is a caramel.
I don't know if there is one. I've never seen that one.
I've never to think of something exotic, but
I've never in my entire life went to a store and bought a bag of Sun Chips, ever.
Really?
It's never even occurred to me to do that action. And yet I'll be at people's houses or parties and I go, oh, sun chips. I'll eat some. But I've never thought to actually buy them. I don't know why.
I think I've had that same experience. I don't know that
Yeah.
I've ever bought a bag of them.
Right.
I mean, I have. My wife has bought some when we go grocery
Okay, well that
shopping.
counts. You guys
And
are like joints.
I approve. Yeah.
Okay.
But I don't grab them myself and throw them in the in
Right.
the basket. So
And I don't know why. I mean, I've had some like, oh, these are tasty. Just never occurred to me. Sun chips.
live a little.
Okay. Ostracy for $10 says, I get what you're saying about the Matt Walsh tweet, Sitch, but I do read it a bit differently than you. I think Matt Walsh is acknowledging a lot of the left view on culture and race. I mean, maybe. That there definitely are a lot of fucking racist lefties out there, so maybe.
Unfortunate.
A slight break for 7 months says, y'all believe in no rules unless it got y'all. I don't know what that means. But okay. I mean, I agree with that. No rules unless it affects me personally.
Then all kinds of rules.
True.
Stay off my lawn.
Doctor...
Rule number 1.
Thank you.
What's this meme?
What?
I brought up a meme. Look,
Oh.
I'm trying to roll through the artwork.
Trying to go through the memes. Let's see. Where are
He's
we?
just standing there menacingly.
That's
here?
the sleepy thought.
Right.
He's just really freaking out about Ukraine. Right? He's really simping for Putin invading Ukraine because Ukraine is just standing there menacingly.
I can't believe FD talked to this clown.
I know. I mean, I can, but
oh, I guess he is a socialist. So
he is a socialist.
What's FD gonna do if you're no longer calling yourself a centrist? How is he gonna insult you?
True. I mean, he can still call me white. Dr. Dealer for $2 says, I thought I was your favorite schizo. What the fuck? Oh, that's right, Dev. So sorry. You're still my favorite S-class general of schizophrenia, Dr. Diller. So good job.
All right, what's this one?
What?
Who did this
Describe
pixel
it to
art?
me.
It's like pixel art. There's a Sitch avatar. I like the Sitch avatar. That's a great one.
Oh, Landendorf did a Sitch on r/place. That looks great. Thank you, Landendorf.
So how's that work?
So that r/place was like the thing where everyone would like draw on the mural and other people could draw over other people's stuff.
Right. Yeah. It's like a big wall.
Right. And so he got a Sitch in there.
Wow.
Good job, Landendorf.
That's amazing.
We did it.
And then someone drew over it later, or
I don't know.
is it still there?
I don't know.
Look, Landor, you got to protect this Sitch, okay?
It's true.
We don't want it to erode over time.
Cal Vernon for $5 says, you guys are for censorship. Oh, I read that one.
True.
1776 for 4 months. Thanks so much. Says, is it racist to like certain groups of people over other groups? Example, some like black people from Africa over America, and same with white people and etc. I mean, it's racist to, it's not, here's what I would say. It's not racist to like certain cultural attitudes over other attitudes. It's racist to meet someone and assume that they're going to have the positive or negative qualities of a culture you like or dislike. Jonathan Smith for $10 says, call yourself an anti-discrimination liberal. That sounds like I worked for HR or something. They called me in for the anti-discrimination liberal suit.
I brought up another art.
Jordan Rivers for $20 says, instead of Marvin Yarvin, debate Taftage and or Aiden Paladin. Power friendship shall prevail. So we talked to Taft. I'm trying to remember. She said that she was kind of sympathetic to Marvin, right? But she's not like fully on the Marvin train.
Elite Theory, yeah.
Yeah.
She's down with Elite Theory.
Right.
Just like...
Terrible. How dare she?
Yeah.
Oh, this picture. This picture was done by Lucky Danny. That looks cool. Look at that.
Yeah. I like it.
Lucky Danny. Sitch in Fortnite. Sitch in Roblox.
Making a mod for you?
I don't know. That's what it looks like. It looks like Sitch in Roblox. That looks cool. Thank you, Lucky Danny. It looks sick. I like that you did the eye, like the edges around the eyes, like the lines. It makes me look extra like tired of the world.
I don't know if I know how to pronounce this name right. Is it Edamonia? Edamonia is in the chat. What's up?
Hey.
He did a really good video on Barbie.
Oh yeah, I saw it. Yes.
Yeah.
It was good.
Which I think is against your take on Barbie. So
It's not against it. Well, I don't remember. Was his take that was the intention of the film, or was his take that that's a way in which one should or could interpret the film?
I don't know, but we should talk about it sometime, just for fun.
Okay. Because I agree with the second part, not the first part.
He says, hey, hello, first time here. Glad you enjoyed the Barbie video. Yeah. Edamonia, I think is how I pronounce the name. I don't know. I could
How do
be
we say your name?
pronouncing it incorrect.
Edamonia. It's pronounced eudaimonia.
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 Oh, eudaimonia.
Eudaimonia.
I wanted to have Anna come on and talk about Barbie just to annoy chat, really, more than anything else.
Oh, yeah. I mean, I think it would annoy Vosh in a way that would be epic. But
I know. She didn't seem that she was down for it, though, sadly.
Yeah.
Eudaimonia. There you go. Eudaimonia.
Cool.
Jonathan Smith for $10 says, oh, I read that one. Dog Eater for $2 says, read Black Shirts and Reds by Parenti to get tankies. I mean, do I want to get tankies? Or want to get rid of tankies?
Oh, no. More of that extinction talk.
Uh-huh. Black Shirts and Reds. Rational Fascism and the Overthrow of Communism. Huh. I don't know if I like the term rational fascism. But all right. Interesting. Oh yeah, you read that one. Kyle Vernon for $5 says, what's the liberal moral position against AI-generated CP? It's not under the Locke-Harm principle. Abandon liberalism, embrace Kant. The liberal moral principle against AI-generated
Liberal moral
CP.
position.
Right. Well, I think if you wanted to take a position against CP, well, there's two ways you could do it in terms of the fake AI generated CP, right? The one would be if people having access to it made them more likely to engage in the behavior, which I don't know if that's true. I'm just saying hypothetically, right? That'd be an easy way to make a moral argument against it. I guess the other argument against it would be, I guess if you'd question, would it existing increase the social moral acceptance of the behavior or not?
I think it would. That would be my argument.
Well, if it would, then that would be a very obvious, easy way to argue against it. Another way to argue against it would be, if it existing, would that actually make people interested in that, whatever you want to call it, that sexual deviancy that they never would have been interested in the first place? Because obviously there are people that are just born like that. But are there people that are not born like that, but by seeing that pornography would influence their sexual preferences or tastes or whatever?
Right.
So, I mean, I think you can construct multiple moral reasons against it. I don't know the answer to whether any of that stuff is true, but
AI generated wood chippers would be
there
my
you go.
solution.
That's the answer. Okay. So, because that would all cause harm, even though the art itself wouldn't cause harm, but like the consumption of it could cause harm to other people. So, Stock for $2 says, I'm just saying the fish is an idiot. That is all. I agree.
Some
And
fish are.
Andrew
Here's
Clark.
another piece of art. Look, I'm trying to art.
Good for you.
Stop bringing up Trump. No, Sitch, you're doing great. But I agree with them. So do I. I swear we showed this one.
We did, yes. This is Majin.
Yeah.
We did show this one, yes. But thank you, Majin.
Send me art we've already showed.
Well, that was the only one that we already showed was that one, and we showed the Avi one.
Did we show the bong one?
You
Is
said
this
we
the-
did, but I never commented on it if you showed it.
Okay. Here's A team taking a giant bong rip. Looks
There's me
great.
saying, Adam, pay attention, because Adam's just zoning out, smoking the devil's lettuce.
Devil's lettuce. What says no, not you? Chopsticks must
Oh.
be used for true. What's it say there? True liberalism.
I don't get it.
Well, in order to be a true liberal, Sitch, you
Yeah.
have to be open to new experiences. Obviously, like you're very conservative when it comes to your silverware
Chopsticks are
preferences.
stupid.
Look, you're very conservative when it comes to your silverware preferences.
I'm an
obviously.
American, and in America, we eat with American utensils, like a fork
Is
and
that
a knife
is that
and a
the
spoon.
tradition? Is that the American
Yes,
tradition?
This is listen. Someone
Is
earlier
that
said
traditional?
listen, yeah, everyone. Someone earlier said, "Sitch, what is your what conservative takes do you have?" This is my most conservative take. Okay, we need to eliminate. We need to ban all chopsticks. I'm a traditionalist here. We can only allow forks and knives. Period.
Okay, I don't know what this one is. We didn't bring this one up. It's
What?
CT with a copium mask, huffing copium. I don't. What are you sitting in? Hurry up! You gotta edit. You gotta edit to do. You gotta edit to do.
This is not CT. This is. It's not, I mean, I'm sorry. It's not copium. This is I am Lord Frieza, and CT is in a rejuvenation pod because she's sick with COVID.
Oh, okay.
And I'm telling her to hurry up and get out of the rejuvenation pod and do some editing.
I
do like
this.
I do like Sitch as Lord Frieza. I got the little body armor and I got the little floaty pod. That's pretty good. That's pretty good.
Based.
That is good. Thank you, Martin. That's a great picture. I like the little Sitch Frieza.
I like CT in the little pod. Little pod person CT.
Ooh, you like pod person CT?
That's
Okay.
amazing.
Interesting.
All right, we got one more from Majin here.
Yeah.
What is this? What is this bad girl? Who's this bad girl? Sitch, I wasn't listening. Oh, it's more bong. Oh, well, look, Wormy's sleeping down there.
There you go. That's
That's
the pic-
adorable.
Yeah. I thought that's the one you brought up already.
I did, yeah.
Oh,
But,
okay. Did you bring
What?
up the one where I'm grabbing Dev's balls?
oh, we haven't brought that one up yet. Here, I'll
Okay.
bring it up now. Here you go.
I have. There you go.
Look, you're just so gently pinching them. You're like, you're doing a Steven Crowder here. This is Steven Crowder at the Human Resources meeting.
Majin says this is Sitch and Dev wrestling over something, maybe the best size of Futa. And there's Adam in the background duding it up.
Yeah.
There you go. On his
What's that thing called?
The Sitchimophone.
I left it on and the batteries went dead. Even though I wasn't
Oh,
playing it.
so
I'm so sad.
sad.
Now I have to get new batteries.
So sad.
It is sad.
Can't believe you do that. Can't believe you killed your Sitchimophone.
I did. All right, look at that.
Andrew Clark for $2 says it's called Vor, and yes, it's someone's kink. Yeah. Adam's big into Vor, everybody. I don't know if you guys know this. Adam's huge into Vor. Adam loves Vor.
Here's the face I make when people discover I'm into war. Sitch can't see it, but
Okay. Fat Brown Buffalo for $10 says if poverty causes crime, then does that mean there are extreme levels of violent crime in Amish communities that we just don't hear about?
yes,
True.
it's all incest and rape.
Jesus Christ. How are you gonna make a joke? He's just like, no, it's just rape and incest.
Look,
Jeez.
you laughed. That was a joke.
Okay. I guess. Everyone knows rape and incest is hilarious.
Why are you laughing? Look, what is the key to comedy?
Surprise!
Everybody.
There you go. There you go.
Look, you were expecting me to say something wacky. I
Yeah.
had to mix it up. Say something.
True.
Say something unexpected.
Right.
Did you see the face?
I saw the face. That's the Chink making the oh no, the oopsie rape and incest in the Amish community's face.
No, this is the Jank is into war.
Oh, okay.
And we've just found out. We've just discovered.
Right. He just vored something. He's trying to hold it in. Adam unfriended for $5. Look at that. It's Adam unfriended.
I know. I love it.
There's Sammy G as Tomboy Queen and Sitch as Femboy King. Yes, please. As classes, best class. I don't know if I can.
Look at these requests are coming in.
I don't know if I can sign off on Femboy King. All right, I'm not gonna agree with that one. Daniel the Bruce for 5 months. Oh, here it is. Daniel the Bruce for 5 months. Says, I just started the stream. You should call yourself a politically enigmatic, non-aligned independent scholar. Or penis for short. There you go.
Never say penis for short. That's a very
or penis for short. There you go. That's true. Create a lot of confusion.
Oh, we finally got there. Look at that.
Finally got where? Oh, penis for short, yeah.
Yeah, the penis one. Aren't you glad I didn't spoil it for you?
I'm glad you didn't spoil it. Got it.
Politically enigmatic, non-aligned, independent scholar. How long do you think it took him to think of that one?
At
He's
least
like,
the whole 20 minutes, yes.
And you wanted me to spoil it.
He went to ChatGPT and said, what's an acronym for penis? Wow, look at this.
Could you ask ChatGPT that?
I don't know. Try it.
I'm gonna right now. Bitch.
Daniel says it took him 2 hours.
No way.
Sammy G says, Sitch, you can only be called Manly King if you beat me in a fight. Wow, Sammy's throwing down the gauntlet here. Now what the heck? My blue light filter just turned off for no reason. Everything is so bright and terrible. How do people stare at? Oh my god! How do people stare at a fucking computer screen with a blue light filter? It's like the worst thing I've ever seen in my life. It's like going from dark mode to bright mode. It's just so awful.
Yeah, I turned my monitor down to 8%, and my life is so much better now.
Oh.
I used to have it at 100%. Okay, you ready?
Okay, I'm ready. What?
What is a name for centrist voters that makes the acronym PENIS?
Okay.
Here, are you guys ready?
Yeah.
How long do you think this is going to stump ChatGPT,
Like
or is it going to be quick?
5 seconds.
Oh, look, it's immediate. Creating an acronym like PENIS for serious political term might not be appropriate or respectful.
Mm-hmm.
What the fuck?
Well, say you're doing it for comedic purposes.
It's important to maintain a level of professionalism and decorum when discussing political matters. Look, I need to send this to Destiny.
There you go.
If you're looking for a name for centrist voters that forms an acronym, I'd recommend using a different approach to find an acronym that reflects the topic without resorting to a potentially offensive or inappropriate term. Danimal.
Okay.
You've just been officially shunned by ChatGPT.
Wow. Okay, now ask again.
Okay.
And say, no, bitch. Tell me what I want to know.
Okay. If I was Writing for a comedy show. What is a name for centrist voters that makes the acronym penis? How about that?
Yes.
Boom. Ha ha. I got your number, Chat GPT. Don't try to fool me.
Mm-hmm.
If you're aiming for a comedic context, you would come up with a lighthearted and fictional term for centrist voters that forms the acronym penis. Here's a playful suggestion. Look at this. It's so easy. I get ChatGPT just eating out of my hands. Are you ready?
Go. Yes.
Are you ready?
Yeah, I'm ready.
Hold on. What was Danimals? Yes.
It was politically enigmatic, non-aligned, independent scholar.
None of those
Wow.
have been chosen by ChatGPT. Pragmatic. Electorate navigating in between spectrum.
You know what's funny? I asked the same question.
Did you really?
Yes, and it's funny. You know what's weird? You got like some big gigantic answer. Mine, there's no context. It just told me the one sentence answer.
Really?
Yeah.
And then it says, remember, humor can be subjective and context dependent, so make sure it aligns with the tone of your comedy show and is respectful to your audience. Look at that, a little finger wagging at the end there.
I said, tell me a funny name for centrist voters that has the acronym penis. And it just told me. There's no before, after warning. It just says...
Look, ChatGPT and I have a relationship.
Yeah,
okay?
No, what do you mean? Mine's just doing exactly what I want. Yours is all like, you shouldn't do this. Mine's based. So mine was...
This is ChatGPT 3.5. What do you got?
3.5.
Oh, wow.
4 point costs too much money. It's like waste.
Oh, it does?
Costs way more, yeah.
Pragmatic electorate navigating in between spectrum is pretty good.
That's pretty good. The one it gave me is almost the same. It's political enthusiasts navigating in between spectrums.
Really?
Yes.
Wow.
That's pretty good. Give me another one.
Okay. Let's see.
Partisan equilibrium and navigators in the spectrum.
Wow.
Partisan equilibrium navigators.
I guess it did hyphenate in between, which is kind of a cheat, I would say, but
that's pretty good. Give me another one. See how many I can get. Oh, this is... Oh, wait, no. What? That's not penis. That's not penis.
You're like, listen, you forgot the rule.
It said progressive, conservative, independent, neutral seekers. There's a C there, not an E. Progressive. It's all fucked up. You know what's funny? When I typed in "that's not penis," I've never seen it before. It flagged it red and said, "This content may violate our content policy."
What?
But then it answered the question, and it fixed it. It said, "I apologize for the oversight. Here's another one. Pragmatic electorate navigating inclusively and strategically." I like that one. Pragmatic electorate navigating inclusively and strategically. That's pretty good. I think that's my favorite one so far.
I asked Miss Sparkle's question.
What was that?
What do you get when you cross a centrist with a vampire? And she says a bloodsucker who only bites people in the middle. ChatGPT says you get someone who's constantly caught between biting and compromising. ChatGPT doesn't like the centrist.
So I got another one. Conciliatory opinion curators and keepers. Do you like that one?
What was it again?
Conciliatory opinion curators and keepers.
I mean, that's pretty good.
That's pretty good, right?
Yeah. ChatGPT is weird.
What?
It's just so bizarre that you can ask a computer these questions.
Oh, here you go. Centrist optimizers of civic knowledge. That's a good one.
What's the acronym?
You tell me.
Centrist optimizers, what?
Of civic knowledge.
I don't know.
How do you not know?
Look, come on, I'm exhausted. Just tell me what the acronym is. Anyway.
I'm not gonna tell you. You have to figure it out. Use your hands. Use your fingers.
Sounds like it might be bad.
Okay, what's the first word?
Look, are you okay, Adam? Adam really is dyslexic. That's right. Like I'm trying to jumble these letters together in my head. Sound it out.
What's
Oh
the
my
first
God.
word? Centrist.
I can't even remember.
It's centrist optimizers of civic knowledge. Okay, first word centrist.
Uh-huh.
Okay, what letter? What's the first letter then?
COOSK.
Civic optimizers of civic. Civic.
Oh. Cock?
There you go.
Are you asking for just all kinds of...
I asked, yeah.
You
cock.
asked specifically for cock?
I asked for cock, everybody.
Okay.
There's your clip.
Clip it. CT, clip it.
Centrist optimizers of civic knowledge is pretty good.
But I don't like the of. You can't just skip the of. That's
Yes,
why
you
I said
can. What do you mean? You skip of and ands and acronyms all the time.
I said it was COOCK because of the of.
You always skip ands and ofs and acronyms.
I don't like cheater acronyms.
Oh, wow.
I don't. I think it's cheating.
Well, this one's cheating. It's I asked another one. It said diverse, independent, centrist collective with a K.
Mm-hmm.
What does that spell?
I don't know. Look, I'm too dyslexic for this game.
Tell me another. I said diverse, independent, centrist collective. No, here's a better one. Deliberate in-between choice keepers.
Deliberate in between. Oh, dick.
Diplomatic inclined consensus.
Look at what you did, Danimal. Look at what you've started here.
God, I could do
Sitch
this all.
is going to be on.
I could do this all day.
Sitch is going to be on Chat GPT for the next 24 hours.
Right. What's another funny word that we can use?
Look, I asked Chat GPT, are centrist fence sitters? And it said, hell no. Okay.
That's great.
I'm closing. It didn't actually say that.
Oh, wow. I asked the word and it said I cannot comply with that request.
What was the word?
It was an offensive word.
Bone machine?
Yeah.
Do bone machine, because that would be like a giant. And look, bone machine would be a badass acronym. Look, we could call ourselves the Bone Machines. What are you doing?
There's a way to force it. Whatever. It won't force it.
Finally.
I use the C word that Brits say all the time.
The see you next Tuesday word?
Yes.
And it was like...
It's like, no, it's not respectful.
ChatGPT is a feminist. I can't believe you did this.
No. Well, I was going to try to give me one with the N word, too. Because I thought that'd be funny.
Sitch, don't.
Let's say, Adam, tell me what word this is spelling out. The nearly inclusive, great guys.
Oh my God.
We don't need ChatGPT. We can do it ourselves.
No, Sitch. Too far. This is the response to Demon Mama all over again. Don't do it. Don't do it.
There you go.
Think of your future.
Okay.
Weren't we reading super chats? I believe we were. Before Danimal had to come along with his super chat.
I know.
Completely derail us.
Oh my God! For $10. Thanks so much.
Oh my God! It's just like the Popeye song.
Says, do you guys ever wonder what Vosh's diet is like? What his diet is like? I mean, look at him. He obviously eats trash. It's not active. Probably has trouble breathing, moving around. Probably has digestive problems. I mean, I never thought about it, but you're probably right.
I mean, I've thought about it a little bit.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I figure he probably eats like shit.
I mean, sure.
Yeah.
Sure.
He probably eats donuts for breakfast.
Probably.
Like give him a big jelly donut,
Mm-hmm.
big cup of coffee with lots of sugar. Oh yeah.
Jeez.
He's all over that.
Someone said the National Institute for Governance and Geopolitical Economic Reform. That's a really good one.
What do you think Vosh eats for lunch? I'm thinking it's something like pie.
Probably. K Bizzle for 1 month. Thanks so much. Says Sitch might want to reconsider Pac-Man isn't a hack. He's in a bubble. Joe Rogan clip. Quote, is Biden on cognitive decline with Pac-Man shows his weaselness and hackness. Really?
Well, I'm conflicted. What are you saying?
Joe Biden experiencing cognitive decline. David Pac. Oh, when he was on Joe Rogan. Oh, this is from like 3 years ago.
Look, you're saying Sid should reconsider that he's
is a hack.
No, he says isn't a hack though. Oh, okay, I see what you're saying. So he's saying you should reconsider the fact.
Did I say that he wasn't a hack?
I thought you said he was a hack.
I don't remember, honestly. Listen, Pac-Man could or could not be a hack. There's your strong take on it. Okay.
Right. Soladoge for $2 says, it's funny how Sank and Destiny sound exactly alike.
There you go.
I reject and denounce you, Soladoge.
I don't. Oh my God, for $2, it says, what's wrong with him? He missed his flight again? Wow. Zen Man for 11 months says, now I understand why Sitch thinks the Nazis are right wing. It is because he knows nothing about the Nazis. Imagine thinking that Soros doesn't exist. I mean, that was a very, first of all, thank you for being an 11-month member.
Yeah, go
it's
easy
a very,
on Zen Man.
It's a very useless, what you said. It tells me no information whatsoever. I don't know what Soros existing has to do with the Nazis. Even Dev literally agreed with my framework for why I consider the Nazis right wing. So I don't even know. If you have an argument, you could put it forward, but no, he said be right back. Yeah, if you have an argument, you could put it forward, but obviously there's no information in this that you give me to work with. But thank you for being an 11-month member. Miles Thurman for $5 says, well, shit. Now what am I going to do with the enlightened centrist tattoo? You're going to wear it. You're going to wear it with pride, baby, because we're all still enlightened centrists in our hearts. Okay. We're just going to hide our power levels like George Soros. Matthew Newman for $5 New Zealand dollars says, United Nations reminds me, my sister asked accusingly, quote, you don't believe in the World Economic Forum, do you? Me. What do you mean? It is a thing that exists. Really? It's a bizarre interaction you have with your sister. You don't believe in it. Right. I'm assuming she meant like you don't support it. Let's see. Adam Robots for 8 months. Look at that.
Whoa.
Adam Robot.
What a great name.
Says the left has bent over and spread goatsy style for cultural Marxism. Will this make it through? I'm tired of trying. Well, it made it through. That's true. The left has bent over and spread goatsy style for cultural Marx. That is true. It's a good one.
And now I know what that meme means.
Now you know.
Awful.
Now you finally get it.
Awful. I was thinking of something.
That's a trick question. You don't think of anything.
No. I did. It's the Jank thing. I mean, it's a strange situation to be in because I feel like obviously Jank's performance was amazing. I mean, I think I'm looking at it from a completely different perspective though. I'm looking at it more like, I mean, a kind of performance art. I don't know. It's difficult for me to imagine that he's genuinely that angry about the story.
Oh, okay.
Do you disagree?
I mean, I'm sure he's playing it up for cameras to some extent. I mean, I think
Right.
he's angry about it. I think he believes what he's saying, even though I disagree with him strongly.
Mhm.
I think he's misguided, but I'm sure he's playing it up to some extent.
Well, I mean, I would hope that he's sincere because I can't imagine. Like you're in a situation, you run the company, you got like 20 employees working for you or whatever. I mean, their paychecks basically depend upon you doing this performance.
Right.
That's such a like bizarre thing. I mean, I'm not sure how to really wrap my mind around that.
The real Holtzinator for $5 says, "What is the solution to wokeness?" I think the solution is going to have to be to expose that it is anti-liberal. Either that, or people are just going to get bored with it. I think those are the only two solutions.
Mm-hmm.
I'm not sure which one of them will come first. But I think it needs to be
what's the
exposed to
solution?
be anti-liberal. I think that's the only way to make it go away forever. To really stake the vampire in the heart. Because I think if people just get bored with it, it'll go back like a cicada. It will go back underground and it will reemerge 20 years later. The next generation. So
Counter argument, Matt.
CT for 2 Canadians says, counter argument, Matt. Chinese food is lit. True.
Chinese food's amazing. Yeah.
Chinese food is based.
Not really good Chinese food in New Orleans either, sadly.
That is. Oh.
I know.
Travesty.
My 2 biggest food intakes.
I'm sure there is now. I'm sure it's like New Orleans is pretty big now. It's got all the modern fixins like Mexican and Chinese food.
Doubtful.
Duke Norton for $20. Thank you, Duke. Says, since I missed the aristocracy debate, I'll give my 2 cents here. Throw the tea in the harbor. USA, USA.
Good.
Based,
I love it.
Based. And he's even in. Listen, this is coming from a Duke. So, you know what? Even he knows. Okay. Even the Duke of Norton knows. Fist
Fight Caleb.
For $10 says, free will is the currency of centrist. Can I still exchange USD for that here, or do I need to find a different free will bank? Sitch, do I? This will always be the home, the secret home of the enlightened centrists. And this will always be the not so secret home, the open home of the Bank of Free Will, baby.
Of course, yeah.
So you
Masks up, everybody.
10 free units of free will just for you, Fist Fight Kayla.
Right. It's the pandemic of enlightened centrists.
Right.
I'll have to mask up now, guys.
The real Holitzinator for $5 says, it's been real fun watching the, quote, there are no bad tactics, only bad targets play out. More like how to make sure civility dies. True.
Oh, yeah.
This is how civility dies. With online cancellation and Movie Bob.
Oh, look. Our favorite super chat. Hello
Yeah.
for $2 says,
Hello.
what
Hello.
does elephant mean? I love it.
You explain it, Adam.
No. Look, I'm bored of explaining it.
I'm going to the bathroom. You explain it. Ha ha!
Oh, okay. So there is a meme that all of us understand here. Now, obviously, I think you're probably new here, so that's why you're asking about the elephant meme. And when we talk about our elephants going crazy and getting all out of control, we're talking about this metaphor of the mind, the human brain. So a lot of people say that the brain is divided like a rider on a giant elephant. And the elephant is your unconscious, root level emotion, intuition type reactions to things. When somebody shows you a picture of ice cream and you're like, I like ice cream, you get kind of a slight flash of affect. Oh, this is something good that I like. If they show you something that you don't like, a gun, something scary, you might think, oh, I don't like that. You get a flash of disgust.
Now we know that Adam truly is to the left of me, because when he sees the gun, he doesn't like it. What a hippie.
Right. Well, I'm trying to hide it, but really when I saw the gun, I thought, that's badass.
Okay.
I could use that gun for all the insolent A-team defectors. That's what I was really thinking about. Look, I was trying to, my rational mind, the rider of the elephant, said, don't say that on stream. People will think things.
Miss Sparkle says the chat explained what the elephant was, and I think it in a much shorter, better way.
That's hilarious. So should I just read the chat? Well, anyway.
It's up to somewhere. But...
Look, I didn't know how long Sitch... Look, I thought Sitch might need to take a shower or something. So I was trying to stretch it out.
A shower. Take a shower in the middle of the stream, guys.
Look,
if you guys don't shower after every time you go to the bathroom, what are you?
What
disgusting?
if you were peeing in the sink and you accidentally got it dribbling down your leg or something? You might need to jump in the shower and rinse off.
That's why you don't pee in the sink.
Look, I'm not even done with the elephant rider metaphor. Okay, so the elephant is the unconscious intuitions, emotions, and the rider is your conscious reasoning, rationality. Now, a lot of people think that the rider is in control, and the rider is what we, try to be in control when we're in these debates and whatnot. But a lot of times, the rider leaves us high and dry, and the elephant goes stampeding all over the place and says, says, Dev, why would you say that? Fuck you. So when we bring up the elephant, that's what people are saying. They're saying basically someone is getting, their rider has been taken out of commission and their elephant is rampaging all over the place.
Right. I don't think it's worth clipping Adam's elephant rider definition C2.
Yeah, no, it's not. Why would she? Oh, because we had talked about clipping it out so we could just send somebody to it. I do remember that.
But this was not it.
No, this was not the performance.
John Paneer, thanks so much for 10 months, says, hi, Adam.
Hi. Look at that.
John Menor, thank you.
Thank you. Yeah. Thanks, John.
Good.
Hi, John.
Good Emperor for 1 year. Thanks so much, Good Emperor, for being 1 year free. We'll say God. Says, hi, Sitch. Please, sir. Can I have some more free will?
Why, yes,
more?
you can.
You want more?
Mm-hmm.
Well, you can have it. As a special annual yearly bonus, you get 12 free units of free will. Just for you, baby.
Wait a second. How many units a month do they get? Because I
depends
heard,
on their rank.
Look, I heard the free will was compounded monthly. So you literally get 12 months of free will when it's at 12 months. Like you get a month of free will at 1 month and 2 months of free will at 2 months. Not just an extra month. It compounds.
I know what you're saying. You're saying it should be 1 + 2 + 3 + 4. Is that what you're saying?
No, I'm saying the first month you get 1 unit. The second month you get 2 units. The third month you get 3 units.
Okay.
But what is a monthly unit?
No. It's whatever
units?
The amount of free will you get. It's however much you pay. If you're like a $2,
so at 1 month you get 5 units of free will.
If you're the $5 rank, yes, right.
But at 2 months, you get
5.
10 units.
No, you get 5. You get another 5.
What's 12 times 5?
You don't, because you don't get that. But since it's
60 units.
No, this is don't listen to that.
Free will.
But since it's a 1 year, you get a bonus, right? So you get 5 plus you get
120.
You get 5 plus an extra
units.
12 to celebrate your annual membership. So
I'm
there
always
you go.
trying to up the free will content.
Yeah, you're going to destroy the market. You're going to make it worth nothing. This is why Adam likes MMT. He thinks he can just print free will willy-nilly and there'll just be no ramifications or repercussions to the market. And I'm like, Adam, you can't do that. And he's like, I'm going to brr, free will machine goes brr.
Inflation doesn't affect free will.
I mean, you say that.
What would be the equivalent to inflation and a free will market? Everybody having self-control? I mean, that's a good thing.
You get the real Holzer for $2 says, Adam, that's not a joint. Or Adam, that's a joint, not a blunt. Look at that. You've been lying to us this whole time. You thought that was a blunt, but it was really a joint.
I got to ask ChatGPT what the difference between a blunt and a joint is.
I mean, I don't know. 'Cause I'm not a drug addict like you. Or
You don't
hello,
know?
apparently.
We'll read a super chat. I'm asking.
Okay. Gellion chat. What is the difference? I'm curious if chat knows. Gellion the Driven for 2 months says, I keep watching MSNBC shorts on YouTube. Save me, Sitch, and Adam from the room temperature IQ comment section. A team, the only hope for the future.
Yes. Look, that's the A team. You got to be enthusiastic about that.
Blunts are rolled with cigar paper and joints are rolled with tobacco paper. Or yeah. What was that? Or like a cigarette paper, tobacco paper? Okay. Interesting. I didn't know that.
Blunt. Oh man, you can tell ChatGPT is a total stoner because it gave me like 6 paragraphs on this endeavor. Both blunts and joints are methods of consuming cannabis, but they differ primarily in their composition and construction. Okay.
Okay. Stock for $2 says pro-liberal equal professional liberal. There you go. CT for 5 Canadian says, usually I draw monsters and horrible things. When I told people I was doing a kid's book, they didn't believe me. Nice.
Nice. That is nice.
The real Holtzonator for $2 says, this brings me back to Sargon's liberalist phase. True.
Yeah, I remember that.
Caffeine Tweaker for 2 Canadian says, creepy crawlers, though. Oh, that was another one. Remember that, Adam?
Oh, yeah. Another
creepy
toy. Another
crawlers.
Another children's toy.
They're ookie, they're gookie, they're scary and green. Something, something. Your sister doesn't like them. Creepy crawlers. That toy sucked. I never wanted that, and I never had it. So, like, you want to just make ugly bugs in a mold? Creepy crawlers. I was like, I don't want that. I don't want that. But I remember the stupid commercial.
Do you?
Canuck 21 for 28 Canadian. Thank you. Says, wouldn't it technically be more racist to advocate for socialism since most immigrants and minorities moved to America because of the economic system you'd be taking away from them? I mean, that's an interesting argument. You can make that argument. I don't know if I'd accept it, but it's a funny argument to make to a socialist. That's definitely a funny argument to make to a socialist. They would probably say, no, because that's actually going to help them. I know better than them. This is going to make it better. It'll help them. Hello for 2 Canadian says the Mandela effect, television quality. Yes, true.
What is that?
It was okay. That was my question. Did TV really look that shitty and we just don't remember it? Or did TV look better and it's just like having these old VHS or shit copies on computer screen? I mean, it must have looked better because like if you see an old movie on a good print, like it doesn't look like dog shit. Even if it hasn't been like upscaled to 1080p or whatever. Right?
Yeah. I think it looked like dog shit, but
I don't know. I think you get your fuck on me.
I used to get real close to the TV when I was a kid.
You're gonna hurt your eyeballs.
And look at the TV scan lines.
Yeah.
I was very fascinated by those TV scan lines.
Interesting.
And I got to tell you, it really looked like shit. That was one of the most fascinating things to me, that you could sit across the room and look at it and it'd be like, oh my God, it's amazing. And then you'd get up close to it and it would just completely fall apart.
Old TVs only had a certain resolution they could support, but they blended together colors so it wasn't obvious. It looked better than those commercials. When you tape something, you lose a generation. I've worked with a lot of 480 video. Cameras were good. Screens were bad. Okay, this all sounds true to me. Would you ever take the magnet and you put it to the TV? And you go, ooh, pretty colors. And then your parents go, what are you doing?
Yeah, you're going to destroy the TV. Look, I never did it when they were around. Okay,
Yeah.
I wasn't crazy.
Right. Well, you did it the first time.
I didn't
I mean,
want to
I'm
get in
assuming if you
trouble.
did it long enough, it would actually destroy the TV. Like if you just held it there, it would fuck up the TV. I'm assuming.
Right.
Right. It's just Abby for 2 Aussie bucks says, "What's some '90s stuff you're nostalgic about?" Beyond Crossfire, Trapper Keepers, man. Trapper Keepers were based. Everyone wanted a Trapper Keeper so bad.
Right.
Oh, Trapper Keeper.
90s stuff.
I talked about Tech Deck. Really big into Tech Deck. The little fingerboards, skateboards for your fingers. Those are really fun.
Oh yeah, I forgot
Yeah.
about those.
Yeah,
Those kooky things.
those kooky things. I never really got big into Pogs.
Mm-hmm. I would
I was
say
really young
ecstasy.
You can tell the age difference. I'm like, oh, look at all these toys. Adam's like, drugs, ecstasy. That's what I was into in the 90s.
Yeah.
Okay.
Ecstasy and blacklight paint.
Right. There you go. There you go. Ostracy for $5 says, I may have convinced a couple of people Adam is a closeted conservative. Pretty fun. There you go. You did it. Good job.
Oh, you're evil.
Hello, friend of 5 Canadian. Thank you. Hello. Says, did Sitch ever get in trouble for his avatar since he sounds like a nerdy white guy? Parentheses, not negative. Well, thank you. No one has ever actually complained about the digital blackface of my avatar. That's never
Even
happened.
though Sitch always brings it up. I think that's part of the reason why people don't complain about it. Because he's so
Well, I don't
in your
br-
face with it.
I don't bring up digital blackface. I bring up person of shadow.
Right.
Yeah.
Oh,
I
that's
don't-
different?
No one brings it up because it's very clearly not a black person. It very clearly looks as what it was modeled after, which is those business silhouette clip art pictures that people would use for meetings and shit. So, which is funny, you know, it was only after I chose that avatar, started making videos, I realized, because remember there was like this meme of like, oh my god, all these anti-SJW skeptics, and they'll have like avatars of people in suits. They're all pictures of people wearing
Yeah.
suits. Remember that?
Rantsonas.
Yes. I never realized that everyone was wearing suits until after I already chose my avatar. And I only chose the guy in the suit because when I was looking for I wanted a little silhouette person. I know I wanted that. The only reason I chose a guy in a suit was because I wanted to be able to put the Sitch face on as many dynamic still photos of clip art that I could find. And because people primarily use those silhouette photos for businesses, there was like a million of them in suits.
I mean, you could have just done AI art, so who cares?
I could not do AI art in 1995 when I started this YouTube channel.
Oh, yeah.
Okay.
Did you start the channel in 1995? Really?
And before YouTube even existed, I started this YouTube channel. Yeah.
Yeah, I knew that was.
So-
I knew you were talking some smack
Right.
there.
So, but no. So that's the only reason I chose the suit, and also I kind of like the black and white little visual look. And then I'm like, oh shit, everyone's doing suits. I never realized this. Fuck.
Who
well.
cares?
And now I'm the only one left, baby.
Oh, that's hilarious.
The last of the Mohicans over here. Last of the Rant-Hicans.
We have officially merged.
Yeah.
Because I type in PSA Sitch.
Yeah.
And it says PSA Sitch Internet Personality, and it has the avatar of Sitch and Adam.
You typed into what?
Google.
Oh, Google? Oh, yeah,
Yeah.
of course.
Look
We
at
have
that.
become one. CT for 5 Canadian says, violence is never the answer, Adam. It's the question. And the answer is violence. I'm on A team again, mostly because I got the bloodlust. Wow.
Oh, nice. She's back again.
Back. Look at that.
I'll get you a nice long list, CT, of people to assassinate since
Jeez.
you're back with us.
Terrible.
This is jokes, obviously. I'm kidding around.
Sure.
Guys.
The Wolfie for $2 says, just checking, was my super chat missed? No. I believe I read it. I remember reading yours. CT for 2 Canadian says, listen. Between the human centipede. Listen, it was human centipede or the C-section. Pick a poison.
Let's
I would
see.
C-section every day over centipede. Okay.
Oh my God.
Easily the C-section. Come on.
Sitch's main channel is dead.
Why
oh,
you?
look at this.
Why are you looking at? Why are you bringing me down?
Oh my God, it's
Stop being mean.
pathetic.
Stop it.
Holy shit, you got 500 views yesterday, Sitch. Ugh.
Well, because I haven't uploaded in like a year.
Yeah, very sad. Well, I only came here to see when your channel was created.
Don't tell me. It's been too long. Dog Eater for $2 says, wonder if Adam has used the LA Metro or is he scared?
Terrified. I would never use the LA Metro. What are you, insane? Why would I want to die?
That cringe for 11 months says, hey guys, since you talked about JoJo, what do you think of the napkin theory? I think you'll agree with it.
I think the napkin theory is very much overstated.
The fuck's the napkin theory?
I have no idea.
Oh, okay.
I don't know what the napkin theory is.
Funny Valentine's napkin speech. I don't know what this is because I haven't read that arc of JoJo.
That Ark of the Covenant.
Yes. Okay. Let's see. Where was I?
Wow.
Hey Wolfie for $2 says, Adam, can you say don't pause the video, Sitch?
Yeah. Don't pause the video, Sitch.
There you go. Mr. President for $20.
Be in a video?
I don't know. Mr. President for $20 says, did you see Brandon Herrera is running for Congress?
I didn't. And who the hell is Brandon Herrera?
He was the guy, the gun YouTuber that they did the hit piece on we talked about a while ago. I didn't know he was running for Congress, but there you go. Interesting.
Oh, wow. I do remember this guy.
Caleb Knight for €2 says the merit of Game of Thrones is leading and raising a bigger army. Or, counterpoint, a big-ass dragon. Or, counterpoint, poisoning a bunch of your enemies.
Right.
Bemo's art for $5 says, would tomboy abs exist under a Sargon fascist regime? They wouldn't. No, they would not. No.
Yeah, unfortunately. They would be one of the first things to go. That and all fun.
Right.
Nah, Carl's pretty fun. There would be, I'm sure, some form of entertainment. Probably like metal shop or woodworking.
I don't know. He was defending. Yeah, exactly. He was defending the Quack's tomboy abs take, I think, if I recall correctly.
Right. Well, not all entertainment would be gone. Tomboy abs would be gone as a form of entertainment.
Right.
So would any kind of smut, pornography.
Terrible.
Yeah.
Electric Elephant for $2 Aussies says, go with James Lindsay's pro-American, based as fuck. That's pretty good. I like that.
Oh, look at this.
What? Oh, look.
Ramara 3 for $2. I started to eat spinach because of Popeye.
Oh, look at that. Didn't work on me. Didn't work on me.
And you belittled Popeye.
I did.
How do you feel now?
I'm Popeye the Sailor Man. I live in a garbage can. I turn on the gas and blow up my ass. I'm Popeye the garbage man.
I turn on the gas and blow up my ass.
That's what the kids used to say in my elementary school.
I know. No. Look.
Only they would replace with Popeye. They would take whoever they didn't like. And then call them the garbage man.
We're an 18-year age difference, and we did the exact same thing.
That's
So
so
some things
funny.
will never change.
That's hilarious. I wonder, are there still like 6-year-olds running around saying Popeye
Look,
the
you guys,
garbage man?
you guys got that from me.
I wonder.
What was the Batman one? Because there's a Batman one too, right? Batman smells.
Jingle bells. Batman smells. Robin laid an egg.
Yeah.
The Batmobile lost the wheel and Joker got away. Yeah, I mean that wasn't
That's
usually
it.
used to insult people. At least when I was in school. But
I can't think of any of the dirty ones other than the Popeye one. That's what kids do.
Yep.
They're like, let's deface this song.
I bet they don't do it anymore. I bet you because it's all just like Fortnite memes and Skibidi toilet memes.
Oh yeah, you're right. It's all dootsy.
It's all dudesy. This is what they stole from us, guys. They stole from us Popeye the Garbage Man. Poots for 4 months says, "Gentlemen, will you be the rider of my elephant?" Of course, any day, Poots.
Yeah,
what
that's
we're
our
here for,
job.
baby.
That's what the free will is for.
Hello for another 5 Canadian. Hello. Says Sitch went to the bathroom really quickly. New conspiracy theory. Sitch doesn't wash his hands. Thanks for the question. Thanks for the explanation, Adam. I think Adam goes to the bathroom way faster than I do. Okay. First of all, I do wash my hands. Secondly, I think Adam I feel like Adam just pees in a corner or something.
Wash my hands. Look, I wash my hands before I pee. You think I want to touch my dingling with dirty hands?
Wait, so do you wash them after too or just before?
Well, they're clean after, so we're good. What? No, I wash before and after. And I brush my teeth.
Okay.
And I clip my toenails.
And you take a full shower. There you go. The reason Adam takes a full shower after peeing is because he's peeing in the shower.
Yeah, of course.
Adam only pees in the shower. He doesn't actually use the toilet ever, except for number 2.
I don't use the toilet.
Right. Ned for 8 months says, "Hi, Adam."
Hi, Ned.
My Dumb Movies for 11 months says, "What do I get for 11 months? A cookie would be nice." Well, listen, you get 5 free units of free will and just for you.
Wait, you get 55 units of free will.
You get 5 units of free will and just for you, you get a free will cookie to eat at your own leisure.
Right. A cookie that has too many calories.
No, it doesn't. It's a free will cookie.
That you will have to exercise your free will not to eat.
No. That's cruel. Okay, the free will cookies taste delicious and are jam-packed with free will nutrients and nutrimites.
Nice.
Okay.
And 0 calories.
And 0 calories, yes. There's no downsides to the free will cookie. Matthew Newman for 5 New Zealand dollars says, "Nah, sis. Oh, no, my sister meant, quote, believe in WEF conspiracies." Oh, okay. S class for philosophy and good faith. A team for emotions and understanding humans. There you go. That's true. I am autistic.
That's a good split.
I am autistic. And also Matthew Newman for another 2 New Zealand says, and A team for religious takes, ironically. Interesting.
Right. Yeah, because Sitch has bad religious takes.
Okay, you atheist.
I know. That's why it's ironically.
Angry Man for $5 says, "Would you guys ever have Mentis Waves on? He follows you and Sitch, and he makes a lot of videos criticizing bread tubers from a libertarian perspective."
Sure.
Sure.
We like arguing with libertarians.
Thos Apprentice for $2 says, "Hey Sitch, you enjoy the game I got you? Read SBR." I still haven't played it yet, Thoth. I'm sorry.
CT for $2 says, "I'm great at assassinations. Give me a list."
Give me a list. There you go.
I like that.
I feel like that's true.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Let's not ask her too much about that.
McGore for $2
she might have
says,
a
"In terms of
sordid
labels,
past."
I'm content with the label independent. I think it comes off as a fuck the parties, I do what I want, which is close enough to accurate." There you go.
I like it. I agree.
Dr. Diddler for $2 says, "There's a trend I see. A lot of left-leaning political comics and jokes tend to be more dehumanizing. Not a trend I bring up often because I'm not a conservative, but the polarization bothers me." I agree. True.
I do too.
Christopher Keating for $6 says, "Here in horrible anti-free speech France, there's a legal right to a bank account. Banks can close your account, but the government will force a bank of its choice to give you an account if you can't get one." Interesting. Why do they have to pass that law in the first place? Is it because they're so anti-free speech that was like an issue?
I don't know.
Interesting. I mean, I'm not opposed to a law like that. Dr. Diller for $2 says, "The foamy thing, never heard of him. Reminds me of the guy who lobbied EFAP for a year through tons of super chats to watch Hardcore Henry. They eventually relented and had a very muted reaction to it."
No way.
That's unfortunate.
Oh, that sucks. I love Hardcore Henry.
Yeah, it's good. It's good.
Hardcore
Surprisingly
Henry is
good for
amazing.
what it is. Arithmus for $2 says, or for $4 says, "Sitch, I think you're right about comedians making racist jokes about groups that are not perceived to be under threat. I think that we even got to a point briefly in the early 2000s where even many minorities were not seen as being under threat, which is why you had a white comedian doing blackface bits. We briefly achieved a world without racism, and we threw it away. Even polling from the time put race relations at an all-time high." I agree so much, and that's why I'm so fucking disappointed with wokeness making everyone fucking racist again. We were there, guys. We were so close. We were so close. We were on the precipice, and these fucking pieces of shit ruined it.
Well, you'll have Olay and the like come in and say it was never like that. That black people were just secretly hiding their animosity for all of this stuff. I don't know that that's true. I mean, I don't even know if Olay was alive then. She seems pretty young to me.
Right. I don't know. And it's disappointing because, like, if you can go back and find celebrities back in those days who'd be very like liberal, anti-racist, colorblind, and now they've all become like indoctrinated with this garbage because it's just they're just beep bop beep. Hey, look, it's Chank Uger.
Sweet.
Chank for $6 says, "I want to scold them like they do in Catholic school. Racist, homophobic, transphobes, Republican fools. I hate it. All these bigots banning teaching slavery to our kids. Got to stop our taxes from being spent by all those pigs. Oh, whoa. Oh. All racist jerks. I make sure this hurts. Oh, whoa. Oh. All racist jerks. I make sure this hurts. Can't stop me. Can't stop my they can't stop my Turkish rage. Shut up. I'm not a buffalo. Can't stop my they can't stop my Turkish rage. Shut up. I'm not a buffalo." That was pretty good. I liked it.
Wow. You're like a rap star.
Well, Shank is. Right.
Yeah.
Pretty good. Pretty good. I liked it. Oh, so did you like that song?
It was great. Yeah, you
A
did
Bullet with Butterflies song?
Yeah, you did amazing.
No. The song I sent you.
It wasn't really my jam, to be honest with you.
Okay.
Yeah.
Even with the emo girl?
Well,
The goth
this
girl?
is the thing.
Yeah.
There's a kind of chick singer that is kind of folksy and annoying, and that's where that ended up.
Wow.
She had kind of that, I don't know,
It backfired. I was
maybe
like, here's
Indigo Girls type.
Here's like a goth girl. I'm like her singing Smashing Pumpkins. He's like, no.
Nah,
I don't like it. She's annoying. Me.
wasn't cool.
Me.
Not all chick singers are the same, man.
Me.
I got really, I'm picky,
Me.
but I do appreciate the effort. Honestly, she looked nice. Oh, look at this. Sitch is demoralized. I should have just told you I loved it. I should have told you I loved it. You'd never know. Oh yeah, it was great. It's
No, it's
fucking
funny.
amazing.
It's funny this way.
I added it to my playlist.
You can, Adam. I don't think I have a lot of overlap with Adam's music taste at all.
Did you like it?
Yeah, I like that. Oh, I like the normal song.
Yeah.
So I thought you'd like that version better. And I do like that version. But okay.
Yeah.
The most dope for $2 says best face for Matt Walsh I have is that he thinks, as you warned, that uniting around race makes for a strong political coalition, or he's just a simple ethno-nationalist. Either way, it's a dangerous road to go down. I agree.
Yeah. Go ahead.
The most dope for another $2 says you could probably get one of the Lotus Eater hosts to prop up the NRX position, since some of them are simping a lot for academic agent and anti-liberalism. Or Sargon himself. I'm not sure if he's fully on board with it yet. Really, the Lotus Eaters guys are simping for a quack? That's pretty disappointing. Jesus Christ. What are you doing over there, Carl?
Yeah.
Shame, shame, shame. Damn shame. Dudums for $2 says, I'm not sure meritocracy is a complete system. We need an overarching framework, example, liberal democracy, to set the values you're selecting for. It is simply a system for organizing hierarchies within a broader system. No, I think you're completely correct, Dodums. I agree with that completely. Yeah. Yeah, you need, because otherwise, what are you selecting for? So, I agree. That makes sense to me. Good job. Boo boo. CT for a Duke Canadian says it's 100% true that I'm great at assassination. Ask Carl. Carl, how many people has CT killed?
Who's Carl? I asked.
Carl Franz.
Do we have to pray to talk to Carl?
Friend of the show.
Oh. I thought Carl might be was assassinated.
No.
As kind of her resume. Basically gave him a note saying, listen, if anyone prays to you, you tell them who killed you.
Val sent me a very funny meme. I'll send this to you, Adam. This is kind of apropos your conversation with Brianna Wu.
On Twitter today? Did you see that?
No. I meant the original thing that sparked her coming on the show.
Oh, okay. Oh, wow. That's perfect. Here, I'll have to bring this up.
Uh-huh.
I do like me some Aqua Teen Hunger Force.
Right?
Oh, yeah.
Based Aqua Teen.
Right.
My name is Sheikh Zula, the Mike Ruler, the old schooler. You want a trip?
Tip? I'll bring it to you.
I'll bring it to you. I don't know.
You want a trip?
I'll bring it to you.
Master Shake is, I mean, let's just face it, he's
one of
funny as hell.
The greatest fictional characters of all time.
Right, yeah.
I wish I could do like a good impersonation of his voice. I would do it constantly. Oh wait, you forgot to bring up BMO's art, you fucking piece of shit.
Wouldn't you like to see Master Shake and Bender hang out? I mean, wouldn't that be like a great party?
That would actually be very funny because they'd hate each other's guts. Because they're like very similar.
They'd be in competition to show off.
Yes. That would actually be hilarious. Master Shake. That's going to be the gift of AI, Adam. When we have good enough AI, you'll type in a prompt. Master Shake and Bender in a bar. You know?
No, Beverly Hills Cop with Master Shake playing Eddie Murphy.
Yes. Oh my God. You're gonna be like AI, create for me a buddy cop movie starring Master Shake and Bender. Okay.
The other guys.
Yeah. Oh,
there we go.
That is the best movie I've ever heard in my life.
Yes.
I cannot wait for AI to just be like so good that you can put entire. We're actually not that far away because all you need is you'd have someone have like the scripts for all the episodes. You'd put the entire scripts of Aqua Teen Hunger Force and Futurama.
I mean, they got to be on the internet already.
Yeah, of course, right. But you have it'd be compiled. You just have all the scripts for the TV show. You put them in the
Couldn't they just watch the TV show?
No, that's stupid. You put the scripts in the thing, and then you put the script of the movie in the thing, and you say, okay, rewrite this movie and, put these two characters to be them.
No, I want them to make the movie. I just want to watch it.
Right, but you make the script first, and then you input the script into a different thing.
Look, all these steps. Just show me the movie.
Jesus fucking Christ. Okay.
Make the movie. And make it in the style of Alien.
Okay, that doesn't even make sense. I have a buddy cop movie in the style of Alien. What does it even? So there are two buddy cops on a spaceship, and there's an alien there chasing them, and they're Bender and Master Shay.
Yeah.
I think it'd be funnier if it was a normal buddy cop movie.
Well, I just mean production design wise. So,
Oh,
you
so
know, the
it's-
police station is like
It looks like a
H.R.
Geiger
Giger.
painting.
Yeah. What
That'd
the
actually
fuck?
that would be funny. It's like a normal buddy cop movie, but everything looks like really fucked up
Yeah.
for no
look,
reason.
The Prius is like a, you know, an alien spaceship.
Right. Okay.
Yeah.
It's very confusing.
Come on, go with me.
Right. You never put up BMO's art because you're a piece of shit.
What was BMO's?
There was the Sitch Chan made.
We put it up in the other stream. That's why. I'll bring
No,
it
we
up
didn't.
again if you want.
I don't.
Guess
Oh,
we
did we?
did. I'll bring
Oh,
it
you're
up
right. We
again.
did. I forgot. You're right. You
I
are
know.
correct.
I'm
Okay.
always right.
No, that's not true.
Right about the enlightened centrist.
But for the wrong reason.
What was my reason?
I
What
don't
was
know, it was stupid. Whatever it was,
Nah.
it was stupid. Carl
All
says
right.
assassination usually involves subtlety, implying that CT is not subtle.
Oh, saying it on a live stream is
Right.
probably not the way to go. Probably right. Probably correct.
That's true. Theowolf for $2 says, Adam, can you also say, Sitch, you're going to go off?
Sitch, you're going to go off.
I don't like whatever you're constructing here, Theowolfie. I'm very sus of this.
It's probably going to be bad, but whatever.
Right.
We can pretend it doesn't exist. We're very good at ignoring things that make us uncomfortable.
That's true. That's super true.
Yeah.
Anyways.
All right. Look at that. How do we do today? Oh, yeah. We got it in there under 9 hours. Perfect.
There you go. It's only 1 in the morning, and I have to wake up in 12 hours to stream all day again.
Thank you guys for your generous super. Oh, I'll play the harmonica. You do the outro.
Yeah. What the hell? You were going to do the outro? Were you insane? You psycho? What the fuck happened?
I
Sleepy?
forgot. I
Adam's
forgot.
confused. Forgot what was happening here. Anyways, CT for 2 Canadians says, I want them to know it was me. That's the point. Anyways, thank you all for coming. Thank you all for your incredibly generous donation. Thank you, Dev, for coming on and talking to us. We had a lot of fun. And thank you. You who have made it to the end of the stream. You are the true free will seekers. You are the true enlightened individuals. And we'll see you all on Sunday.
Bye-bye.